Hello, good morning and welcome back to Landskrona and this magnificent Landskrona cricket ground located on the southern tip of Sweden. Well, the Meatballs, they're playing second fiddle to the Kookaburra this time round as the action and entertainment of the cricket is taking this area by storm. I'm Rico Full and I'm from the European Cricket Network and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Landskrona, Sweden, and the action starts right here, right now. First up of the 4 matches we've got today, but we welcome the team that is at the top of the table, Evergreen. They've got a perfect 100% record so far, 4 out of 4, and I think their captain, Umar Ali, he wants to extend that. He wants to remain unbeaten. Seaside, they had difficult matches yesterday. They really did try. They came very close to beating the Stars, but it just wasn't happening for them, including that last ball finishing match, number 10. But they know that they need to get the points on the board if they are to make it through to the quarterfinals. Seaside themselves, well, what can you say about their batting? I think Harinder Singh coming into the side yesterday, he did look good. 23 runs and 45 from him. And but somebody like Niaz Mohammed needs to perform as well with the ball. We did like the look of Somvanshi. He was very good. Mutab Hakim as well. And I think here for this match, the captain Muju, he has to do really well. But what I can tell you from the coin toss, that it didn't go their way. It was called correctly by Umar Ali, and he's going to have a bat. Their side, well, there's only one man to talk to about them, and he's here with me. Let's speak to Amir Ali from Evergreen. The captain, like I say, they've won 4 out of 4. Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm good.
First of all, just want to congratulate you on the start that you've made. It's been absolutely perfect. 4 out of 4. How does that feel?
It's feel really great, and having some youngster on our side, and we are just so happy.
So happy. I know that may be a little bit nervous here,
yeah.
But you showed no nerves out there when you're playing in the middle. Firstly, before we go into your side, what does it mean to you and the players, and also to cricket in Sweden, playing in a European cricket series like this?
Well, I think it's a great platform for the youngsters, especially the youngsters. We got some good bowlers through this ECN, and hopefully they are gonna play in further for us.
That's really good. What do you think has been the key to success? I mean, having a look at your performances, I think your batting has been awesome. I mean, the likes of yourself, you've been in really good form, and you've also got Nawaz, who's been good as well. You're missing Saran Assam in this one, but I think you've got somebody coming in to replace him that's pretty good as well, right?
Yeah, we tried to bring Saran, but we want everyone to be part of this tournament, so we thought we will bring Sakib and the Abdullah, who did really well in a yesterday game, hit winning 6 with the left arm, so he's gonna replace Saran today.
Okay, that's going to be interesting, and also I think Latif will be behind the stumps because there's no Isra. But the batting has been powerful. Is that the strength of your game?
I can say the bowling is the strength.
So, speaking of bowling, one man that I do like the look of is the spinner Kadir, and he's bowled really well. Also, you have the likes of Swain there as well, and Abdul, he's good. He's knocking the stumps over. A good all-round team.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, I know that you're keen to get back to your side. Well, congratulations on this one.
Thank you so much.
Have a good match. All the best. So once more, just to remind you that Ali has won the toss and they're going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Rico, for compelling interview behind the scenes with some of the star players of this European Cricket Series event here in Landskrona in the southern part of Sweden. We're in the Skåne region, an absolutely gorgeous part of the European continent. It is another day of wonderful weather here. We've got bright sunshine, temperature probably a couple of degrees toastier than it was yesterday. Certainly not quite the same chilly breeze. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard for this game between Seaside and Evergreen Cricket Club. They are teams sitting at opposite ends of the table at the moment, and Seaside also without the services of Harinder Singh, who was very, very good for them with the bat yesterday. But they've still got plenty of firepower, particularly in the top of the order of Niaz Muhammad and Umar Chowdhury. We've batted okay at various times. Chowdhury probably needs to provide a little bit more support. But for Evergreen, they have some big hitters at the top of that lineup. Amir Ali, he's been good with both the bat and in the field so far. And Umar Nawaz, we know he is Rico's favourite outfielder of the tournament. He is giving them plenty at the moment, not to mention Muhammad Kadir. Rico mentioned him in the preview. He is a tremendous left-arm orthodox spinner and certainly been one of the most impressive players so far in this event. It's Andrew Ryan here with you on the European Cricket Network. I'll have Rico in the commentary box once he gets back from toss duties, and Seaside Cricket Club have entered the cauldron here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. They try to rectify their tournament somewhat. They're actually under a little bit of pressure now after the last couple of days. There's been a few games where teams have split contests, or the Helsingborg Stars managing to win 2 from 2 yesterday that have gotten their tournament resurrected in strong fashion. So there's almost a bit of a logjam that's being created. The middle and the bottom of the table. Coming days will decide who can make it through to the next stage. We've obviously got Group B starting in Saturday of this week, where we'll get to see a group of new teams. But plenty still to happen in Group A here. Welcome everyone to the YouTube chat as well. Always great to see plenty of exchanges about the cricket, about the food, about the countries, about just about anything on the chat. Always good to keep it clean, keep it positive. And Rico and I obviously very much appreciate all the feedback that comes from those of you who are devoted followers of the European Cricket Series here on the European Cricket Network. We'll be here with you all day on the YouTube ECN channel, as well as FanCode throughout the subcontinent. There's many, many of you who are following us on that platform. Great to have you with us today. It's a big contest. Seaside, Evergreen. We called it the Retirement Home Cup yesterday. Two names that one would expect for later years' care and attention, but as it is, it's two mighty cricket teams from Sweden, and Hussain coming in to bowl the first over. Lovely ball, just short of a length on off stump, and Ali just bunts it away down to fine leg. No run there. Need to make some incisions in these early overs if they can, Seaside. Evergreen middle order hasn't really been tested as yet. Oh, it's a good ball. Manages to extract the outside edge from Ali's bat, but no slip in place. Third man was on the circle, but reasonably wide. And that ball will race along down to the third man boundary. You have been with us for the last couple of days will probably notice that the ground's had cut overnight. Still a few little skerrigs of the leftover grass from the mowing effort that are around the place. I'm sure they'll dissipate in the coming hours. Ali charges down the ground. Oh, playing with fire. He's got a decent piece of wood on it, but it wasn't too far away from the fielder at mid-off. I was saying he's bowled a pretty good over so far. That was just angled in at leg stump, and Ali's desperate to play it over the offside. Manages to get the bat in pretty reasonable position, but the fielder there, I think that was Umar Chowdhury, he was very, very close to having a catching opportunity. Things are going the way of Evergreen so far. A decent ball from Hussain, managing to get the occasional bit of away movement. And they kept a reasonable length and line so far in this over. It's a tough job bowling to batsmen with the undoubted power of Ali and Nawaz, particularly when you've only got the two fielders outside the circle. Short of a length ball, he cuts it and he cuts well. Finds the gap between the man at point and the man at third man. No chance of stopping that, and this fast outfield, that ball is racing away to the boundary, and despite bowling a pretty good over so far, Hussain Hashik, Ali has gotten on top of him. 12 off 5, Evergreen 12 for none. Still one ball left in this first over. Full ball, Ali's gone high, he's gone deep, and he's gone back to the pavilion. That is well caught. Sachin Karunagar coming around from long on, points to the numbers, so the scorers know precisely who it is. That's a big mini victory for Hussain, and good reward for what was otherwise a pretty good over. Ali just getting a little bit more attacking than he probably needed to after 3 boundaries in the over already. And he deposits straight down Sachin's throat. That's a big wicket. Evergreen 12 for 1 after 1 over. And with that moment of big drama early on, this will give us a chance to look at the stats gun for the FanCode ECS Sweden Landskrona. So first over stats this is, and we've helpfully added the average and the lowest to this over the last couple of days. So if we have a look at Evergreen Cricket Club, they've been pretty consistent actually. 13 being scored in their first over, pretty reflective of what they've done there, but they've managed to get a high of 18 and a low of only 5. It's a hard lineup to stop. And speaking of things that are hard to stop, I have the man, the legend, Rico Full, joining me in the commentary box now. Rico, great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. Good morning to everybody. Hello, as they say here in Sweden. Well, that was a big breakthrough, wasn't it? I mean, that's the man that you want to get early. It's, of course, the man I was talking to during the introductions. That's Amir Ali, the captain of Evergreen. He's a confident man. He backs his team, and he backs the way he plays. He plays confidently, and that's why you'll see that on that graphic that they do well in the first over. They normally get a very good power play in. Probably be able to have a look at the power plays a bit later. But, yeah, he'd be disappointed to get out there. You see, he's played that shot, and he stood there for a while, and he's thought, I've given my wicket away. But that's good reward, I think, for Ashik Hussain. I think he bowled well with a bit of bad luck as one got edged for 4. But he does get his man in the end, so well done. And this is going to be an interesting 2 matches, isn't it, for Seaside? Seaside, of course, was so close to getting a victory yesterday against the Stars, but they fell short in that. Well, in that classic of a match, which went down to the very last ball. They're looking to bounce back here. They need to bounce back. Sitting at the foot of the table, they need points on the board.
Yeah, they're a little bit like the Helsingborg Stars in a way, aren't they, Rico? They've been there or thereabouts in most of their contests so far. Just been a matter of putting it all together in one go. And they've had to chop and change their side quite a bit across the 3 days that they've appeared in ECS Landskrona. So the captain's had a tough job trying to work through who should be in the bowling attack. Captain today, Umar Chowdhury.
Yeah, but
the armband and
the man they're going to miss, Andrew, and it stands out, doesn't it? Big. I mean, I mentioned him in the. It was great to have him in their team yesterday. Singh, Harpinder Singh, he's not playing here today. And when you have a look at their squad, you're asking questions where the run's going to come from. I mean, Niaz Mohammed has been good, but nobody else has been able to support.
Brilliant coming in, bowled second over. Nice little gentle medium pacer outside off stump. Good disciplined bowling. Nice start from him. I agree with you though, Rico, that Harinder Singh was excellent for them yesterday. And, well, speaking of that man, he's currently holding the 3rd best strike rate in the entire tournament. Ali Saeed up the top, and Nawaz, the Evergreen opening batsman, pugilistic in fashion throughout most of his innings. This one is whipped away by that man. Nawaz hasn't actually got a great piece of it, but finds a boundary behind square, and that's another 4. Kumar under a bit of pressure now. Rico, Nawaz, he's not going to hold back.
No, certainly not. And early indications there, even with this dew on the outfield, that with that fresh cut that this lawn has had, the ball is going to race to the boundary even quicker. And the forecast for today, it's going to start, the temperature's about the same as yesterday. They're starting off around about 7-8 degrees. We'll have the highs maybe of around 14. But the difference is there's going to be a lot more sunshine. So it's going to feel warmer. And I think that outfield is going to be rapid a bit later on.
Outside off stump, and it's thrashed through cover. Super cricket shot from Nawaz. That is beautiful T10 batting, and Kumar feels like he's on a hiding to nothing, just rolling gentle medium paces outside off stump. That's a great shot. Just finding it hard to blunt the attacking instincts of these evergreen batsmen today. Otherwise, he's up to 8 off 3. Praveen had the man out there at a very, 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 very wide, deep cover. But he had no chance of stopping that. I suspect that he should be shifting that man a little bit squarer at the moment. But Praveen under pressure. 8 off 3 balls. Short, underneath edge. It's gone through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's all about getting the ball in the right areas. You see there that the man they're going to miss is Singh, but at his height he's right up there, but I don't think he's going to play much more of a part in this series. So it's a like of, I mean, Aslam, he was superb yesterday, missing from the side today, and Hakeem as well. He's been pretty good, so, and I'm expecting, I've been saying this all along, that runs to start the flow on a day like today. And, the conditions are going to be really good. The sun's going to come out. It's going to be lovely to bat. And we're probably going to see some more runs scored. This series so far in comparison to 2020 and 21, a little bit lower. But I think that's been reflected, Andrew, as we return to a lot of places. We'll continue more on that after this delivery.
Good length ball from Kumar after going for a couple of boundaries early in the over. He's recovered with 3 dots to end that second over. Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 20 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, we'll probably see the tables coming up here, and you'll see just why it's so important that Seaside are able to get something from this match. It's not going to be easy. They're against a team that have won 4 out of 4, sitting pretty at the top. But even if they can pick up a win, remember they will have, after today, 2 more matches to play. These are going to start to put a bit of pressure on the teams above. One team that will feel it, and that's the Stars. The Stars know they've only got 2 matches to go, and they're the ones that I think Seaside are trying to catch up with, but the Stars were victorious over them yesterday. Yeah, going back to that, the run rate, I find that when we return to each place, because the teams get to know each other, and also because of the amount of cricket they play during the European Cricket Series, those runs naturally do come down, because I think the standard improves, the fielding gets better, and the bowling gets better.
Probably some greater tactical nous introduced as well once the teams get used to playing this T10 format. Start to the over, just nicely bowled outside off stump. Bowling attack they've got, they're not going to blast anyone out at the moment, but they certainly do have the opportunity to try to minimise the runs, although it won't be helped with a full toss on leg stump, and that's been called no ball. So to add insult to injury, Malik's now going to have to deal with a free hit with a rampaging evergreen batsman on strike.
Well,
Shakib Latif, that's a lovely timing to a difficult ball.
Yeah, it was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? And it was almost like the umpire there had the target painted on his chest. He had to get out of the way pretty quickly. Ajit Raja and Rafi Ahmed are men in black there today, so free hit. The licence will go to full Monty.
Pretty good ball from him actually on the free hit. Managed to just jam him on the offside. Latif pushes it out. Misfield from Praveen, but they'll keep it to the 1.
Yeah, I was expecting a bit more from Latif there. Thought he may have charged down the track to try and put it away. Well, this is where we are at the moment. So winning the toss and batting first compared to batting second. But Evergreen, they're not taking any note of that. They want to bat. They want to put the runs on the board.
Manoeuvred down to third man. Once again, it'll just be a single. They've managed to blunt the attacking batting here from Evergreen Cricket Club over the course of this power play.
Yeah, good point. I mean, you can have a look there, the power plays between the teams. Evergreen, they've been pretty good, haven't they? Look, the lowest been 31, average around 40. So this, in comparison to that, is pretty low. And Seaside, if they manage to get these next deliveries in and without too much damage, they'll be very happy with the start they made. But one thing worth pointing, look at Seaside and also the Royals there towards the back. It just goes to show that those power plays make a big difference on the outcome of the match.
This one's been popped up only off the bottom of the bat. Fielder Irfan coming around from mid-on. Might have thought he had a catching opportunity at one stage. It wasn't quite fleet-footed enough to make a play on the ball, but Malik, after once again getting himself in a hole with that full toss that was hit for 4, he's finished the over pretty well. Big final ball of the power play. Short and wide. It's cut. It's probably only going to be a single. Evergreen not the most aggressive side when it comes to running between the wickets. And they end up at the end of the third over, the end of the power play, Evergreen Cricket Club, they're 29 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, running there, bit sloppy really. I think that's 2 there. You run the first hard, put some pressure on, and you've got to get back and try and make the 2. I know Evergreen have been very good, very powerful with the way they've hit the ball well, but that's one part of the game I think they can improve on. And not surprising that at the moment, and this is based on results so far in the series, that the Evergreen 60% win probability, as opposed to Seaside's 40 at the moment. Let's see how that changes as the power play comes to an end.
Managed that power play pretty well, Seaside. Just have a turn to the YouTube chat. As always, Rico loving the banter on the YouTube chat from the team. Andrew Batchelor sends his best wishes to you and I for the day. Great to have you with us, Andrew, and compliments to your parents for such an excellent choice of name.
Thank you, Andrew.
IWBW also with us, Ahmad Mughal, James Stewart, who's been a frequent contributor over the course of this ECS Landskrona event. Great to have you on board, James, as we roll into the 4th over at Somvanchi, the paceman. Well, he gets smoked straight at the commentary cube. I lost that one for a moment, Rico, and I hope commentary cam doesn't show me cowering in the corner as wondering whether that ball was going to come through the roof.
Behind me? You're two times bigger than me. I should be, look at him, look at him. Look at that. Look at that. That is not a good look. Well, there you go. There's the Rhino. Rhino by name, not by nature. And I had you covered, don't worry. Here's another one. This goes big as well. This goes all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro. 6 carreras más. Well, there you go. A lot of people on the chat say good morning. Well, what do you got to say about Andrew Ryan there, cowering behind Rico Full?
To be fair, most of the boys from Cosnate Cricket Club would suggest that's the way I play the short ball these days, cowering in the corner next to leg stump. I didn't see that one, Rico, and frankly I was looking down at the monitor when I realised it was zeroing in on the commentary cube. took refuge behind the Rico Full torso.
Yeah, in fairness there, I mean, Andrew's absolutely right. He was eyes to the screen as he was reading out some of all those lovely compliments you guys are making, and I saw it coming and I had to give him a little tug. So get this side, it's coming your way. The thing about these is, look, and we've said this many a time, if it was Monday when we were out in the open, no problems.
Oh, would have taken it one-handed, to be honest.
One-handed, yeah, you would have done like that. Take the catch that we saw on Tuesday. That'll be a wide, and they'll have to run here, and they do make it 2 wides. But when you've got this cube over you, I would say as soon as that ball sort of goes, I don't know how many meters up. You reckon about 20 meters. Once it goes in the air, you lose it because we've got this roof, so you have no idea where it's coming. So yeah, if you see us cowering, if it was Vinny Sandhu, he would have been lying over his equipment. He doesn't care. He just lies over it. He's got about 4 devices as Vinny. So we see this one played away, but it's to the fielder. They don't get the run.
He just needs to get some insurance, doesn't he?
What, for his equipment
for his
or for
devices?
himself?
Well, I'm not sure insurance would cover Mr. Maximo with his globe-trotting lifestyle and sampling the delights of every stop that he's in. He's a man who loves to get out and about in the local restaurants and get to know the local people. It's great to see. But speaking of things that are great to see, first boundary for a little while off the bat of Latif. Evergreen Cricket Club, they go along to 48 for 1. Somvanchi's been pretty effective, aside from getting smoked for a 6 early on and then getting hit from a 4. But remember him on the first time that we saw Seaside. He really was ripping it through with some pace. I don't know whether or not it feels like he's carrying a bit of an injury now, or maybe just the 3 days of cricket is starting to take its toll, but it just feels like he hasn't got quite the same zip.
Yeah, I'd like to give him the new ball because, yeah, you're absolutely right. The first time we saw him, I think he bowled pretty well. Got the ball to move around.
That was a decent ball, but it's been cracked through the offside. That is a magnificent cricket shot from Latif. There's only one fielder there in the cover region. The man coming around from long off had no chance whatsoever. That is a brilliant stroke.
Cracking shot. Saqib Latif coming into the side in place of a man that was in awesome form yesterday. And he's batting really well. He's played that shot beautifully all along the deck, 4 runs.
Vanchi, better line. He's coming from wide, so he needs to try to angle it in towards that off stump. That's a much better line and length from him. And just to finish the over with just the one run, and Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 53 for 1 after 4 overs. And yeah, great time to be with you. Are we colour coordinated or what, Rico?
Ball coming, incoming. Yeah, we're colour coordinated today. Liking the look.
I have a feeling I'm not going to live this down for the rest of the day. And I might even need to get on the front foot and post this on my own Instagram, because ultimately, if I don't, someone else is going to do it. Yeah.
Look, good morning to you. The sun is shining, and we're going to have 4 magnificent matches today. The first 2 against these 2 teams, Seaside and Evergreen. Seaside need some results here, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. They're under a little bit of pressure. They haven't bowled badly so far, but Evergreen cracking along at a pretty substantial rate. They're 53 for 1 after 4. That's a nice ball right on the button. This is Hussain coming in to continue his work from earlier on. He bowled fairly respectable first over. Setting it down with a decent amount of pace, a little bit of sideways movement, although it feels like there's not the same swing today. I don't know if this is just the Seaside bowling attack or if just conditions are a little bit different. Certainly not the same sideways breeze as we've had on previous days. Nicely pitched up. That's a great length to bowl on this Landskrona pitch.
He's bowling well, and the thing is here, though, I think it comes back to the variations, and I think maybe Seaside, they just don't have the variation they need. It would be good to see some change, maybe a spinner on here, just getting a bit of turn, taking the pace right off the ball, because these guys seem to like the pace on the ball, and they're timing it pretty well.
That one's just popped out to the offside. Fielder coming around from cover, can't stop the single. Just having a look at the YouTube chat. Lovely to have an interjection from Sam Stiggers-Williams on there, Rico. And he's asked one of the burning questions, and I'm sure is on everyone's mind, of whether I've got any plans to sample the local karaoke scene. Well, I guarantee, Sam, that we've checked on Google as to the opening hours of the Bolly Bracken karaoke joint that's a very, very convenient 40 metres from the front of our hotel door. As we see Hussain thrashed through the offside. That's been pumped for a Maximo. Just gave too much width, and batsmen of the class of Nawaz do not need a second invitation.
No, lovely shot. Look, gets into good position and lofts this over point. That is a huge shot. Probably one of the longer boundaries on the ground. Plays it beautifully, and he's looking here to go big, isn't he, Umar Nawaz?
Bit of pressure back on Hussain. Goes full. It's a good response, but nicely driven down the ground by Nawaz. Save for a fielding error. It's only going to be a 1. So back to Sam's question.
Yeah.
Karaoke's only open until around 9:30 tonight, so we might go in for a few little warm-up efforts just to get the vocals working. But I think Friday and Saturday night might be a slightly longer stay in the local karaoke house. Shame you're not with us here, Sam, because I always appreciate your efforts of bringing Teenage Dirtbag to the world with your unique vocal stylings. And he was certainly one of the stars of the local Landskrona or Helsingborg karaoke scene when we were here last time. Speaking of stars, we're producing plenty of them across these 2 weeks here. That's the end of the over. Evergreen 62 for 1 after 5 overs. They have set themselves a very nice platform.
Yeah, good platform. Remember, they lost Umar Ali, their captain, for 12 at the end of the first over. So these two just carrying on from where they left off. They've always got strong top 3 batters, and one of them always seems to perform, and here Umar Nawaz is looking good. Saqib Latif, who will also be behind the stumps for them today because Idris is absent from that squad, you would have noticed. But I like the way they play aggressively, they play the shots well. The only thing they could improve in their game, I think, as a batting unit, is their running between the wickets, but otherwise they're not afraid to play the shots, to play positively. And unless you've got those variations in your side, which you can see Seaside don't seem to have, they will take full advantage of it.
You see the next over commence. Praveen coming in for his second. Question marks too that they're bowling out a couple of their better bowlers early on here. Seaside probably going to have to turn to part-timers at least to get through a couple of the final overs, which is dangerous, particularly if they can't get a few wickets here in the middle section of the innings. Not doing a bad job though. Short ball thrashed straight down the ground. He'll be happy enough with that. Just the single. Nice. Hello to Gokul Srinivasan, who's joined us in the chat. He said hello to the commentators. Hello to everyone. Great to have you with us at Gokul. And Sam Nick and Al Mamoun have also joined us.
Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here with you. And it's lovely to know that you're there, tuning in and listening in and enjoying the action. And this is another beautiful shot and fielded out really well. And sometimes I say you've got to get your body behind it. And this is exactly what I mean. Gets the slide in. So hands to the ball first, but making sure the ball doesn't go past him. That's Sachin Kartimaker. Well done.
He's a man who took the catch earlier today. He's been very useful in the field for Seaside. Moves well. Did a good job there to sure it was kept to a single. And the more they can just get the ones and dots, the more that certainly won't be pressure building up on Evergreen at the moment. They've set a good platform and certainly will be helped along by another maxima off the bat of Nawaz, and he is starting to get out of control. 36 off 14 balls. Rico, he is finding his range.
Certainly is. That is a beautiful shot. He's very quick to come down the wicket, uses his feet well, but what he doesn't do, you quite often see batters having this intent, but they charge down the leg side, take themselves away from the ball. No, not Nawaz there. Gets right to the pitch of it, gets right underneath it, and hits this big and long, wide off, long off. Lovely shot, 6 more.
Yeah, he's an impressive striker, keeps his shape very nicely. Praveen pitches it up, drilled between long on and mid wicket. Another bit of wonderful placement from Nawaz. He races along to 40, and all of a sudden, Praveen's gone for 6 and 4 off the last 2 balls.
Yeah, and once again keeps his shape really well. Just showing there his ability, showing that he's able to play shots to all parts of the ground. And it's getting to a point where when you think that it's going to be the same again, really, from Seaside in terms of the bowling attack, you can't see just how they're going to get these batters out. I think it's going to be a mistake from the batter, more down to anything from the bowler.
Well, that mistake is not coming in this over. Another Maximo launched a beautiful shot wide of long off, and Nawaz is showing his quality.
He certainly is. It's all about balance. That's what we say. And when you see the side on there of Nawaz, that's exactly what we're talking about. You see that, it's like a, look at him, he's balanced, he's ready, his feet are moving. He's not stuck to the ground, and he's prepared to move quickly. And look at that. Says, "Alo, shakka bhi mare deta, meri photo ek do khich do." And well, Diana is saying, "Smile, please, click, click, click," because that'll be another one that will end up on the old social media, the European Cricket Network. And of course, get involved in there. Check out some of the stuff we've got there. A few interviews there, a few magical moments. As that over comes to an end, it was an expensive one. 81 for 1. 6 overs gone.
Yeah, the win probability very much in favour of Evergreen Cricket Club at the moment, and there's a group of the Seaside players collaborating, working out who should be bowling the next over. They've got some big questions, in particular what to do with the fielders, and I'm not sure, difficult job with the quality of batsmen and probably the less than penetrative bowling attack that they've got, but I'm not sure the field placings have been on the money given the typical hitting areas of these Evergreen batsman. But either way, Nawaz taking the fielders out of the equation most of the time. He's got 46 off only 16, and big pressure for Seaside at the moment, Rico. Evergreen 81. They're only 1 wicket down in particular, but they've still got 24 balls to play with. They've really got to try to manage this to 110, 115 if they can, but if Evergreen get going, we could see 130.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can't see it happening. I think the highest score of the series looks on here. So far, that was set yesterday by Helsingborg Stars in a marvellous change of fortune for them in their 2 victories, 124. This one on 81 already, and both batters looking set and looking to explode. You can just see this this score sort of, for me, it could even go up to the sort of 140 territory, exceeding the 130 that you're thinking, because I think there's some big overs to come here.
Yeah, this is Yusuf starting off with this 7th over. Last ball, he's got to land it on that decent length just outside of off stump. Might get hit once or twice, but at least he's forcing the batsman to take a risk. That one's wide of off stump, but the umpire's arms stay down. It's good bowling from Yusuf.
That's a dot ball.
It's a dot ball.
Yeah, That's it. Too many dot balls in this innings, and yeah, just trying something different. That's good. That's what they need to do. Cameron Youssef coming into the attack. He's taking the pace off slightly.
Oh, pace has gone back onto the ball, courtesy of Nawaz, and that is his half-ton 50 coming up off only 18 balls. Done it with a minimum of fuss, Rico, but plenty of power on display.
Excellent shot. It's 4 runs. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की थी अपने बैटर ने एवरग्रीन दा उमर नवाज अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी बना ली बहुत बधाइयाँ yeah congratulations there to Nawaz.
Youssef has the tide turned on him now. Well, manages to get another dot ball. Nawaz just struggling with not a huge amount of pace coming onto the ball on occasion. Nice line though. Probably a little bit short of a length, but he gets a little bit of kick off the pitch.
Yeah, you see there, pace off. So Nawaz now is trying to hit the ball harder because the pace is not on it.
Well, he takes one step down the track and creates his own pace. Lovely shot from Nawaz, launched over the boundary for another Maximo.
Yeah, this one's being pitched around middle of the leg, and he says, yes, thank you very much. Look how quick he is to move into position. That's been the key about his batting. It's been absolutely beautiful. His movement, his footwork has been splendid. And when he gets himself in the right area, well, he hits it big. So go back to the live action. This one's just been played back into the ground. It's not been a bad over from Youssef. He's trying things, and he's just gone for 11. He's done well. He's changed things up slightly, but not able to get the breakthrough as we have a look at how you can stay up to date with us.
Well, if it's not enough the content of the live feed on YouTube and FanCode, then you can follow us all across the place on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter. We are TikToking now as well, and the Telegram channel contains all the news in addition to what you're getting on all the social platforms. So if you want, it is very, very possible to be European cricket following 24 hours a day, and we certainly love all the engagements on the social platforms. And certainly if you want some added behind-the-scenes content, I can highly recommend following at Rico Full and at Andrew.Rhino on Instagram. We often give you a cheeky little bit of video that you might have missed on the coverage, or maybe commentators cowering behind each other trying to avoid a 6. Someone's just stroked down to Chowdhury on the mid-off, long-off boundary and keep it to 1.
Yeah, Hakeem comes on to bowl here. Mushtaq Hakeem, I actually had him down as one of the bowlers that could make things happen for Seaside. And I'm surprised that he's coming so low down in the picking order. Well, that one is not going to be a good, and it's called a no ball, and the misfield out there as well, which is not good, and that's Patrick Chari. This one, it wasn't a good delivery. He tries to get the quicker ball in, gets it wrong, and it's not been hit with any force. Fortunately, it does get bad onto it, but the fielding there from Chari not good. So it's not the first time, it's the second time the no ball goes for 4. Shouldn't have done. A free hit.
Yeah, it's going to be a free hit. You know you're in good form, as Nawaz is, when you can evade a ball and still manage to tickle it around for a boundary. He doesn't need a free hit to open the arms and go big, but he's going to have the chance to now. Hakeem charges in, short on the leg side, swung around, and it's going to be consecutive boundaries. And Nawaz is careering his way towards a potential century if he can get enough of the strike in the coming overs.
Yeah, he plays his away nicely. He brings up the 100, the team 100 up already. So they're right on cue to go beyond that 124, which is the highest score set so far. And that's when the Stars, they beat Seaside, the team you've seen out there in both the games yesterday. One of them, that match 10, going right down to the wire. What a match that was. And when you get the opportunity later tonight, that's my recommendation. Go back and watch match 10 yesterday of this FanCode European Cricket Series here in Landskrona. Evergreen, they were strong, and they beat Jönköping twice yesterday, 100 to 99, and then 102 to 100, and on both occasions doing it with 6 balls to go. So we know that they're strong, and there were good performances there as well, wasn't there, from their key batters. And Umar Ali, he'll be looking to come back strong. And Aslam, who's not playing today, 40 of 18. But this is the first batter who's got a 50 to his name, and he's not happy with that. He wants to go big, and maybe he's heard Rhino talking about the ton, because he's decided he's certainly going to have a go. That one takes him into the 70s. Big hit, full toss, smashed. Seis carreras, boom, shaka lagya.
Yeah, boom indeed. Everything seems to be coming off the middle of Nawaz's bat at the moment. And then with the ball, Hakeem, Rico, we've seen the inconsistency with his bowling. His first over in this tournament was an abomination, whereas he'd bowled actually pretty well in the intervening period, but now it just seems like he can't land the ball in the right spot. A couple of full tosses, including one that was a no ball. He is struggling at the bowling crease. That's a much better one, and Nawaz swings it away. Not a huge amount of control, but along the ground for a single.
Yeah, gets the single, gets to the other end. This is the run rates, and you're starting to see right on cue, as I've been predicting, they will get up. We saw 2020, 9.5, just under the 10 last year, and here we are, we're over the 9, and I think with a couple of more days like this, with this sunshine, that's going to go higher. That's a good batting there from Latif. He's just concentrating now on getting Nawaz on strike. I think it's clever play. I think both the batters are reading the situation. So, yeah, I mean, yesterday around 10.4 was what the day went to.
Certainly run rates increasing every day here, and certainly helped along when Evergreen is playing, because they've got the most firepower in their lineup. That one's jagged in. Nice finish to the over, actually, by Hakeem after a pretty ordinary start. He's got that one up to waist high of Nawaz and forced just a single. Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 1-1-1 for 1 after 8 overs. Nawaz 72, Latif 22.
Yeah, I'll just give you those over-by-over scores at the moment before the next bowler comes on. So it started with over 1, game for 12, over 2, 8. The power play 29 for 1. That was 9 off that third over from Malik. But then Somvanchi, he went for 24. The fifth over was a good one from Ashik Hussain, I think, went for just 9, 62 for 1 at that point. And then we've had 19, 11, and then 19. So if you take that into consideration, I think there certainly are, well, eyeing up that 140. And I think one man out there, if you can get enough of the strike, as you said, Rhino, certainly looking to get to the 100 mark. 72 years at the moment of 26 deliveries.
A brutal innings from Nawaz to date. And it looks like Arfan Arit coming on to bowl the 9th over. Decision for the skipper of whether to bring Mutaba Hakeem on to bowl the 10th. That was probably in his original plan, but Hakeem struggled a little bit at times in that last over. Seaside bowling attack just able to blunt the power of Evergreen. That one's floated outside off stump and beautifully struck through to the cover boundary. That is delicious hitting, Rico.
Oh, it's absolute awesome. And as I said, he plays shots all around the ground. I mean, I'd be very interested to see the shots that he's played when they show the old cartwheel, because I think the wagon wheel, cartwheel, that's another word for it, but the wagon wheel, see just where these shots have been played. He's played them on the off, he's played them straight, he's played them on the onside, some down to the third man and final leg area. It's been a superb innings, and this will help. It's a no ball. Balle, ginna sona, ginna badda shakka. Siggy Gandhi ball, but he's still got to put him away. You can't be bowling that to a batter like Nawaz. He's just too strong, he's too powerful, and he's going to hit him big all the way. And that one also goes in the back of the net.
Yeah, well, Nawaz has asked the waiter for a full toss from the off spinner on leg stump, and he's been delivered. That has been smoked. Good 25 metres over the boundary. Poor bowling, but great hitting. Free hit now. Oh, he's cleaned him up with a ball that stayed low. Nawaz fortunate to still be there because it was the free hit, but Irfan finally landed one on the deck, and maybe there's some instruction for him for the rest of this over.
Yeah, in my days, you know what that would have been? That would have been a massive fine for me if I was bowling this. Getting a wicket off a no ball. I think it was £5 back then. Maybe that with inflation these days, it's about 50 quid.
Oh, he's come down the crease and he's hit that one with some level of interest. Just escapes over the hand of Mutaba Hakeem. Coming around from long on. It's another Maximo for Nawaz, and he gets ever closer to 3 figures.
Yeah, I mean, the fielder here, think what you make of it. I think perhaps could have done a bit better there. It would have been a very, very good catch to end the innings of a man who's eyeing up 100. And Nawaz, he's flying at the moment. It's a 12 runs short. This has been sensational, and that's another one that will go through. He's quite happy to take the single. He probably will get the strike straight back from Latif with the 2 balls to go in the over.
It had to be a dropped catch, Rico, didn't it? I know he hit it hard, but looks like it's just squeezed through the hands of Irfan. Better length ball, charges down the pitch, and the keeper does the rest. That's a nice piece of bowling. Irfan finally gets the second wicket for Seaside, but not before there has been a lot of damage done. That is nicely bowled by the off-spinner.
Yeah, he kept his composure there, didn't he? The keeper, Niaz Mohammed, gets a stump in, so there is a wicket. There is, I suppose, another. Well, it's a slight highlight, isn't it? It's Afran Arif coming on there towards the end. And there he is. That's our man. Lawrence of Arabia comes out. Looking to go big. And Kiani, well, we know he likes to play a lot of his shots down the leg side. Let's see if he can get hold of a few of these. He's got to understand his role here, though. He's got to hope he's come out there knowing that it's key. I mean, there's 1 ball to go. I think it's over. He'll have a go at this. Certainly doesn't want to get a single.
That one's gone wide. Kiani struck it nicely. Superb fielding out on the backward point boundary. I think that's Somvanshi over there. Moved very, very well. Not only has he stopped the 4, but he's kept it to a single, which brings Kiani, Lawrence of Arabia, back on strike for the start of the 10th over. And tell you what, if he starts racking up a couple of dot balls with Nawaz on 89, and the big man can't get the strike back, we may see him charging down the batting end no matter what.
That's crazy, isn't it? I mean, Kiani hits it pretty well. I don't think you run. You just wait to see if it goes to the boundary. If it does, great. If it doesn't, you stay where you are. He's got to get Nawaz back on strike straight away so he can have 5 balls to try and get to what would be a marvellous forget the half century.
6 balls left to go. If they want to keep Kiani on strike, it might be an idea to bring the field up, but they're all sitting back on the 30-metre circle, so the inevitable consequence of that is that Kiani gets a single off the first ball of the over and brings Nawaz back onto strike. And I'm not sure he's going to be sharing the strike too much in these final 5 balls.
Definitely not. Here we go. It's that time. Are we going to see the first century? Didn't see one in Bulgaria, didn't see one in Romania. Goes up in the air. This is an opportunity. They've got to run hard. They've got to look for 2, whatever happens here. And they've got to go back. The catch does get spilt. And they run the first one pretty slowly. Yes, Evergreen always do. But he does get back. What an opportunity that was. But he gets given a life. Nawaz, he goes into the 90s. 91. Oh, it wasn't easy. Came a long way, didn't he? And I don't think that fielder there helped. But the catch goes down. And it was the captain, Umid Chaudhry, that could have made the difference, that could have sent back Nawazi. Nawazi gets another chance.
Well, another one of these dangerous 2-footed challenges coming in from Hakeem, who was the man running in from long on. Should have been Chaudhry's catch all the way, and he made decent ground. But as it is, Nawaz survives 9 into the ton. Malik gives him exactly what he wants, a full ball on leg stump. He's pumped it for a Maximo. That means he's 3 short of the century. Evergreen up to 139. Pretty ordinary bit of bowling from Malik, but Nawaz just continues to find the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're talking about. Well, is Nawazi going to put his name in that ECN Hall of Fame? A century. It's a huge, huge effort from him. It's a huge moment. 97, not out.
Malik pitches up on a leg stump, and what a wonderful way to bring it up. Nawaz swings him away to the mid-wicket boundary. The umpire signals 4, and he reaches 3 figures in what has been a tremendous display of power hitting, Rico. That is a phenomenal innings.
Oh, that is a superb innings. Take nothing away from it. Okay, I mean, you could question some of the bowling, but the shots that he's played and the way that he's hit the ball, that's got to go down as one of the best centuries that I've seen in a very, very long time. Very, very well batted. Both batanya. Felicidades. Muchas felicidades to Umar Nawaz. The centurion. Yeah, he apni century puri kalli. Both batanya. Batted Umar Nawaz. 101 not out, and he's still out there. What a superb innings.
Well, he's gone down to kiss the ground, Rico. He might want to kiss the groundskeeper who made the decision to mow the field overnight, because this outfield is lightning fast as Malik manages to get one through him, and in a moment which pretty much sums up Seaside's morning, even when they do beat the bat, that goes through the keeper's gloves and all the way down for another boundary.
Yeah, it's been one of those mornings, hasn't it, for Seaside. Their troubles continue. And the 150 now looks on here. 147 for 2, 1 ball to go.
Well, comes down the pitch, swings it to Hakeem, drops the catch. They'll scamper through for the single. It's not going to matter much in the end analysis of this game, and Evergreen Cricket Club put on a mountainous score of 148 for 2 off 10 overs. Handshakes all round for that man, Nawaz. He has peppered the boundary through this entire innings, bringing up a century off only 34 balls, Rico. That is some wonderful hitting.
Yeah, superb hitting, and congratulations once more to Umar Nawaz. It's a fantastic moment, and it's always a privilege for me to be at a ground when you see a batter score a century or a bowler take a hat-trick or a fiver. These are special moments. These are moments that he will remember for a long time. This is what it's about. It's the European Cricket Network making players' dreams come true.
Well, making players' dream come true. He's just been given a handshake by Big Barry and a nod of approval from Sir Rob Kemming. There's not much you can ask for in European cricket than those sort of felicitations as you come off the field after what was a wonderful display of hitting. But it wasn't the worst start for Seaside. They picked up early in the first over after what was actually a pretty good collection of opening balls from Hussain. He did well to get them started, but after that, Umar Nawaz just took them to the cleaners, and they certainly helped him along with some rubbish bowling, full tosses on the waist, enabling him to push his score along at a pretty rapid rate. But in between that, there was some wonderful shots, peppering the cover boundary constantly, hitting in the air, hitting along the ground. He hit it everywhere, Umar Nawaz. Really didn't matter what they served up to him. He was finding the middle of the bat, and it was one of the best displays of hitting we've seen at ECS Landskrona over the last couple of years. So congratulations to that man, Umar Nawaz. Muntaba Hakeem, probably the captain, expected a little bit more from him. He's bowled well on occasion over the last couple of days, but unfortunately full tosses, half trackers down the leg side. You don't need to give a man of Nawaz's quality that sort of easy opportunity to add to his boundary count. And even when they brought in the spin of Arfan, he tried to float balls up outside the off stump, tried to float balls over the top of off stump. Either way, it was just pummeled to the boundary with unerring regularity, and Nawaz managing to finally end up with the 3 figures, whipping one through mid-wicket, not before he lost his partner Latif, who gave him very, very good support, turned the strike over constantly to make sure that Nawaz was able to take the lead. We had the chance to get him before he reached 3 figures. Chowdhury coming in off the long off boundary should have probably taken that, but as it was, this was the shot that brought up the ton. Nawaz swinging it away to mid-wicket, and the arms go up in celebration. His partner Kiani with the big man hug, and Nawaz deserves all of the credit for the extremely powerful batting innings that we've just seen this morning. Evergreen absolutely dominant in that 10 overs. They ended up 148 for the loss of only 2 wickets off their 10 overs. And that certainly puts them in prime position to continue their undefeated run here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode and all part of the European Cricket Network. Available all day here on YouTube and FanCode throughout the subcontinent. We'll have a quick look at the Evergreen batting card. Mir Ali got them started with a couple of boundaries in the first over before he was a victim of Hussein's final ball of over 1. He went for 12 off 6. Nawaz, the dominant batsman there, 102 off 36 balls, and ably supported by Saqib Latif, who scored 22 off 19. And we'll take the gloves as we move into the second innings reasonably soon. That is a wonderful batting effort from Umar Nawaz, the first century that we've had here at ECS Landskrona 2022. The bowling scorecard, it is not a pretty one. Not a single bowler with an economy rate under 10. Ashik Hussain, he took the new ball and was probably the pick of the bowlers for Seaside. He ended up with 1 for 21. Aditya Somvanchi, well, he's one of their key pacemen. They needed him to step up. And same story for Mutaba Hakeem. Captain Chowdhury can't be happy with the fact that they've leaked 24 and 19 runs respectively. But no matter what they served up, Nawaz was enjoying it. And they've been smoked for 148 off 10 overs, which is never something to be pleased about as a bowling unit. It's going to be quite a chase from Seaside, to say the least. They certainly won't give up. They are a plucky unit, but they have a mountain of work to do to take a win in this first game of Day 4 here at ECS Landskrona. I'm Andrew Ryan, joined all day here by Rico Fall on the European Cricket Network. We will be back with the second innings of Game 1 in just a few moments. Welcome back, European cricket fans. We're here at the Landskrona Cricket Club in the southern part of Sweden for the second innings of Game 1 here on Day 4 of ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode and available all day across the ECN channel on YouTube and FanCode throughout the Indian subcontinent. Thank you to everyone who is joining us, watching live or engaging on the live chat here on YouTube. Very happy that myself, Andrew Ryan, and my partner in crime, Rico Full, are able to bring you all of the action from Landskrona here today. And we have just witnessed a stunning display of hitting from the opening batsman for Evergreen, Umar Nawaz. He has pumped the Seaside bowlers to just about every part of the ground. We actually got to see his batting chart during the innings break, and he was particularly brutal throughout the mid-wicket area and square of the wicket. And it helped by a few full tosses that he was able to dispatch to the boundary. He also played some excellent shots through the cover region. They just could not stop him as much as they tried. That has resulted in a fairly hefty target of 149 that Seaside is going to need to reel in to take victory in this first game today. Game today with a need to put on at least one win if they could. Try to keep themselves in the running for one of those qualifying positions for the finals next week out of this Group A. As it is, they are under a lot of pressure. Seaside Cricket Club, Evergreen, showing more and more that they're probably the favourites in this Group A. One of our favourite players is about to take the ball for the first over. Imran Kiani. Barely recognised him without the bandana on, but standing at the top of the mark with his very considered approach to bowling. He's got Umar Chowdhury with bat in hand. He's been joined by Arif at the other end. Chowdhury swings hard. That ball's swung late. Must have been close to a wide, but Chowdhury deciding to try to hoik it over to mid-wicket. Not even close. As far as the outfielders go, supporting Kiryani, who tends to be consistent with his outswing bowling. They've got lay down there, fairly wide third man on the fence, and also Rico's favourite fielder, Umar Nawaz, here at the long off position. Kiryani comes in. Slightly short of a length, and it's heaved to the leg side by Chowdhury. That's a nice shot. Fairly average ball from a man of Kiryani's experience, and it's been hit for 4. They will need to keep up that rate throughout this entire innings if they're to get anywhere near this target, needing to score at 15 runs and over to chase down. It's a tall order by any stretch, but Chowdhury, we've seen him as a man who's capable of hitting boundaries. Hasn't had a particularly long innings during the course of ECS Landskrona this year, but he's a very capable batsman. Full of ball from Kiryani, but he gets dispatched. Well, Chowdhury saying, I don't care about a 15 runs per over requirement. I'm going to do it in shorter time. He's got 10 off the first 3 balls. That is a strike and a half. He's taken it from about a foot outside off stump and smoked it over the mid-wicket boundary. Great strike. Kiryani, on top of his mark, he's got some thinking to do. Noticed last night when the batsman took the attack up to him that because he's bowling relatively gentle medium pace, there's not a great opportunity for him to move it up and down the speed gauges. Does have to work on his length. Needs to get probably it up in the block hole if Chowdhury's going to continue to swing across the wicket. It's brought about a complete overhaul in the defensive fielding positions. We've now got a fielder on the boundary at mid-wicket and one at a fairly wideish long on, not too far from where Chowdhury hit that last delivery. Seaside 10 for 9. Charges down the wicket again. Goes relatively straight, but finds that fielder at long on and looked a little bit shaky. Now where Ali's got a pretty good set of hands. Took quite a few catches yesterday for Evergreen. Keeps it to a single. Chowdhury coming down to his partner. Not sure what advice he's going to give him other than to keep on swinging hard because they've got a long way to go, but they've started very brightly. Kiani going for 11 off his first 4 balls. Floating Yorker. Well, that is the change-up from Kiryani. He's barely medium pace at the best of times. That one was a slow floater, but he got his length right, curled a little bit from off stump, and very carefully played by Arfan Arif. On ball to go. Doesn't want to get just a single here and then have Chowdhury have to work himself back on strike the next over. Pops a little bit. Well, he's done the one thing. He's gotten Chowdhury back onto strike. 11 off the first over for Seaside. They need a further 138 runs off the remaining 9 overs. And Rico, it's a challenging chase for them to say the least, but Chowdhury, he started brightly.
He started brightly as the captain of Seaside. Gets the 11. That's the frustrating thing though, isn't it? Even though he's got 11 off that first over, you needed over 14. So that rate, despite the 11, goes up to 15 now. Chowdhury, of course, he'd be keen to do well here with the captain. Really put a fight in here. I think the other thing they need to be thinking about is net run rate as well, of course. And Chowdhury, well, he was the unfortunate fielder that did drop Nawazi when I think, was he on 89 when he dropped him with that 5th ball? With 5 balls to go. The 2nd ball in that final over. So Nawazi will probably be thinking of buying a few burfis and laddus or whatever you want to offer to the captain, Chowdhury, of Seaside, to say thank you very much, because thanks to you, I was able to go on and complete a very, very good century.
Asad Abdul coming in to start the 2nd over. Short of a length and on the leg side, and Chowdhury's going to feast on that all day. Nicely played, just easily lifted it over the boundary backward of square. Ordinary first ball from Abdul.
Yeah, that was a long hop, really, wasn't it? This is where the captain, I think, has to come into his own for Evergreen, Amir Ali. I mean, probably, and you can understand why, after the first innings, they're probably already thinking this one is in the bag, and maybe 1 or 2, and something like Basit Abdul perhaps as well, probably thinking they don't have to give 100%. He's a very good bowler. We saw the best of him yesterday, and that for him is a shocking start, and let's see if the words from the captain can get him started.
And that one goes wide, very wide of off stump, signalled wide by the umpire. It's going to be one of the easiest calls he's had all day. But you're right, Abdul came up with a pair of searing Yorkers against Jönköping yesterday, but it was interestingly enough in the balls before that it had actually been a pretty inconsistent over, but all of a sudden just speared a couple in at leg stump. So a pair of their batsmen back to the pavilion as comes in again. That's been hit just hard enough from Chowdhury. Ended up probably a little bit more to the bottom of his bat than he would have liked. He's a fielder that was in the game, and it was certainly not a man you want to get anywhere near a catching opportunity if you're Seaside, but Chowdhury's managed to time it just enough and pops over the top and goes for a boundary. It's what he's got to do in these opening power play overs.
Absolutely. He's played that really well. And the one good thing I like about it is the ball was pretty wide, but he still kept his shape firmly. Gets plenty of bat onto it. I mean, wasn't able to get any weight into the shot, but still times it well enough to get another boundary. He's going well. 21 of just 6 deliveries.
It wasn't a great ball from Abdul. Chowdhury would have been hoping to put that one over the boundary as well as it was. Just hit high on his bat. He's moved down the wicket and bunted out for a single.
This is where I think someone at Arif now, he needs to realise that he's got to play shots as well. There's no point Chowdhury being in that superb strike rate and Arif then not able to help or assist. This one will help. It's wide. It goes down the leg side, and you can see again the captain just going up to the bowler and say, come on, focus outside the off stump. Get the ball outside the off stump. I don't mind if you get the occasional wide and it's outside the off stump, but I don't want it on the legs.
Yeah, not a great ball from Abdul. Not sure if he was trying the change up there or his action just lost a bit of rhythm approaching the stumps, but it was a relatively slow ball. Didn't look great coming out of the hand. That one has been hit straight down the throat of the fielder coming in from mid-wicket. That's a nicely taken catch, and well, Arifi had to go for it, didn't have any other choice. That's very, very nicely taken by the left-arm orthodox Muhammad Kadir. Got a pair of safe hands, and the first wicket back in the pavilion for Seaside Cricket Club. And after a bright start, particularly off the bat of Uman Chowdhury, they're now 24 for 1.
Yeah, and he tries. You got to say that. He knew that he couldn't really play out the dot balls. He had to get after the bowling as well, because otherwise the efforts of his captain, Umar Chaudhry, would just be in vain. He went for the big shot, but wasn't able to get it. And he's going to, well, not trouble the scorers, really. He goes for a 3-ball duck. There's another batter comes in, and they're going for a slight change in the order. I would have expected to see by now, certainly, Niaz Mohammed to come in. They don't go for Mohammed. It looks like they've gone for Hakeem. Hakeem can hit the ball pretty well. We saw his name in the highest strike rate. He was sort of thereabouts. So he's somebody who can give the ball a bit of a wallop. And that's what they need here. But the other thing, of course, here is, Andrew, is like this is one match. Yeah. After this one, the same two teams, they go at it again. It's about taking positives from it. And I know this is a huge score. 149 to get is huge. But if they can get to the 100 and bat well and take some positives out of it, at least they're going into that match with some positive thoughts. Otherwise, at the moment, they're going into it really negative.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty to chew on for the Seaside team. And that's another wide ball from Abdul. Skipper might be thinking twice about giving him the newish ball for the next game, or as they move into some of their bigger clashes later in this tournament. Got an opportunity, the young man. Not taking it with both hands at the moment. It's a better length ball, but it's rocketed off the bat of Mutaba Hakeem. That is a super shot and a much needed maximo for Seaside.
This is a sensational shot. I mean, look at that. He's hardly hit it. But the timing of this, it goes all the way over 6, over point. What a shot that is. Absolute class. And, well, it's no wonder that he's got a pretty good strike rate. The thing is, though, this is what they need. I mean, with the captain Chowdhury 22 of 7, Hakeem hits his first ball for 6. A bit of a partnership here. Things could get interesting.
Well, another wide. Looked at from his finger positions that he was trying to go with the off-speed delivery. He's just sent it down the leg side. You can see he's lost a bit of confidence now, Abdul. But going back to that last shot, Rico, it's not often that you have an innings of 100 in a T10 match, and then you've actually just seen what could be the shot of the day from Hakeem. That ball rocketed off his bat, and not a huge amount of pace coming from Abdul either. It was actually a good line, best ball he's bowled all over. Just tailing away outside off stump. Seaside there, 32 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, 32 for 1. And that over just, well, I suppose it brings the rate down slightly, but still, well, they're around back to where they started, the 14. So even though they're getting these good overs in, you see the first one from Kiani went for 11. That one went for 21, but it's made no dent in that rate at the moment as we look at the table. So Seaside, they need something from this. They need to get off the foot of the table. They want to be finishing the day, if they can, on the 4 points. So at least they've got something to play for, because those other teams, they've got the opportunity later today to really extend that gap. And then with 2 matches left for Seaside, it's going to be very, very difficult to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it certainly will be, Rico. They started brightly in this tournament. Just as things going on, they seem to be losing their way. Just lacking a strike bowler with the ball. And batting, once we get past these top order players, the middle order's been questionable, but they're keeping up with the rate here, though. Don't make no mistake about it. 6 in and over so far, as that one's full and on the leg stump. Chowdhury's pumped it for another 4, and the umpire's got his arm out. That's a no ball, so we'll have a free hit. Wouldn't say things are starting to get out of control for Evergreen, but it won't be pleasing the captain, the start they've had with the ball.
No, certainly won't. And this is the thing. I think the captain is struggling to try and get his players focused. I think with that big run on scores on the board, they may be thinking they've already got this game in the bag, and that's not the mindset that you go out there with.
Where's Naeem? He's under pressure. Bowled a pretty good ball wide of off stump, and there's going to be a run out here. Didn't even need to get the bowler involved. Hakeem sprinted down the pitch. Chowdhury wasn't the least bit interested. And Umar Nawaz continues his amazing day here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. He's now got a run out. Chowdhury put his glove over his mouth. I'm not sure whether he was trying to hide the call of no, but as it was. Hakeem, he is a long way short of his ground, and that is a disappointing dismissal.
Very disappointing. I mean, the run is on. Chaudhry, the captain, deciding that he wants to stay on strike and try and hit the boundaries. But look, Hakeem, you've just seen him blast probably the shot of the day for a boundary for 6. So he's capable. You take those runs. And unfortunately, Hakeem, as he turns around to go back after his captain puts the big stop sign up, he slips. You watch here, down he goes, and he can't get back from there. And the one man, well, yeah, you're right, I do like singing his praises. And that's Umar Nawaz, scores a century. And in the field, he's just a gun. Takes all the catches that come his way, and there, saw the opportunity, seized it, and gets a dangerous Hakeem out. 2 wickets down.
Naeem drops short onto leg stump, and Chaudhry, despite running out his partner on that last delivery, he continues to make hay while the sun shines here in Landskrona. That is a lovely shot. Naeem just too short.
Yeah, puts this away. He's too short. Haven't seen too many Yorker length deliveries, have we? Not just talking about this innings, but even the first innings. Bowlers seem to have, not sure what it is today, just not getting the ball right up there. It's been too short. It's been too wide. That's another one gets put away, and I think here already perhaps the captain is probably thinking that this next over he will go to spin and probably try and see what Mohammad Qadir can do. He's been a shining star so far for his team, and he'll be able to obviously split and spread the field as well.
Well, it's a much better ball, but Chaudhry stretched the go-go gadget arms and hits another 4. Well, strategically, it was a good choice from Naeem. He didn't want to drop short, and on the leg side again, he's put it wide of off stump. Somehow, Chaudhry's reached it and taken it backward of point for 4.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Chaudhry, he's sort of rocketing away. The strike rate from him at the moment is absolutely incredible. That takes him to 36 off 11 deliveries. And he's certainly looking the part. And that's probably why he wants to stay on strike. But that run out of Hakeem could be a key point. Better delivery.
Much better delivery. Almost in the block hole, just outside off stump. And Chaudhry decides to run this time, which is helpful for his partner. He brings Karunakar on a strike. He'll face his first ball from Naeem, who's gone for 16 off his first 4 balls. Remarkably, they're actually well ahead of the required run rate at the moment. Full ball on the leg side, and it's beautifully tucked away. Excellent batting from Karunakar, who just tickles it off the toes and scores another 4. And Seaside are rocking.
Well, they certainly are. Well, it was pretty stormy for Seaside, wasn't it? While Evergreen was smashing the ball all over the place, especially the Centurion and Nawazi. But they've come out pretty well here. I think I like the way their intent is. They want to go at it. They want to go all guns blazing. The captain certainly is. And, well, that's a very good start there for Karunakar. Just it wasn't a good ball again. It was down the leg side. Just helps it on the way.
That's a better ball from Naeem. Just inside the wide line on the offside. A little bit of tail away. It's a good finish from him. But Seaside, remarkably, are 52 for 2 after the first 3 overs. Rico, they are some way ahead of the run rate now. Just a tickle over 17 per over.
Yeah.
They started needing around 15 per over. It's been a great start from them.
Yeah, this is a really good start from them. I think the thing is, can they maintain it? When you're needing a score of around, I mean, it's probably dropped down to about 13 now, I'm guessing. But when you're needing that every over, you just know that one good over, and that's it. That's going to then go up to maybe, 18, and then from the 18 to 20. So they've got to maintain this all the way through. And it's interesting, though, even though this big start, they're still only 9%. I mean, take what you want from that, but I would think that's really low. This is a really positive start. This, though, is going to be the key for me. I think the introduction of spin, no pace on the ball now here. But the bowlers haven't helped themselves. They haven't bowled a good line, and all the batters so far have capitalised on that, especially the captain, Umar Chaudhry. So let's see how this one goes. But he's certainly going to go after him. Wicketkeeper now also will be up to the stumps, and that's Saqib Latif. this is, I think, the key play for me because Kadir has always rewarded these captains so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I suspect Kadir imagines that Chowji's probably going to charge at one of these first couple of deliveries. I wouldn't be surprised if he gives one just a touch of flight and tries to drop it short of a length. Let's see what he does. This should be a good battle. Well, it is short of a length. Chowdhury's played it with discipline and he smacked it straight over the bowler's head for another boundary. That's a great start. And I'll tell you what, if they get after Kadir, who is the gun bowler in this lineup, then Seaside might have some dreams of hauling in this massive target.
Yeah, look, while the captain is delivering and he's hitting the ball the way he is, everything is possible. This is a better delivery. Oh, well, the umpire doesn't waste any time. The finger goes up straight away. Doesn't want to think about it. He thinks that's gone. I'd like to see it again. For me, it's all about where's this ball going to end up. I think it is. The line is okay. What about the height? Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, that was the first thing that concerned me, Rico. He does get a fair bit of pop off the pitch with the finger going over the top of the ball, and that one has jumped off a relatively full length. Chowdhury with the head down. He's disappointed that he's going back to the pavilion just when Seaside started to have an opportunity, and that is unfortunate. He's played a very good innings up until that point. That is a super contribution by the skipper. He scored 41 off 14, 5 fours and 3 sixes in his innings, but it will be the middle order who is required to not only keep this run rate, but potentially creep up closer and closer to this mammoth total they're chasing. But Chowdhury has certainly given them a good start.
Oh, it was a fantastic start. Look, I don't want to be critical of umpires because it's a hard job that they do, but and they only get one chance to look at it. They can't refer the LBWs. I suspect that one probably would have gone over the stumps, and you can see the plenty of disappointment from Umar Chowdhury. He does walk, doesn't show any signs of dissent or anything, so that's good from him. But I think that Kadir and also Evergreen have just got a bit lucky there, and the name is Evergreen, and I think they've had a bit of the rub off the green. That was a tight call for me.
Yeah, I like it, Rico. That's great chat. As Kadir trying to rush through his over now. It's a foolish ball. He's been trying to cut it away through point. Just mixes up his pace so well. I mean, irrespective of the LBW calling that second ball, just first one was slow, flighted halfway down the pitch. That second one, a lot more pace and big appeal there. And the fielding has been exceptional from Evergreen so far. That's Swain coming in with a great effort in the cover position. And Kadir's turned this game on his head with 2 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great bowling, isn't it? And it's a game-changing moment. The big man, the captain, goes, and then all of a sudden, a couple of dot balls creep in. Everybody's heads go up. Fantastic catch, diving forward, never easy. And Kadir, we said that he's been the game changer. We've said that he's the man that comes out and makes all the difference. And he's done it again here as well. He took the big wicket first of Umar Chowdhury, and now he gets another. And, well, as Niaz Mohammed comes out, he's certainly somebody who knows he can bat pretty well. He's probably not the biggest hitter, but he can certainly put an innings together. And that's what they need to be thinking about now. But once again, we see that catch. What a great catch that was, diving forward. And that's Rajiv Swain. I'm pretty sure that we're going to see him with the ball as well.
Well, I hope so, and I hope we're going to see more of his exuberant celebrations, because he's certainly added some colour to this tournament as Mohammed has launched his first ball for a Maximo. That is a statement of intent against the Evergreen superstar. Huge finish to the over, and Mohammed, he is not convinced that this total is out of reach. Seaside chugging along at 63 for 4. They are still ahead of the required run rate, Rico. Oh. This is an outstanding chase, and you'd have to say, if they didn't have 4 wickets down, you wouldn't say they were favourites by any stretch, but you'd be giving them a big shot at this.
Of course you would. I mean, I think, yeah, big moment, the LBW there, the captain there. I mean, everybody's got their own opinions on it, but that changes the game. But what I like about it is, though Kadir has picked up those wickets, the next batter comes in, and he has Mohammed. We know he's a good batter. He scored a 50 already in this series. First ball, hits him for 6, and basically he's saying to Evergreen there, I'm still here, and we're still going for this.
Absolutely. Let's see what these two can do. It is actually your man, Rajiv Swain, who's coming in to bowl. That's called no ball, and they're going to scamper through for a single as well. And the upside of that as well is that it brings Mohammed back on strike. That's an awful first delivery for Swain, who's been pretty good with the ball so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it's been not a good delivery, and you got to say, apart from Kadir, a couple of good deliveries from him, the bowling has not been very good for Evergreen.
Well, top edge off the batter, Niaz Mohammed, and it goes flying away to the boundary. Seaside remarkably keeping in front of this run rate, helped by some very ordinary bowling from the Evergreen attack. But as long as this man Mohammed is there, Seaside retains some hope.
Yeah, it's just swinging, getting the contact, races away to the boundary. He had the license to go, the full Monty, didn't he? With that no ball. Swain once more, and this is going to be another wide. Gets good movement, but he's got to get that ball straighter. He's another one. He reminds me of Krishnamurti, bowling exactly the same, but not able to get the ball wicket to wicket, getting too much movement, sort of falling away. So another one has got to get just a tad closer to the stumps. Same again from him. This is not looking good. I mean, they've got those wickets, which they'll be thankful for, but the other batsmen that are coming out are attacking and going for their shots. And the extras are also mounting up. So yeah, Mohammed just needs to keep his composure.
Much better length ball. Played well by Mohammed, actually. Straight to the fielder, though, and he's timed it well enough that they won't get through for a single. Swain's only managed to get through 2 legitimate deliveries so far in this over. He's already gone for 7. And he's probably got to take a little bit of time at the top of his mark, Rico. Perhaps just take a leaf out of Kiani's book. Just give yourself a moment to focus on what you're trying to deliver. He's very rushed once he gets to the top, and maybe actually there's a tactic from Kadir there, just slowing things down a bit, bringing his jacket to the edge of the field as Swain comes in. No one swung wide again. Have a look at this run-up, Rico. The next time that he comes in, he's almost going from an S-curve as he swings in and then swings out. Again, you can see why there's some problems with the location.
Yeah, and there's that little pitter-patter with his feet as well. But look, the thing to look out for is how wide, how far away he is from the umpire at this point. And better ball in terms of it's not a wide. It's been well struck. And once again, on the second time in the over, the ball's been hit pretty well by Niaz Mohammed, but he finds the fielder.
Yeah, the fielder looked like Chaudhry Sadar out there at square leg, one of his first interjections in this match, but he's swooped around and kept that to 1. That was great fielding.
This is the important stage here. Yusuf now on strike. He's had 2 balls not scored yet. He knows what in this match what he's got to do, and that's not it. He's got to get bat onto ball somehow. Got to try and find the boundaries. Every time there's a single, every time there's a dot, the rate just climbs back up again in favour for Evergreen.
Well, at the very least, Rico, hold your position, get bat on ball and get a single. Get Mohammed straight back onto strike. Oh, same thing again. The body weight's all going out to square leg. It's a little poke. 2 dot balls, and when you're chasing 150 odd to win, you can't afford to just have balls outside off stump go for nothing.
Yeah, you see there, he's putting so much emphasis on staying inside his crease, even with the keeper standing so far back. He's not moving his feet. He once again, just that one will be a wire, but he's going. The bowler's bowling outside the off, yet he's taking himself away from the ball by planting that foot sort of down wide of the leg stick going forward. So he's got to start moving the direction of the ball. I'm quite surprised, really, that Niazi hasn't had a chat with him, but this is we're trying to finish the over here. Only 10 from it so far, most of those in wides, and this makes it 11. And it's another one. How many wides in this over? That's got to be about 6, right?
Well, our over by over summary can't fit them in at the moment,
I'm pretty sure they
but
can't.
Legitimately, there's an issue now here for Swain of a bit of fatigue. He's probably lucky that he's up to the final delivery. Really needs to just get one on the stumps, but it's pretty exhausting when you start getting to your 11th and 12th delivery of a solitary over. That's a much better ball, but it's been slapped straight down the ground. Nawazi's finally dropped something. Can
you believe that? And Nawazi drops it. He's down on the ground. I think he's okay. I think maybe perhaps a bit of crampness that set in. It's understandable. He's been out there a long time, but this is the sort of thing that he's been taking all the time. I think he may have winded himself here. He's still down on the ground. That one rolls out, but the chance goes down. But the thing is, that's probably not a bad thing because it ends up being, did they take the single? They must have taken the single. So, and what in the background, look, that's what I was referring to. You can see Niaz Mohammed giving some coaching lessons to Cameron Youssef and saying, this is what you got to do, this is what's going wrong. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. Take the opportunity and try and make it productive. 5 overs gone, 76 for 4. And with those dot balls creeping in at the end when Mohammed gets off strike, that rate goes up to 14 again.
Yeah, well, our boy Umar Nawaz, he's still down on the ground. I thought it might have been his pride that was hurt to begin with, but he does seem to have copped that ball in the chest as it squeezed through his hand. Seems to be okay, though. After it's hit the Nawaz chest, I think we need to inspect the ball as well, just to make sure it's still in usable condition. That's a pretty solid torso as MSP brings him around a nice little cuppa just to make sure that he's okay. And it looks like we have Amir Ali coming on to bowl. I think that's a good decision, actually. Bring a little bit of experience on. Amazingly, Seaside is still above the asking rate. They are going just a tick over 15 runs an over. 5 overs down. Once again, if they didn't have 4 wickets down and if they had a more capable batsman than Youssef out there at the moment, they would be starting to get within believable territory of taking this game.
Yeah. The other thing about it is, and of course it's only at the halfway point. Let's see what happens with this first delivery. It's hit high up in the air and he goes all the way. Balle, balle. Youssef sends one out of here, and Niaz Mohammed, well, I reckon he should get his coaching badge here because he listens to him, he hears a lecture, and he says, there you go, you happy with that? And Niaz is saying, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
You have taken the words right out of my mouth, Rico. That is the greatest 30 seconds of coaching. Youssef has gone from being within a different postcode to the ball to smoking a 6. And now he's got good fortune going his way as well. That was an awful looking shot. A top edge goes down to third man, and it's been shelled. It brings Niaz Mohammed on strike, so they've got 7 from the first 2 balls. They're up to 83 for 4. Ali, what can he do? Drifts onto leg stump. Mohammed swung it around. Backward square leg coming through. Just going to be a single. That was not where Ali would have been planning to land that delivery, straight into Mohammed's power zone. Probably going to be a little bit disappointed that he missed out.
Yeah, he will be disappointed. What a drop that was. That was an absolute dolly. This one hit hard towards Nawaz, and he seems to have recovered as he just underarms this in.
Switching from off spin to leg spin occasionally, Ali, which is not something you see too frequently. You've got Mohammed back on strike. Charges down the pitch. The wicket keeper had an opportunity to affect the stumping. Latif just didn't seem awake to the opportunity, or didn't glove it first time. Ali sent through the quicker one.
Yeah, that's well bowled. It doesn't hit the stumps. I think the keeper's probably standing for me a little bit too far back to even be in the play for stumping. You see where he's standing? So it needs to be up a little bit. It's probably, I mean, he is standing in for Idris, who's not playing this match. So keep Latif, so maybe he's sort of not number 2, number 3, and number 4 to have the gloves. He's certainly showing there. I mean, he's done a good job. He's clean, but look, when you've got the likes of Ali bowling, you've got to be standing right up. And I think a more competent keeper that does and fulfills the role on a permanent basis would have had the stumping as we look at the score here. Well, that hasn't really changed much, but at one point, I think it wasn't really very kind to Seaside, because Seaside was right up for it. That over certainly will help Evergreen. 85 for 4, and that rate now is gone to 16.
Yeah, so they need 16 and over from here on in. And isn't this a statement of intent from Youssef? He's taken the helmet back. He's got the hair out. He's lashed it straight down the ground. Fielders pursuing it with vigour. They won't get there. It's not just a statement of an intent. It is an exhibition of T10 batting of the highest class. Youssef slapped it straight for a 4, and that's getting Seaside back on track.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, Mohamed Ali, the captain, says, well, okay, you dropped him off me. Now you can come on and see if you can get him out. And Kadir sees the first one smashed over his head to the boundary. So at the moment, the battle is being won by Yusuf.
Speared in a little bit closer to the stumps. He's managed to get it wide of long off. It's another boundary for Yusuf. He has turned from Clark Kent into Superman. He was 1 off 5. He's now 17 off 10. And could he be the unlikely hero for Seaside?
Well, it's another one that gets dispatched to the boundary. Another ball that's just a little bit too short from Kadir. He has picked up 2 wickets, but he did drop Yusuf, and it was a dolly.
That one's nicely bowled from Kadir. A little bit more defensive than we're used to seeing from him. It's a single, but Yusuf has now got them probably back on track as far as the run rate goes. 55 required off 21. Muhammad on strike. Floated up, just drilled straight down the ground, mistimed, but it's just going to be a single. And actually, I tell you what, over the last over and a half, if anything, it's Muhammad who needs to get Yusuf back on strike.
Well, yeah, I mean, that better ball, though, wasn't it, from Kadir? Better flight, not so short. This is short again, and it's going to be sent out of here, I'm pretty sure. And over it goes. Shaba, Shaba. Manos. Arriba, 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 Vitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. What a turnaround this is. Seaside, they're still in this match.
Well, Seaside Cricket Club, they are careering towards what would be one of the most unlikely wins in ECS history. Yusuf's hit it again. He's maximized on consecutive balls. What striking from this man, and what amazing batting coaching from Niaz Muhammad. He's taken the left arm orthodox of the best spinner in this competition. He has smoked it over the long off boundary. This is amazing hitting from Cameron Yusuf, and Seaside are now 107 for 4 with 3 overs to go.
Oh, this is amazing stuff from Seaside. Surely not. Surely not. Chasing 149 for victory. 42 required of 18 deliveries. The captain is saying, enough of this, I'm coming on. And, well, that's what's coming up next. These two do it again. This is such an important over. And he tries to hit it hard, but he gets a single. You're absolutely right. It's all about getting Yusuf on strike now. And he does off the very first ball. And the captain, well, he's feeling nervous here. Ahmed Ali. First ball goes for a dot. This is showtime now.
Well, he's dropped short. It wasn't a great ball, but unfortunately Yusuf's just put it straight up. Ali, the safest hands in the team. He takes a catch, and that is the end of an incredibly entertaining and an incredibly important contribution from Cameron Yusuf. Scores 30 off 14 balls, and he has kept this Seaside chase alive. They are now 108 for 5.
Well, the captain, he backed himself to come on. He knew he had to do something. He bowls a very, very good 6th over. And now, in the second delivery of this, the 8th, he's got the cordon bowled wicket of Yusuf. Yusuf, wow, that was absolutely amazing. It just, the transformation, he couldn't get back onto ball for probably the first 5 or 6 deliveries. Then all of a sudden, after a little word in his ear from that man who's still there at the non-strikers end, yes, Mohammed, he starts pelting the ball for 6s and 4s all around the ground.
Well, Ali, he's become the crucial man with the ball. Picked up a big wicket there. That's nicely bowled. It's just stroked away to the leg side. Might look for a second. Niaz Muhammad has absolutely no interest, and I suspect he's made up his mind that he's probably the man that needs to take most of the strike if they're going to win this game. At the same stage, Evergreen were 108 for 1, so they are literally ahead of the comparison. He's dropped it short onto the leg side. Muhammad smoked it for a 4. Seaside, they are pulling off the most amazing chase in ECS history. Muhammad smacks it to the mid-wicket boundary. Ali, this is his 2nd over, Rico. Where do they go from here?
Well, yeah, where do they go? Do you go back to the Abdul, who normally has been very good but looked all sorts, and also Swain looks all sorts. What does he do here? He's got to find, after this over, somebody to bowl him. 12 good deliveries. And Niaz Mohammed right on cue as Yusuf departs. He goes back to hitting the ball big. Pressure is on, 113. 5 down. What a match.
Short, wide. Unfortunately, Mohammed's put it straight up, and Nawaz takes it safely in front of that big chest of his. That's the 6th wicket down, and perhaps Mohammed has taken Seaside hopes with him. They still have some determined batsmen, but he was probably the man that for so long as he was there, they would have had a great chance of pursuing this target. Huge wicket for Ahmad Ali, and to be honest, Rico, that was actually a pretty ordinary ball, but Mohammed made it look good trying to swing it over the leg side.
Yeah, I mean, with that, is that the end of this exciting chase? But I'm pretty sure the new batter that's coming in has got other ideas. They're going to go after this no matter what. They've got nothing to lose. It's been a sensational assault by them. I mean, they've got close, haven't they? What they have done, whatever the outcome here, I was talking about them having to take something positive out of this match. They certainly have done. It's not over yet, though, as Ali.
Whoa! Let's go again! What a shot! New batsman coming in, Malik, and he is absolutely pumped Ali for one of the biggest sixes today. The back foot just planted outside off stump, and that has been annihilated. Woo! What a chase. Seaside 119 for 6 in pursuit of 149. That win probability now gives them a 10% chance of chasing this down. Rico, this is amazing stuff.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. It really is. 30 required of 12 balls. Can I take you back to a couple of days ago when 37 was required and it was achieved with a ball to go? Oh, and they're going for Kiani. Well, this is sensational. They're going for Kiani. But the thing is, who do you go to? Nobody is really impressed with the ball. Oh, big moment, big over.
Cherry on strike. Kiani short and wide and off stump. God, it was an awful looking ball, but
would have been a wide, I think. I think that would have been a wide. Kiani gets a dot ball in for his side. Oh, that would have been a big wide.
God, that's the slowest ball that Kiani's bowled in the last 10 years, but it's just been punted back to him. Crucial dot for Evergreen Cricket Club. Late shifting of the field. They're trying to protect that offside, and I suspect they might want to try to keep Chari on strike for as long as possible. Kiani charges in. Short and wide again. That one's barely reached the wicketkeeper. Even better for Seaside. Malik's
they can still
pushed
keep
through.
running if they wanted to.
I think that's a great result for Seaside. Not only do they get the wide, they get the re-bowl, they get the single, but they've also got Malik back on strike. Kiani's going to keep that line then. There's a pack of fielders in the infield on the offside, although they're just moving one across to leg in case Kiani drops really short. He continues to bowl his usual line. There's a big gap there. No one at point either in the infield or on the boundary. Oh, that ball was there for Malik to crack through that region. It's gutsy captaincy bordering on suicidal. Kiani bowling outswing is short of a length outside off stump. That must have been close to a wide as well.
Oh, that was very close. Really was close. Kiani is living dangerously here.
Another wide one, and that will be called on this occasion. Well, they need a little bit more than wides. They're requiring 27 from the final 10 balls of this over. Kiani, much like Swain earlier on, is probably going to get fatigued towards the back end of this over. Just see tension in the body as this chase gets closer and closer. Good ball. Not sure what Malik was trying to do. Maybe he was hoping for 1.5 meters of outswing to get the wide, but just hasn't picked up that ball quickly, and it's gone through to the keeper for...
Oh my word, I've never seen anything like this. Malik, he just leaves it. He gets his legs out of the way, leaves it, doesn't even play a shot. It's a dot ball. Crazy stuff.
Well, he's taken up position on off stump now. Kiani puts it there. Big swing, flies down to third man. He's taken a great grab. Excellent fielding, and unfortunately Malik is sent back to the sheds. And those last couple of balls from Kiani might just be good enough to have secured this win for Evergreen. Seaside not out of it, but just losing another one of their capable hitters. Tried to thrash it through mid-wicket. I think it's the outside edge and well taken down at third man, and that's a happy Evergreen side.
Yeah, and one man who'll be happy is Kadir, who holds on to this one after dropping the dolly earlier. And yeah, I mean, Malik, we saw what he did with the very first ball he faced. He smashed the captain, Amir Ali, for a huge 6, but wasn't able to repeat that. He was the man that you needed on strike. But look, it still is not over. What do we got here to come? Couple of balls to come this over. Kiani has been bowling a few wires, but get hold of this, send it to the boundary, go to a very exciting last over.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, it's probably his best ball of the day from Kiani. Good length, wide of off stump, tailing away. That's good bowling from a canny, experienced operator.
Ooh, this one's got to go to the boundary. Go to the boundary, and then you're leaving yourself, just at the low end of the 20s off 6 deliveries.
Kiani patient at the top of his mark. Praveen needs a boundary here. Drifts onto the stumps. There's a big appeal. I think that's going over the top. Batsman Jari, he was alive to the fact that they need to be taking every run they can get. It was good heads-up play for him. At the end of the over, that leaves Seaside on 123 for 7 wickets down. Still needing further 26 off the final over here. Big call for the Evergreen skipper. Who to hand the ball to? It's going to be pressured no matter what, even with 26 to defend. Probably the biggest thing in their favour is that it's 7 wickets down, so they're not facing any of the top order.
Yeah, but Seaside, they certainly have done themselves a huge favour here. Okay, that we know they need the points, but they've got something to build on, haven't they? That's a excellent performance from them so far. The chips were down. They were blasted all over the place when they were in the field, but they got a bit of revenge back themselves. And I don't know about you and all of our viewers, but I'm looking forward to this this rematch already. As well, they do go back to the bowler that's bowled pretty well. It's Naeem.
Went for 20 off his first over. That's a good ball. He's coming in from wide, but speared it in just wide of off stump. That's a nice first ball, and for the young man in particular, he's going to be very happy to have gotten away with a dot first ball. Give him some confidence for the rest of the over.
Yeah, certainly will. He sort of cuts that in to the batter. Well bowled, and that's the line he needs to try and keep up. All the bowlers have struggled with the line here today, which doesn't really make much sense. There's no wind. It's a nice day. The ball hasn't swung viciously. Naeem just showing there. Now that he got that first over under his belt, it was an expensive one, wasn't it? His first. I think it went for 20, top of my head. Always Naeem.
Well, set the scene for you, Rico.
Yeah.
We had Yusuf. He was 1 off 5 before obliterating about 30 runs off the next 6 balls. Can we see the same thing from Kumar? He's none off 4. Well, he's taken a big swing. Yeah. There's a brief appeal, I think, from the Evergreen side, but no interest from the umpire.
The thing is that the coach, the miracle coach, is not out there. I mean, if as Mohammed was out there and had a few words with him, anything was possible. But not to be. It's another dot. It's a low-key finish to what has been an outstanding match. It really has.
Oh, Praveen Kumar is now none off 6. And it's a tough job for the young man coming in at the tail end of an innings, having to thrash about from the first moment. But fortunately, he hasn't been able to get the job done or regularly even make contact bat on ball so far.
271 runs scored so far in this match. That is just incredible. Really is.
Extraordinary stuff. Seaside have shown a lot of guts getting this close, as Kumar looks like he's getting his eye in for a long stint at the crease. Unfortunately, he's only got 1 more ball to face, and Naeem, after going for 20 in his first over, has rewarded the captain's faith in him with 5 consecutive dot balls here to close.
Yeah, he can't hide the smiles now. He wasn't smiling in his first over when it was all going wrong, but he is now, and He's looking to finish it off with what would be a maiden. Incredible.
Well, finally Kumar squeezes one out. It's going to be a single, and that's a slightly disappointing end to the match in which Seaside have played a monumental part in creating a classic ECS T10 game. We thought they were no chance of pursuing a target of 149 against this very strong Evergreen team, but they have shown all the doubters that they are fighters and they have no shortage of power in their batting lineup. They end up 124 for 7, Rico, and if anything, it was just the loss of the wickets consistently that has cost them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the way they went out there, the way the captain started was absolutely awesome. He made 41 off 14, but all the other batters, look, even when you take account Hakeem comes out, hits the ball for 6. I think that run out, well, how key was that? Because he looked in good form, but everybody came out there and had a go. They had a blast. But when you look back at that innings, I think it's the captain, Amir Ali, his 2 overs that really could have changed the match. Even though he went for a few runs, he did pick up those important wickets.
Yeah, well, it feels like an eternity ago that we were lauding Umar Nawaz for his century, but it was actually, as you say, the skipper Ali of Evergreen and the skipper Umar Chowdhury of the Seaside Cricket Club, who were huge contributors in this second innings. Chowdhury got them off to a rollicking start, helped by a little bit of wayward bowling, but he played shots particularly beautifully square of the wicket on the leg side. But as Rico mentioned, this was one of the turning points. Hakeem had started very brightly, but he was run out, slipping when probably his captain should have been pushing through for the single. Chowdhury continued to pepper the boundary with regularity, and he was extremely impressive. And that was a huge call, Rico, wasn't it? The left armer, Kadeem, getting the LBW. Chowdhury sent back to the pavilion.
Massive. That was absolutely massive, and I go back to that. And when you think where they finished 24 runs short. Chowdhury was hammering the ball all over the place. And then once he got out, there were a couple of quick wickets. That was a massive, massive call in this match, and I know there's a lot of talk about it. Some say yay, some say nay. Well, I was the one who was saying nay, and for me it made a difference in this match, because not only did they get the danger man out, but it was a big sigh of relief from Amir Ali, because I think he was starting to get a bit panicky.
Yeah, another couple of overs of Chowdhury striking it to all sections of the ground might have been enough for Seaside, but as it was, they just kept on fighting. And Yusuf, who came out, he was 1 of 5 at one stage and then has just started to annihilate the Evergreen attack. It was some wonderful striking of the Kookaburra. He managed to find the boundary on a number of consecutive balls, and while he and Muhammad were there was a legitimate chance of Seaside chasing this total down. Unfortunately, once he went, there was just a regular loss of wickets, and Ali's contribution with the ball, it was huge.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic, and I just want to have a look at the scores over by over, because it's quite sensational. As you see there, you see Nawazi, the Centurion, he's the man of the moment. He's the star, the hero. His name goes up in the Hall of Fame for his batting. His fielding has been pretty good as well, but this one was amazing. And the very first ball that was faced by Malik, he smashes it to the boundary. But then he played a few dots. He actually left one, which is unbelievable. The ball before that, and then he tried to go back to hitting the ball for 6 and just slices it. That match is coming up again between these two. So those scores, look, from the first over, 11, 21, 20, 11, 13, 9. That was the captain, Umar Ali. 22, Kadir, the top bowler, 12, and then 4, Kiani there, and then just 1 over there towards the end. What a match. What an incredible match.
Incredible stuff, Rico. And it's the story of that chase, wasn't it? The 9th and 10th over, the only 2 that didn't feature a boundary. And ultimately, that's what cost Seaside. These 2 teams playing again in just a tick over 10 minutes. Rico, they've got the concept of fika here in Sweden, which means sitting down for a calming bun accompanied by a coffee. I think we need to do exactly that before we get tucked into this next match. Settle the blood pressure down and reset and decompress, because that has been an incredible contest to get us kicked off. Day 4 here at ECS Landskrona, brought to you by FanCode. We'll just have a quick look at the batting card. It's a pretty good one for Seaside. Top of the order, Umar Chowdhury. He scored 41 off 14 before he was given an LBW off left armour Kadir. Cameron Youssef, he started off slowly, but he smoked 29 off his last 9 deliveries before he was caught and bowled off Ali, and Niaz Muhammad, pretty useful contribution of 18 off 11. Wides column 12, that almost cost Evergreen, but as it was just too much work to do for Seaside, and they'll probably rue those couple of loose overs in the middle of the Evergreen innings.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at those extras, quite amazing because it's a T10, but it actually was the T12 and the rest, because that's just the wides. There was a few no balls in there as well. So they had plenty of extra deliveries, and they almost made it count, didn't they? Look, the bowling figures, I don't think anybody bowled particularly well, apart from Kiani, but he bowled that 9th over when the big hitters were gone. There was wickets, 2 to Kadir, also 2 to Amirali. I think Amirali takes the spoils for me for the bowling because he came on to bowl at a difficult situation when none of his other key bowlers were providing him with what he needed. But that's one thing they will talk about. They will talk about, or he will be talking to his bowlers about bowling a much better line and length.
Yeah. All right, time for us to coffee and chill, Rico, before we get into match 2. That was an outstanding contest to get us started here on day 1. There's plenty more action to come. 3 more matches here from the Landskrona Cricket Club. I'm Andrew Ryan, joined by Rico Fall for the European Cricket Network. We'll be back here in just a touch under 10 minutes with the second game. It'll be Evergreen playing Seaside again. Please join us then.
Hello, and the second match between these two sides is coming up now. Match number 13, well, it was unlucky 13 for Seaside, but it was lucky 13 for Evergreen with Umar Nawaz being the Centurion. What a brilliant performance it was from him. Seaside, what can they do? What can they do to stop this very strong lineup of Evergreen? Well, the second match is coming up. Let's join Ashish and also the captain Amir with the tournament referee Rob coming for the all-important coin toss.
Real cool. Heads is called. It is tails.
We're gonna back toss.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Amir Ali wins the toss and he's going to have a bat first. Look, of course he is. He's got the Centurion in his side, Umar Nawaz. He's also got something like Latif, who looked very good, but I think he himself, Amir Ali, is going to look to pile on the runs this time around. It's a gorgeous day. The sun is shining. The temperatures are going up all the time. Around 14 degrees right now. It's a good time to have a bat. And look, they posted a big target in that first match, in that victory there, and they're going to be looking to do the same again. And I think with the bowling, Kadir is going to be good. Basit Abdul and also Swain, they're going to be very key there. But one man to look out for again is Kiani. Kiani, he's got his variations and he's always good. He's Mr. Evergreen himself, maybe. What can you say about Seaside? It's hard to come back and play the same team again when you've been blasted away. I mean, they were blitzed, weren't they, out of that match? I think they've got to come back strong. They know that they're up against it, against the Evergreen, but who can be the ones that to produce anything for them? I think with the ball, it's probably worth giving somebody like Som Venanci and Hakeem the new ball. I think they bowled well, but it's very difficult to come into bowl 6 overs down when there's so many runs on the board. Give them the new ball, see what they can do. They need some variation, maybe find somebody who can really take off the ball, take the pace off the ball against the hard hitters. And with the bat, well, they're missing Harpinder Singh. That's a big loss for them. So the captain Chaudhry, I think, is going to be key in this one. And I think Niaz Mohammed, he's going to go and score runs big. It's going to be another interesting match. There's going to be some more fireworks in the middle there. Let's go over to Andrew Ryan. He settled up for the start of this match.
Yeah, giddy up, European cricket fans. We're here for Game 2 after an extraordinary contest in Game 1 that, as Rico alluded to in the preview, the Evergreen side absolutely blitzed the Seaside bowling in that first game, but Seaside came back with some brutal hitting of their own and a gutsy performance in almost pursuing down the target of 149. It just proved a little bit too much for them in the end, and in particular losing some crucial wickets. Difficult times just blunted their chase, but they've shown they've got plenty in the batting lineup to trouble this Evergreen Cricket Club. Evergreen still undefeated and largely down to the work of some of their top order batsmen. Umar Nawaz, the Centurion of the last game. He was outstanding and struck the ball to all parts of the ground and with no shortage of power. Have a look at that expected score. Well, Seaside have certainly shown they're more than capable of scoring far more than 80 in games in this Landskrona club ground. Evergreen expected score of 121, their average of 118 is a pretty imposing capability, and certainly the men who are going out there to face the opening deliveries, Ali, and at the other end, Umar Nawaz, they are more than capable of putting on some big runs and pretty quickly as well. But I suspect the Seaside bowling attack will have had plenty of discussions during the intermission period between the first and the second game here today, and we could see some more tactically adept bowling from them in the next 10 overs. Looks like Hussain, who started off very well for them in the last game, actually took the wicket of Ali before the barrage of hitting from Nawaz came to the fore. He's going to take the new ball for them again. Ali facing up. See what Evergreen can do this time. In particular, can Seaside blunt the power of this batting lineup? Wide of off stump. Well, it's not the start they were asking for. Nicely played in between the gap between third man and point. Ali gets off to a rollicking start. 4 off the first ball. Just a bit of a gimme ball to batsmen of his quality. Stayed nice and stable, not trying to hit down the ground, which is probably his weakness. Sometimes does just look to almost over-intimidate the bowling. He's got enough shots to be able to just hold his position, take the boundaries when they're on offer. It's like a quick reversal coming from the captain. He originally had Hakeem down at long on, and he's been brought inside the circle and shifted a fielder out to the backward point boundary. So it goes full, and it's nicely timed. Umpire's arm, I think, is going out for the no ball. Yes, it is. So this is an awful start for Seaside. And Hussain, who bowled a pretty good line and length in the opening over of the first game, all of a sudden pumped to the boundary on consecutive balls, and now he faces a free hit. This is an awful start for Seaside. Bowling lineup could just produce the same fight as their batting. Have a look at the stats gun from the ECS analysis crew, as we see Evergreen showing a great deal of consistency. Average first over for them of 13. They're well on the way to that now, and might even exceed it on this delivery with the free hit opportunity for Ali. These two powerful batsmen at the top. Short ball, Ali steps inside, tries to swing it down to backward of square. The umpires judge that's carried over the top of the stumps, so no wide call. Ball looked like it actually crept over his head. Seeing it from side on. Like umpire's arms stayed down though. So in the end, Hussain manages to blunt the opportunity that was sitting there with the free hit. Wide ball outside off stump, and it's called wide. Just lost his radar a bit. Feels like he came very wide of the crease there. He's got to get back to getting closer to the stumps. Driving through to the other end. See him just losing his balance, getting on top of the toe on the front foot. That's a better ball, but Ali has opened up and hit it over the cover boundary. Yet another 4, and Evergreen Cricket Club are racing away to 14 for none after 3 balls. A lovely shot from Ali. Probably preempted where Hussain was going to relocate after a couple of ordinary deliveries. Bowler really under some genuine pressure now. 14 off the first 3. It's not what the skipper would have been asking for. Change up ball. You could see the fingers shift around the kookaburra just before he delivered it, but certainly worked. Little off spinner. Probably only just missed the stumps thanks to the fact that it gripped off the pitch a touch, but it's given Ali something to think about. Maybe another one of those would have go astray, just take the pace off the ball. And he has done that, and he's managed to get a second successive dot ball. Well, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Go for a third one. Hussain, see if you can get it out of this over, and given the start that he had, I think they'd gleefully accept only 14 off on the board. So he did roll the fingers over that for a touch. It's stopped by the fielder coming around from point. Good work, and Hussein's done a good job to get out of that over without too much extra damage. Evergreen Cricket Club, they are 15 for none after the first. Nawaz got excited there for a moment, thought he was going to get on strike after Ali had taken all of the deliveries in that over, but as it is, he'll have to bide his time up the non-strikers again. Great to have everyone with us on the YouTube chat. I see that Helix has just joined us. Good morning to you. Morning to our regulars, James and Luke Belgium, and I think Graham Holmes is in there as well. Great to have you with us, Graham. And another person it's great to have with us in the coverage today, Mr. Rico Full.
Great to be here. What has been an excellent start to the day. What a first match that we've had on day 4. It was exciting, and it was a run feast. It was something that I think this series needed, and we certainly got it. The highest score of the series was posted by Evergreen. They're out there batting again in the second match between them and Seaside. 148 they posted, but the reply from Seaside was superb as well. Looking forward to another exciting encounter. This one is being played away. Chase on for the fielder, and well, he can't stop it. He goes for the foot method. And all he's able to do, I think, is go from right foot to left foot onto the shin, and over it goes. He just makes it longer for him to go. He needs to get the slide in here, be sliding in and trying to stop that ball. It goes all wrong. 4 more runs to the captain, Amir Ali.
Yeah, well, his podiatrist won't be happy with that, and neither will his captain. You can't stick out the foot when a ball's racing at that speed and expect to stop it. Need more commitment from the Seaside fielders.
Kumar wants to make some changes in the field. This is down the leg side, and you can't set a field to this sort of bowling. It was not so good. Hasn't been timed very well, but the batters will come back for 2. Yeah, doesn't quite hit this out in the middle of the bat. I think he's having a look at the bottom of the toe end of the bat there, Ali.
I think what it does hopefully hit the middle of is one of those clumps of grass from the field being mowed overnight, which has probably slowed it down enough to ensure that it didn't roll to the boundary.
That stays very low. Is it going on to hit the stumps? Oh, see this again. I think it probably looked a little leg sided. Let's see it again from here. Yeah, that's going on to miss leg. That's a good call.
Only just, Rico. There was certainly no issue with height. Praveen Kumar coming from reasonably wide of the crease. And it looked like it straightened a touch, but probably not enough to squeak into the leg stump.
And he gets another dot in outside the off there. So good recovery from Kumar. First couple of balls were a little bit loose.
Well, power play stats, Rico. Some interesting analysis here. Evergreen averaging 38 for their 3 overs of power play, but actually almost got the least difference between their best and worst, showing level of consistency with the opening overs. Good ball from Kumar. Forced him onto the back foot.
Yeah, what was interesting about that, probably get a chance to see it again, is that Seaside, how well they've sort of boosted their power play. And you can see that between the 2 teams, Seaside and Evergreen. There you go, Evergreen unbeaten side of Seaside at the foot of the table. There's 52 is the high, and 33 is the average, and 24 to 29. So, you know, they're getting there, Seaside. They're starting to do things well, and getting them to do the right things right in this one. Well, this one has been blasted away. It'll be 1 bounce, and it goes all the way. It goes past and beyond the sort of snack shop. And I wonder who's in there this time. Well, fortunately, it doesn't make contact, so we haven't disturbed anyone. Big shot. And just both of these batters, and that's the thing, I think the top 3 batting lineup of Evergreen are so powerful, and yet they all play good shots and they're all capable of playing the shots all around the ground, and that's why they're there. That's the updated standings there for you in Group A. So they've got their 100% record intact, 5 out of 5, and I know that when I was talking to Amir Ali, he's keen to make it 100% all the way through. He doesn't want to drop a single match, not just in this group stages, but in the whole of this series.
Well, they had to face down, losing their undefeated record in that first game today, Rico. It was an outstanding chase from Seaside Cricket Club, but as is always the case with these ECS T10 contests, no time to linger on what's happened in the first game. The 2 combatants back at it, and speaking of combatants, Machaba Hakeem coming into bowl the 3rd over.
It's a wide delivery, very good stop there from Niaz Mohammed. Really does hit the depth and come back at him feistily. Hakeem, he's been given a chance to bowl slightly higher up the order. I quite like that. I think once he gets it right, it can be useful. And I was saying the same thing. I think in the last match, I'd like to see 1 or 2 of the other bowlers be accelerated. It's overcompensated, and the fielder gets lucky as that gets past Mohammed. Again, using his feet, and that's one thing really. There's one thing that this coming year could improve for me in the European Cricket Network. I think is fielders starting to use their hands more. And maybe that's a shout out to all the federations. Come on, let's start using the hands. Let's start bending the backs. Well, nobody's going to get anywhere near this. This is out of here. Bolle, bolle, bolle. In zona Shakalagya.
Well, after his heroics in the first game, we haven't seen too much of Umar Nawaz on strike so far in this one, Rico, but he's kept going where he finished in that last game. He's already 10 off 2, and you cannot give him a half tracker on middle stump.
No, he's going to He's seeing the ball so well here at the moment. And that was just easy peasy. Short and better directed. I mean, that into the body or down the leg side is a easy hit. But there outside the off stump, it's slightly different. So Hakeem gets one through. The man who made that splendid century in the first match. 102 of 36 deliveries. 10 sixes and 8 fours. This one is directed poorly. It's called a wide. And it's missed out on by Noaz, but he will get another chance. He just practicing that shot there again. So he went for the shorter delivery again after it being successful in the ball before, but loses his line. It goes down the leg side.
Prescient work from the skipper, though, having the man at a very fine leg to jump in where the keeper has been able to get it.
Hakeem, 10 off 2 balls so far. And he does it again now. Just wondering here, this one has been called a wide. It will also be called as one for the over. The one before was pretty close as well, I would have thought. So he can't bowl any short deliveries now as well. So this is just extra pressure on the bowler, Hakeem, now. He's had difficulty getting the line right down the leg side. He's been bowling short, got away with the short stuff, and he can't be doing that here anymore.
In the story of Hakeem's tournament with the ball, his best is pretty good, but there's a lot of stuff that ends up in very, very wayward places. And get an example of his best there. He can generate some reasonable pace and some good bounce.
Yeah, he can. Look, not just him, I think some Vanish as well. He's somebody who gets used. They did some Vanish later on in the innings. They're good bowlers. They just didn't perform well in the last one. Malik as well. I think give them the new ball. Well, this one, you may as well find another ball because that's one being smashed away. A little bit too much width. And this is the danger here now because the batters know it's going to have to be pitched up. Can't bowl the short stuff. And Nawaz goes big over sort of wide, long off. 6 more.
One of the things that makes this evergreen batting lineup so dangerous, Rico, they're not just hitters over mid-wicket or square leg. They can open themselves up and hit over cover, and means that there's just no option for the bowler to pitch it wide outside off stump. It gives them the opportunity to free the arms, and that's absolutely cannoned off the bat of Nawaz.
This one gets through. He won't like that shot, and you can see Nawaz, he's a bit disappointed with himself. This one was a lazy shot. He doesn't really move his feet at all. Look, the shot was on, but he's reaching for it. Got to get his feet moving. I don't think we need to tell him what he needs to do. He knows himself. He's already shown that once already. Oh, that's a good delivery. That cuts him in half, and what a great take. Well, great stop. The ball does come out of his gloves there. Here's Mohammed. What a good delivery this is. Well bowled.
Oh, cracking finish to the over from Hakeem, and mentioned during that over that at his best he's a really useful bowler. Unfortunately, we just see his best intermingled with some more questionable deliveries. As it is, Evergreen at the end of the power play, they're 43 for none. The fact that they haven't lost a wicket will be concerning. Umar Chowdhury, who's been stationed here at long off for a little while. Evergreen certainly looking favourites on the win probability count, but we know from game 1 today that no matter what total they put on the board, this Seaside team has got the firepower to chase it down. Change the bowling top. It looks like it might be Praveen Kumar to come on and bowl the 4th over. Evergreen, pretty good start. Just need 1 or 2 tight ones here to Seaside to try to keep them in check. Maybe see if they can keep this total somewhere around the 110 mark.
Played out towards the offside. There is a fielder out there now. That field can thankfully be spread. Just having a look around. They've got some backward point on the boundary. To see there, that ball going out to extra cover. A fielder out there. And the other 3 fielders, there's 2 straight. And then you got mid-wicket back and also this one's hit firmly towards that man, and he's unlucky. That has been absolutely crunched at the captain, Umar Chowdhury. He had to do not just with the power of the shot, but also the bounce. does get his body behind it. He does take one for his team, but the ricochet goes over the boundary. Unfortunate.
God, he's a powerful striker, isn't he, Rico? That's really skipped off this hard Landskrona Cricket Club outfield. Normally it'd be a little bit critical of a long off field letting that through, but that was going at a rate of knots.
Goes again, he slices this could be an opportunity. Fielder comes across, doesn't get it right. Has a chase after it now and get the throw in. The batters think about taking another. And he had work to do, didn't he, the fielder? But this is a big moment. You know, they can go to town if you don't take these, and this is a big opportunity. Chance gear.
Yeah, you don't get many mistimed balls off the bat of Umar Nawaz. That is a chance.
This time he's played through the man that's in the circle. Goes for a single, and that was Hakeem. He did make good ground, but he did the hard work and couldn't take it. Comes out of his hands and then hits his legs as he then has to chase after it. So Kumar will believe himself to be unlucky. And this one will be another opportunity, maybe. It's a captain, and he makes no mistakes. They get the wicket, and it is a very important one because it's the wicket of the Centurion in the last match. He falls for 21 of 10 balls this time.
Well, won't they be happy to see the back of Umar Nawaz? He has provided us with some stellar entertainment today, but that's a nicely taken catch. And congratulations to Praveen Kumar, who in the context of the runs that have been scored here today, he's got 1 for 19 with still 1 ball left in his 2-over spell. It's actually been a pretty nice bit of bowling from the young man.
Yeah, I think he's bowled really well, has Praveen Kumar. And I think also I like the way that the captain has set the field. I mean, Kumar, he's bowling himself out here. He bowled the second like he did in the first match between these two teams. And then he wasn't used again until the 6th, by which time there was a lot of runs already on the board. So they're using him early to try and get the breakthrough, and it's worked. He has got that breakthrough. Well bowled to Kumar. Well, this was strained down the leg side. I think the umpire was getting ready to call a wide, but the batter, Saqib Latif, says, no, I'm going to make the most out of it. It's 4 more runs. The 50 is up after 4 overs. It's 54 for 1. And the way it's looking at the moment, it looks like Evergreen are wanting to go on and put big runs on the board again. Hello to everybody, global cricket audience. Lovely to have you here with us. Plenty of good, exciting chat on the YouTube channel, and plenty of good, exciting cricket out there in the middle as well.
Yeah, we saw an extraordinary game in that first match, Rico. That was one of the most amazing contests I've seen in the history of the European Cricket Series. The fact that Seaside were on track to chase a target of 149 for so long, just unbelievable stuff. And so we see the team batting second, starting to creep ahead in this Landskrona event, aren't they, Rico?
They certainly are. But, well, that last match went in the way of Evergreen batting first, and they want to make it that it's sort of 6 and 8 now. Evergreen, that's what the plan will be. Certainly, that's what the captain wants. He does not want to drop a match, not just today, but at all in these this group stage. This, of course, is Group A. So between today and tomorrow, tomorrow will be a critical day for Group A because we will decide which 4 teams are going to return the following week. Quarterfinals Friday. This one, that's a good ball. Well bowled.
Somvanshu's come on to bowl. He's by far the quickest of the Seaside bowling attack. He was pretty disappointing in the last game, but that is precisely the line that he needs to find again. He comes from wide of the crease. He can angle in to end up over the top of off stump. He'll cause some problems.
Yeah. Liking this, and when he's coming into the attack a little bit earlier. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. What a peach of a delivery. And that's what I was saying. He needs to be in here early because he can cause trouble. And, well, there's nothing more emphatic than that. That was pacey. That was quick. And that surprised the batter as this went through. And, well, Amir Ali, the captain, has been done. That actually cracks the keeper on the head. When he has Mohammed, well, he has to take one for his team there. Wow. Off the top of the stumps and into the side of the head. Mohammed, just watch this. Ouch. That's painful.
Yeah, he's copped it on the head, but it'll make him happy at the fact that they've got Ali making his way back to the pavilion. You don't get through the defences of a batsman of his quality without a decent seed, and that was a searing ball from Savanchi. Plenty of pace and just jagged off the pitch, just tickled the bails off the top of middle stump. Excellent piece of bowling, and hasn't he started with some fire?
Oh, the first two deliveries he's bowled, I mean, the first one was quick. This one was quick and fiery. And you can see Amir Ali, he didn't know too much about it as he smashes the top of the stumps. So somebody else who didn't know much about it was the wicketkeeper. Yes, Mohammed. It's nice to see that he's okay. That could have been nasty.
Certainly couldn't have been. It could have been, but he looks to be okay. Not wearing a cap or anything protective out there, but Savanchi, he's standing at the top of his mark, and he's been very good so far.
Oh, that's good bowl again. That's another good seed. And this is what they needed. I think this is what the match for me, that match 13, was missing. It was missing the bowlers sort of coming back and gritting their teeth and saying, no, you know, it's not all about the batting. We're going to make it spicy as well. And Kiani is finding the first one, go past him pretty quickly. And this one was an optimistic swing and a miss. What a good over this is so far. No runs off it. 4 dots. He's got a wicket. And Songwanish is doing exactly what I would be expecting him to do. He's been given the ball a bit earlier, and he's making it talk.
He's making it talk. Maybe he's listened to our talk from the first game, Rico, in which we questioned why his pace was a bit down. He's been firing it through in this over.
Yeah, he's been much better. He's running in, he's charging in. And Savanchi, I'm liking this from him. That's the first run off the over, coming off the 5th delivery. Interesting to see how Latif goes about things. He's seen 2 wickets go down. He's only faced 1 ball. This is going to be his 2nd ball, and he's got 4 on the board. So will he continue to play the same way? I suggest he probably will try. Just defends his way, gets a single, and that's the end of a very, very good over. Well, we've seen some good batting today, and we can reflect on some good shots and some good innings. Well, that is the best over of the day by far.
Yeah, super over from Savanchi. Good to see him hitting his straps and getting towards top pace again. Taking 1 for 2 off an excellent 5th over. Evergreen Cricket Club, they're 56 for 2 after 5. Match is pretty evenly poised, actually, Rico. As we see, it's the 2 men at the top of the order for Evergreen that are really, really the ones who get the run rate skyrocketing out of control for their opposition. Saqib Latif, he's a pretty good batsman, certainly a very capable number 3, but doesn't present quite the same prospect of getting them up to the sort of 130, 140 region that the openers do. If the boys from Seaside can just extract particularly another wicket, and particularly if it's Latif, they'd have dreams of keeping this under 3 figures.
Yeah, very good point. I mean, they're missing, haven't they? Aslam, who batted really well yesterday in the side, and that's who Latif has come in for. Also, Idris out the team for Evergreen. So Latif not just in as a batter, but as a wicket-keeper batter. It's a good opportunity, though, I think, for him to score some runs here now. And I think he's got to compose himself pretty well, knowing that Ali and also Niazi are already out. This one's going to be a wide. Just doesn't get that one in the right area. It's Malik who's bowling this one.
Malik's got a job to do here. He's coming off the back of an excellent over from Savanchi.
This one's been hit firmly and goes all the way. Balle, 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 ginna sona, shaka. Yeah, finds the gap beautifully as the 2 fielders eyeball each other to say, well, who's going to get this one? And, well, somebody in the firing line there. 4 goes all the way, 6 more. And that's one thing that Evergreen will be keen to do. No matter what the situation, it's just coming out there and playing their shots.
Yeah, it's a nice start for him, just getting into his work.
This one's hit straight down the ground, and bowler half a chance of maybe trying to make the catch. The other thing there was get some fingers to it and go onto the stumps. It might have been a shout for a run out. Gets a single. Gives the opportunity for Kiani to have bat. Kiani, I just love his headgear. I mean, under that helmet, he's certainly got some things going on.
Larger-than-life personality. Kiani's struck that nicely. Maybe a fair bit of work. The field is very, very wide. Almost deep extra cover.
Oh, he's in all sorts of trouble. What a terrible, terrible mix-up. Kiani, he's at fault big time here. This is a huge, huge blooper from Kiani. He's run out. Saqib Latif, have a look at this. Talk about selling somebody down the Swanee. Look, he runs quick, gets to the other end, he turns, he goes quick, and then here, right at the moment, he says, nah, you know, actually, I won't. And you saw the skids there from Latif, but he couldn't get back. This is terrible cricket, and Kiani has to take full responsibility for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Kiani's a pretty good athlete. He really, after he'd committed to coming back for the 2, should have charged through, probably would have been safe, but excellent fielding on the boundary from Praveen Kumar. That ball was nicely placed from Kiani, had a fair bit of work to do, swung around and came up with an excellent throw. Not much work for Niaz Muhammad to do at the stumps. And that's a huge wicket in the context of the game. They're 3 prime movers with the bat, all back in the sheds.
Massive. Now I think is interesting. This is now what I'm looking forward to seeing. Just what Evergreen can do from here. So remember that. 65 for 3 when Latif goes in this 6 over. Let's see where they can end up with. Let's see what else they've got in the firing line. And one man who's really going to have to perform. And he doesn't want to be going back too early because he's going to have a few waiting to have a word with him. And that's Kiani. That was a massive blunder on his part. Oh, got him. Gets another. And is Muhammad who goes. And we know that he can hit the ball pretty big, but he misses this one. And it's another wicket. Well bowled, Malik. So Evergreen, with those key batters, the top order gone, they're going to have to show some fire here. This one just comes off the top part of the thigh of the batter and goes onto the stump. So Abdullah Muhammad, we saw him, he's able to hit the ball pretty big. It doesn't happen this time round. Seaside, they're looking to bounce back. They're looking to cause what probably would be an upset. They're trying to put a blip on the record of Evergreen so far, who've won 5 out of 5 before this match.
Yeah, I'm going to make a big call and an early one at that, Rico. 6 overs in. I think Seaside are favourites at this point. I think the middle order of Evergreen has really not had to contribute a great deal across the first 4 days of this tournament. It's going to be the first time they're put under any pressure and frankly, having to take any responsibility for setting a decent target. Kiani's probably the key man from here on in, but even he is not the biggest striker of the ball. He's more likely to work the 1s and 2s. Yeah. If Seaside can keep this to somewhere around 85, 90 even, they are in with a big shout.
Yeah, and Kiani just trying to take some of the frustration that he must be fielding out there. You can see the best economy rate so far here. And of course, we're talking about the bowlers. And Kiani, the man who's got the bat out there, he's not doing too bad. But 1 or 2 other names out there to keep an eye on is Swain, who's also playing this one. But, he's probably going to have to be at his best. Interesting stats there. Thank you to Ravi. Oh, stats gun. This goes up in the air a long way. Could be another. Kiani is going to have to face the music when he goes back. Yes, he will. And he has to go in that direction. He doesn't want to because he's got players waiting for him, especially Latif and the captain, Amir Ali. And he's in no hurry to go back because, because of his bad calling and running, he got out Latif. And since they're falling apart now, Evergreen and the Seaside are looking to seize this opportunity.
Yeah, completely, Rico. Nicely taken catch too. It's a good piece of bowling from Savanchi, making sure that he's getting some kick off the deck to the shorter batsman like Kiani, but well taken catch by Hussain. He stayed very relaxed, stayed very calm, straight into his gullet and sends Kiani packing. Well, they might even be reassessing whether they should be letting them get to 90 here. Another 1 or 2 wickets and they're deep, deep into the middle lower order of the Evergreen side. And Rico, this is where I'm not completely certain of the viability of this Evergreen team when we get to the final stages.
Yeah.
At the top, they have 3, probably definitely 2, if not 3, of the best batters in this part of the world. On the other hand, when you get to the middle and the lower order, there's not a huge amount of contributors there.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This is up in the air and does get it through the two men inside the circle, but protection out there. So runs are going to be hard to come by here. As you see that Awais Naeem and Kadir, the two, well, they're known well for their bowling. Now we're going to have to see what they can do with the bat.
Plenty of support for Seaside on the chat too. Seeing Helix liking their chances. Luke Belgium still thinking a little while ago that Evergreen was in front, might change his mind after that last wicket, but Seamus, he's saying let's go Seaside.
Well, this one, it's a big throw, a good shy at the stumps, and that was close. Is Naeem here? He's doing the running. Here comes the throw. Can the Namar, and then he goes to the umpire. Says, umpire, dekhiye ki kitna mere Maria. He's telling the umpire, and the umpire just gives him a little hug there to say, don't worry about it. Another dot ball.
Yeah, brings Mohammed Kadir on strike. Definitely demonstrating that his strong suit is his left arm orthodox bowling. Hasn't been called on to bat much in this tournament to date, but he needs to at least try to, if nothing else, work some singles to try to get them up to the 85 range.
Slower delivery. It's cleverly bowled, actually. I think I don't mind that delivery. It is that slow full toss, but if it's bowled straight and accurately, it is a wicket-taking delivery. As we have a look at something that will be coming up later in the year in October. It's the European Cricket Championship. And let's have a focus on Group B here. Netherlands, Denmark, Sweden, Hungary, Finland. Spicy.
Well, it's a Scandinavian buffet in Group B, isn't it? I'll leave aside geographers who question whether or not Finland is technically part of Scandinavia, at least the Scandinavian peninsula, if not politically and from a cultural perspective. But either way, 3 Scandinavian teams in Group B who will all be pretty familiar with each other. Denmark's certainly the most storied cricketing country in there, and they'll provide some hefty work for the Dutch side, who will no doubt bring a very strong squad as well. But the 3 Scandi countries will provide plenty of entertainment there, and don't discount the Hungarians. We know them very, very well from the European Cricket League and the ECS, as Malik comes on and spears a Yorker in. Lucky the batsman that hasn't taken his leg stump out.
Good bowling, and all the pressure now on Evergreen. Let's have a look at those last 3 over scores, and they've scored just over 10 in 3 overs. This one, look, just a big swing, no use at all off the feet from Kadir, just swinging wildly. Malik continues. This is dragged out to fine leg territory, will be fielded, just a single. So the Seaside, well, haven't they bounced back well? And I was saying it's all about, you see that first match, 148, they were 149 chasing. If they were blown away in the 60s, they wouldn't have come out with any sort of confidence. But because of the way they responded, they're on a high, they're confident. And after they took those early wickets and they got the 2 openers, Amir, Ali and Nawazi, the man who made the ton, their heads went up and they still are up. And they're looking to really try and restrict Evergreen here to, well, at the moment, could be a score sort of, well, less than 100, could be sort of 100, 105. This is nicely played. Actually strokes this beautifully, and look at that. What a lovely shot, and we've seen a lot of good hard hitting, haven't we, from the openers. But this one has just been played beautifully. And just having a look there at the umpires there, I thought I may have picked up another signal. I think there might be. Do the bails not get knocked off by the bowler? If they do, this will be a no ball. Yes, it has been called, and it will be a free hit. So could this be a turning point in the match? First, it was a classy shot, I have to say, from Naeem. Now he has a free hit. Swings hard, and it will go down as a drop catch, but it won't really matter whether it was taken or not. It wouldn't have counted. So if you're going to drop them, you drop them off a free hit. As long as that ball doesn't go past you for a boundary, it's not going to hurt too much.
Yeah, well, he's gotten lucky there. Quick note, Rico. But the ball before the boundary, he's dragged Praveen Kumar, who was on the extra cover boundary, into a position sitting right on the 30-metre circle. It's just an unnecessary risk to take. And by bringing him to the edge of the 30, he's not going to stop the quick single. And all you're doing is increasing the chance that he's going to go for 4, which is precisely what happened. Seaside just need to knuckle down here a little bit. They don't need to do anything particularly fancy. They just need to play good, intelligent cricket, and they will keep this to a very gettable total.
Yeah, just see the umpire there. Rafi Ahmed just having a conversation with the scorers there. Waiting for the scorers to give them the go-ahead to continue. Here we go. Rafi Ahmed out there with Adnan Gill, who's the umpire at square leg. Makes good contact. They will get a single. These two. That's one thing I think the instructions will be: no dot balls. At least get the single, put away the bad ball, and try and get us to, well, the 110 mark if you can. It's still going to take some doing because they're running out of deliveries as well. The predicted score at the moment, 97 on your screen, so they've got to find those extra 13 runs I'm talking about somewhere. That means they need a big over. That one's a full toss, and it was a quicker one. Rushing Naeem into the shot, gets a single. And what that does do, I suppose, it keeps Naeem on strike, who seems to be the more competent batter of the two. 8, the score moves to 77. 5 wickets down, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Rhino. It's all about the other teams now taking note of this and saying, well, okay, we know they're very, very strong at the top. We know that. But if we can get those wickets early, then we're in them. Yeah. That's when we have that opportunity.
Certainly, with a couple of better bowling units in this in this competition, I think they'll be taking note of what has happened with the Evergreen batting lineup here today. Looks like we have got Hussain coming back for his second over. He was actually pretty ordinary bowling the first this one, but bowled well in the last game.
Hussain starts pretty well. It's in the right areas, and they'll get the single.
Coming back to what I said before, Rico, they've just got to play smart conservative cricket here, Seaside. If they keep this to around 87, maybe 90 odd, just singles from here on in, they've got the batting lineup more than capable of chasing that. What you don't want to do is leak 20, 25 off these last 2 overs and necessarily give yourself an awkward total to chase.
Swings at it hard, but they have got that man back on the boundary. They take the one, and this is where I think the other thing is, you look, they are 5 wickets down, and neither one of these two batters are really hitting the ball to the boundary or racing away. I think they need to take the chances as well, not value their wickets. If they're going to get run out going for 2, so be it. Got to get acceleration in from somewhere when the boundaries aren't coming. And well, there's a big wild swing there from looks like that's Naeem, and Naeem goes. Good bit of bowling though from Hussain, just holds this one back. Wicket to wicket bowling, something we didn't see too much of in the first match between these two, and this is why you encourage it. Swing and a miss, and Jagadev Bhatte, it's another one that goes down.
Yeah, I got to say, you should pull out that slow ball a little bit more regularly, Rico. Rolls the fingers over the top of it. It's a quicker off spinner, but caused a few problems in the last couple of deliveries of his first over against Ali, and he gets a nice bit of grip off the pitch. Too good for the lower order batsman there. Sent back to pavilion. Awais Naseem. It's not going for 8 off 6. Mohamed Kadir still at the crease, but this middle order of Evergreen, they are a long, long way away from the explosiveness and the quality of their top 3 batters. And they've been somewhat exposed in this game against Seaside.
Aren't they just? I mean, isn't this very similar to a match that we saw, I think, in day 1 of this series? See this delivery first. Let himself down here with the wide. The batters, though, look, that's what I'm talking about. You go, you back up, you make that 1 into 2. You're struggling to find runs. And the non-striker there, when he just sat Kadir in his crease, it's not good, smart cricket. Runs are hard to come by. There's no boundaries. Turn those 1s into 2s. And he gets a bit of bat onto this, and it goes for a single.
Tell you what, Rico, I like that fielding position there. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at the non-striker. He's stood still. He's not even backing up. And that's one thing I think that Kadir has to learn quickly, back up. Yeah, go on, buddy. Tell us.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like that fielding position of fine leg being very, very fine as we see Hussain come in for his 4th delivery. Gets swung over to the leg side and pretty powerfully, to be honest, from Kadir. showing power and timing that we haven't seen so far today. He's launched a Maximo, and much needed one for the Evergreen Cricket Club. But coming back to the point that I was trying to make, when you're down to the last couple of overs, and particularly with lower order batsmen, having that fine leg in the more traditional position is going to be far less effective than being there to take the little inside edges that come from thrashers across the line. So I think if you're going to have that man, particularly inside the circle, keep it fine in the last few overs.
Yeah, good call. Kadir, well, wasn't expecting that. I don't know where that came from. He may not be good at backing up, but he's saying, well, I can have a big swing. And, well, this one is short right at him. That's caught him. And, yeah, he's walking around in a bit of pain here. And I think, well, it looks like he's just saying, no, I want to be out of here. So that one's caught him nastily. That was the last ball of the over. And, folks, we say it all the time. Take my advice. Rico Ford telling you again, if you're out there, please, please, please get used to wearing the helmets.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just for people like you, Rico, who rely on having a beautiful face still for television coverage. It's for player safety. It's for protecting that critical part of your brain that everyone needs to make sure it's in tip-top condition, particularly on these artificial pitches where the ball does get bounced, does get sometimes consistently violent bounce from time to time, depending on where we're playing. It's an absolute must. So Kadir might be thinking about the sensibility of his choice to go out there with the cap, but he's still out in the middle, and he's about to face the pace of Taba Hakeem. He's got a big job to just bowl 6 balls on the button. It's not something we've seen him do so far in this tournament, but the young man's been set a challenge.
Here we go. Important over. And get this to cut back a fair bit. Does Hakeem. They do take the one. It's called a leg by. Good bit of movement. So that predicted score at one point was around 97. It's down to 93 now. 5 balls to come. Kadir, after wearing one on the, I think it was on the neck, sort of got an uppercut. He's hoping that he can get the ball in his slot. Put the ball to the boundary. 2 men now out on that leg side boundary for him. And just not sure what field to set here. No protection on the off. Oh, he absolutely spanks this. This is big, and that'll crush into the building there. What a big shot that is. Que grande, que guay. Eso es 6 carreras.
Not particularly clever bowling from Hakeem, but that's been smoked off the bat of Kadir. It's his second Maximo of the innings, but don't give the tail-end batsman a chance to free his arms off a half-tracker. Spear it in at Yorker length outside off stump.
Well, Kadir took one on the chin, and then he sends the next one for 6. He's after this one as well, and oh, Shaba, Shaba! It's a fantastic catch. How about that? This is unreal. This is sensational. And that's all about Sachin Kunaka. What a brilliant catch. This has been hit hard. Sachin jumps in the air, parries the ball up, and then takes it one-handedly. That is going for 6. And then how about that? Well, it's not the first time we've seen it, but that one he's done solo.
Oh, that was magnificent. Get that man on the MCG. Get him in the AFL. That's a sensational grab. Swinging around in front of goals. Should be stepping back to pot through 6 points. That is a wonderful bit of fielding. And Sachin Karunakar has come up with the fielding highlight of the day.
Oh, sensational. Absolutely brilliant. And they've got to run hard here. It was a chance of a cordon ball catch. Score moves on to 9. Look, the score moves on to 95. Well, if it wasn't for that brilliance from Sachin, it would be 100. What a catch.
Oh, they can be turning points, Rico. You never know. That could be a defining play in this game, obviously. Brilliant bit of fielding as he full stretch somehow keeps control of it and gets it on the second grab. But also he's prevented it going for a Maximo. It's a huge play. Dot ball, well bowled.
couple of short ones he bowled, didn't he, Hakeem? But that's more like it. Just short of a length.
Short of a length on the off stump as
On the
well,
off, of
whereas
course.
drifting onto middle and leg a couple of times against Kadir.
So ball to go. It was 148 in the first. At the moment, it's not even 100. 95. Hits it well, hits it hard. It will stay hit. It goes to the boundary. And it's 4 runs. It takes a score to 99. So 100 will be required exactly for Seaside. I'll tell you something. If it goes the way the first match does, well, this first innings didn't go that way, well, they'll finish it in the 7th over.
Yeah, although not a bad effort from the tail end of the Evergreen batting lineup in those last couple of overs. Mohammed Kadir came up with a couple of good swings and then boundary to finish off the innings. That was a nice little cherry on top of what's turned into a passable total in the end. We thought at one stage, particularly if the Seaside team could bowl well, they might keep it to around 90, but as it was, a few maximos and the odd boundary kept it running, and it looked very bad to start with for Seaside as Ali just carried on the merry way of these two brutal hitting openers. Umar Nawaz, that's a shot and a half, wasn't it? He just could not help but find the middle of the bat once again to get this innings kicked off. But Seaside, they fought back hard. This one was drilled straight down the ground. Poor Chowdhury, he'll exact his revenge not that long afterwards. But Hakeem, he's had his troubles in the field, hasn't he, Rico?
Had his troubles, but they needed something to change things. Well, Hakeem put one down, and the very next ball, it was a captain. And what a key figure he's going to be with the batting. It was Umar Chowdhury that takes the catch, and when he takes that catch, well, wickets start to tumble. And when this one went, and that was Amir Ali, the captain, the Seaside were in this match.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they still are in this match. It was a much improved bowling and fielding performance from them. Somvashi came up with the seed of the day, at least as far as Seaside's concerned, to get through the defences of Ali. There was still some hitting to come, though. That one was launched for a Maximo out to mid-wicket, but this was probably the other fielding play of the day. Praveen Kumar swinging around to the cover boundary. His arms were aloft. He knew that was a huge wicket, and Kiryani, he would have been disappointed with his calling there. The big man, Muhammad Abdullah, he did not trouble the scorers today after launching a big first ball Maximo yesterday. And the wickets just kept on coming with regularity in the middle of the innings. Nice catch up there as the fielder had to look straight into the daylight sun, and he's taken a safe grab. Umar Chowdhury always there with advice for his bowlers, and it was heeded by a shark who came up with a clean bowl. Nice bit of play there as Awais Naeem swung hard, but swung unsuccessfully. But they did manage to scrap their way to a passable total. Mohammed Kadir, despite getting smacked in the chops at the end of the 9th over, he managed to launch a few out of the ground, but not quite enough power before a wonderful, wonderful catch from Sachin Karunaraka on the boundary. And a much improved fielding and bowling display from Seaside have kept Evergreen Cricket Club to 99 for 7 off their 10 overs here in this ECS T10 contest at Landskrona Cricket Club. And certainly a far more gettable total than they were facing first thing this morning. So a quick look at that batting card for Evergreen. Amir Ali, the captain at the top, he scored 22 off 16. Didn't look quite as fluent as he had in previous innings, and he was cleaned up by an excellent piece of bowling from Somvanshi. Umar Nawaz, he looked like he was ready to launch again, scored 21 off 10 before he was a victim of the bowling of Praveen Kumar. Nice catch from the skipper, Chowdhury. Saqib Latif, that was probably the key wicket. He was the man they would have relied on to take them through to the latter stages, but he was run out for 12. And from then on in, it was just a couple of scrappy contributions from the rest of the order. The bowling card, Ashik Hussain had the pressure of the opening over. Wasn't his best, but he came back well towards the end. And Praveen Kumar actually was very, very good. 1 for 22 and bowled in the heat of the early stages. And Aditya Somvanshi has come back with a vengeance. He's 2 overs, only going for 5 runs, 2 wickets, including the key one of Ali. Great performance from him, and they've kept Evergreen to 99 for 7. So Seaside will be chasing an even 100 to win this game 2 of day 4 here at Landskrona Cricket Club. It is ECS Landskrona 2022. I'm Andrew Ryan. Joining me For the second innings will be Rico Full. We will be back here in a few minutes. Catch us all day long here on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to Landskrona Cricket Club. European cricket fans, we're about to start the second innings of Game 2 here today at ECS Landskrona. It is the second contest between Seaside, who will be batting in this second innings. They're up against Evergreen Cricket Club. Evergreen undefeated so far in this competition, but they had some shaky moments in that last game despite scoring 148. Mammoth target. Seaside were on track up until the 8th over to chase it down. It was only the loss of some unfortunate wickets in the middle overs that probably cost them that game, but they have got a much easier task this time around. Evergreen scoring 99 for 7 off their 10 overs. The first time all tournament, their top order was blunted. Some early wickets, and none more so important than Ali getting cleaned up by Aditya Somvachi, who bowled an excellent spell. 2 overs, 2 wickets for 5. Sensational stuff from the paceman. He's put them in with a very, very good chance to register a much-needed win and to get their tournament back on track. This is, remember, first versus last at the moment, but Seaside have certainly shown that they are a force to be reckoned with in this tournament as the Evergreen side make their way out to the cauldron here in the beautiful town of Landskrona here in southern Sweden. We're on the coast just a little bit south of Helsingborg, a major port town on the west coast of Sweden. Gorgeous part of the world, and we've got some fantastic weather greeting us here at Landskrona Cricket Ground here today. Nothing but blue skies, bright sunshine, just a nice little bit of coolish air to moderate the temperature. It's a great time to be out for the cricket, and we hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching, whether it's on the European Cricket Network channel on YouTube or FanCode throughout the Indian subcontinent. It's an absolute pleasure to bring these games to you this week. We're here all the way through to Saturday with 4 games each day. It's me, Andrew Ryan, and my partner Rico Full will be joining us momentarily to take us through this second innings. And Seaside have got a big chance of registering a much-needed win. They've got their skipper, Umar Chowdhury. He's going out to bat with Arfan Arif, so it's the same opening combination that they had for the previous game, leaving Niaz Mohammed to nurse things through in the middle order. Yusuf, he also made a huge contribution in that chase of the first game. Certainly a big opportunity for them to take a huge scalp of the previously undefeated Evergreen side. And Rico Full, man who has watched a lot of T10 cricket over the last couple of years. Rico, who do you think are favourites at this stage?
Well, look, it's one of those, isn't it? We always say if you look at the first match, but as we know so many times, what happens in match 1 is completely different in match 2. But I think because Seaside losing that match, they know what's up for grabs here. They know that they can be the first team that beat Evergreen, and also they need the points on the board, especially with the Royals and Yon Shopping playing next, and they've got 2 matches. They need those points. They want these 2 points, and I think, well, they make a positive start. They've got every opportunity to get the 2 points. The one thing that I don't want to see is a change of attitude. Look, that last game, I like the way that Chowdhury went out there playing his shots, and he probably played him because he knew there was a huge total to chase. I'd like him to be batting in the same mindset, just thinking that he's not trying to get to 100, that he's trying to get to 150 and bat in the same way. Yeah,
absolutely. And an interesting addition to the bowling crease here. Umar Nawaz taking the first over for Evergreen. Nice sort of tall, high, medium pace action. A little bit of movement on that first one, but clearly he's in there as a tone setter for the first over.
It's nicely played. Got to stop it, and does. Good work. Bounces up awkwardly. Gets his hands on it. Doesn't get past him. Nicely done. And well, we know who that is. He's Mr. Evergreen himself, Imran Kiani. Bowled very well in the first match.
As you say, Rico, big question psychologically for Seaside here. They had no choice but to thrash and thrash hard in the first game. This is a much more manageable chase. Big question for them. Do they try to set a platform in the early overs, or do they go hard?
Well, this has gone a long way, and long way up. Doesn't quite get the distance to go for 6, but still it's a positive shot. It's a good shot to play in the power play. A little bit of width there. Gets plenty of bat on it. That's what I'm talking about. Be positive. Go for your shots and try and in your mind to say, right, I'm going to bat exactly the same way as we did in the first match. And if you do that, you win. The other thing is, if they do that, you win well, then certainly the net run rate could be such a key factor in this group.
Yeah, certainly could.
Sliced up in the air, and there's going to be more runs. There's 4 more. And, well, maybe Chowdhury is listening to us. A lot of the players do say afterwards when they talk to us, we can hear you out there. And, well, if Chowdhury's heard us, he's probably decided, okay, you know what we've got to do? We've got to play a shot. And that's what he's done here, back-to-back boundaries. So they do go with Nawaz to open up, maybe because the other bowlers didn't particularly bowl well in the last match, but 2 boundaries that come off him.
Yeah, big question for you, Rico. Does that mean we could charge for our coaching consultancy services over the 2 weeks that we're here in Landskrona?
We could do, but we could be losing our credibility after we saw some good coaching there from Niaz Mohammed. I mean, how do we top that, what he did out there in that first match? And this goes all the way as well. Balle. And not even the tall striking figure of MSP can stop this one. Mark Simpson Parker, what a lovely shot. Uses his feet well and absolutely dispatches it.
Well, MSP, he was cowering almost as badly as I was during the first game when we had a ball slammed into the cube. MSP, he's gone side on. He needed the forward dive. Get that 6'3" frame moving forward, young man.
What a start. Well, I know that Diana Oros is getting some good pictures of this. Where's this one going to go, Diana? Get ready. Click, click, click. And he's just trying to get, I think, a single here to say on strike. Look, I'm talking of Diana Oros as we come to the end of the first over. A magnificent one as well. 16. A great start. I'm going to give a shout out to her brother, Dennis Oros. I know it's your birthday today. You can't keep it away from me. So happy birthday to Dennis Oros, also a photographer for the European Cricket Network. And I know Dennis loves pineapples, so I hope he's going to get a lovely big pineapple cake to celebrate his birthday. Happy birthday, Dennis Oros.
It's a lot of talent in the one family, isn't it, Rico?
A lot of talent. Pineapple, yeah, I tell you what he likes as well. He's got a real liking for Nutella as well. So the chocolate spread. So what about pineapple and Nutella together? That would be a cake, wouldn't it?
Well, it's not that far away from the Oatly combination of mango-flavoured oat milk and chocolate-flavoured oat milk that Mars from our ECN team and I sampled in the area that we have reserved for us here at the Landskrona Cricket Club yesterday. That was a stellar combination.
Yeah, certainly was. Well, talk about stellar combination. This combination at the moment of Chowdhury and Arif. Arif, well, he's just going to say, here, Skip, have the strike. Chowdhury is going big. And this man, young man, where's Naeem? Now he's turned to be in the firing line. And he get his line right. Starts pretty well. Good delivery. Sort of just short of a length, straight at the body of Arif. But he does what we know his role is. Gets bat onto ball, takes a single. And now it's time for the fireworks again, is it?
Well, it could be, but certainly for him to, he's got to face the amount of balls as high as possible in this power play, Rico. But Chowdhury's sort of sitting on his back foot as he's backing up there. It was actually a much closer run than it should have been. They should have been scooting through easily for a single.
Yeah. Naeem. Chowdhury. The battle. Goes for a good full-length delivery. Plays it out. Don't take the single. That's good running in there from Amir Ali, the captain of Evergreen. He's under pressure. Talking to him earlier, he wants to make it a clean sweep here today. He wants to keep the unbeaten record on track. They are sitting pretty at the top of the standings, but they're facing defeat probably for the first time in this series. And it's coming in form of the team that sit at the foot of the table, Seaside. Goes across the line, and Chowdhury says no to his partner. Stay there. He's not the quickest runners, but it's not his running that he's in there for. It's his brutality as he attacks the ball. And this one was always going down the leg side, also a little bit too high. And a lot of people still commenting, aren't they? If that very tight LBW call sort of went his way and he was still in there in that first match, how different may things have been?
There's no use worrying about that at the moment. He's got a job to do, but Naeem is also doing a job for his skipper. Good over so far, 1 off 3.
And this is being clipped away. Lovely shot. The ball straight down the leg side. You said a good over so far. He couldn't maintain the line he was bowling. And there's the commentator's curse coming from Andrew Ryan himself. 4 runs.
Well, I feel a little bit let down there. Just giving Naeem a wrap. Good first 3 balls for him. And then he's all of a sudden decided to launch a half volley onto leg stump, and Chowdhury doesn't need a second invitation to take that to the boundary. Much needed one, actually. They need to just keep this rate alive and well. They're going just a tick over 10 and over at the moment, but boundaries in this power play will help ease the pressure as they get into the middle overs.
Beautifully played away, but unfortunately for the batter, it goes straight to the fielder. And they're just showing that it's not just power. It's about the finesse as well, and timing and placement. And though he times as well, he's just not able to get it past the fielder. He's a little bit disappointed because he's certainly got the whip that he likes.
Bowling well to his field, though. I mean, they're packed there with fielders at third man, at backward point, and traditional point. So it's a fairly packed cordon to try to get a cut shot through.
And there you go. It's the big wicket that they needed. And you could just hear the cries of joy on the field when that wicket goes down. The youngster Naeem has gone through the defences of Chaudhry. Chaudhry goes for 19. And they're going to have to do it the hard way. It's a big, ugly swipe across the line. Shot Maria Ganda. Bapas Agya Banda.
Yeah, just been frustrated a touch, Chaudhry, of what was an excellent over from Awais Naeem. Good reward for the young man. He bowled to his field for the most part. Succession of dot balls at times and gets rewarded with the wicket of the superstar opening batsman from Seaside, Umar Chaudhry, back in the pavilion, and they are now 21 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yes, that's the wicket they didn't want to see go down. Not so early on, but down it goes. And, well, it's time for them to regroup. I mean, they still got plenty of batting. We saw that. They've still got batters that will come out there and dispatch the first ball for 6, no problem. But 21 for 1 at the end of the over. But it's the wicket of Chaudhry, the captain, that goes. So in this match, the 2 batters that contributed so well in match 1 haven't really gone on to produce the same sort of form.
Hard to keep up a level of consistency in T10 cricket when you're going hard 100% of the time, as Nawaz comes in for his second over. That ball's gone high. Catching opportunity. They're going to raffle it between the 2 of them. Well, no one's the winner. Spun away. Remarkably, he's trying to push back for another run. That was almost suicidal.
Oh, dear.
Fortunately, his partner had the sense to say no, and all happening on that first ball of the 3rd over.
Well, Swain, he's not the best maybe out there. Ball upar gayi, kidhar gayi, udhar. And in the end, it just drops nowhere. He just didn't fancy that at all, did he? Didn't fancy it, and down it goes. Big moment.
Really was. I mean, there were 2 fielders that could have taken a catch on that opportunity. I suspect actually the man coming in from 3rd man on the boundary should have taken charge. He's running forward towards the ball.
Nawaz to continue. That's well bowled. That's a good line from Nawaz. And of course he will be disappointed that the catch goes down. But he's bowling at Hakeem. Remember Hakeem, he played sort of, I think it was his 2nd, maybe his 3rd ball after a similar situation. The first one was a dot. Then he played a shot out on the offside over point. Was the most amazing shot for 6. He timed the ball beautifully. And that's what they're looking for him to do here. And, well, and he hoping not to be run out this time either. Up in the air, but he's going to get over the sort of casual attempt from the captain. And Amir Ali doesn't really get off the ground here at all. He's backpedaling. Makes no real height on this. And he gets it over him just.
Didn't time that one particularly well, but as you say, Rico, it was a relatively casual attempt from Ali. He's such a good fielder, just needed to take a couple of quick steps back. Probably could have gotten 2 hands to it, but as it is, goes through his grasps and rolls away for quite a much-needed boundary for Seaside.
In the air, and fielder, surely he's not going to drop this, and he doesn't. He holds on to it. And it's Kadir, and I think when Nawaz sees this going to Kadir, he's probably thinking, oh no, because Kadir and Swain, they are not the best. In fact, I don't think that is Kadir.
Chaudhry, Sadar, I think.
It's Sadar. Well, there you go. He's probably a bit more confident then. He sort of looks a little bit like Kadir, but takes a nice catch. 2nd wicket goes, and Hakeem not able to provide the kind of firepower that we know he's capable of. This is so evenly balanced, this match, isn't it? It's going to be very similar to the first. That probably a moment of magic from somebody. The man that may provide it was a man that certainly provided us with a moment of magic in the field. Sachin took the most incredible catch on the boundary. Will he be their hero?
Yeah, still a long way to go for Seaside, and Evergreen have done what they've needed to try to keep this chase in check. They've taken a couple of early wickets, and in particular, obviously, getting Chaudhry out, but that man Hakeem, he's a dangerous batsman. Can score at a rapid rate, so even if he's only in there for 2 or 3 overs, could have made a substantial dent in pursuit of this target. Big wicket for Nawaz, who's been pretty reasonable with the ball so far.
Well bowled again. Really nice, clean, smooth action. And obviously there was a big ploy to get Nawaz to bowl, because the bowling in the last match, some of the key bowlers, maybe the likes of Abdul and Swain, really struggle with the line. And Nawaz has bowled pretty well. I mean, those figures probably not a true reflection of how well he's bowled. He's some chances have gone down as well. Looking to finish off and finishes well. Look at the late movement on that. That moves really late.
It shows the benefit of just keeping that line just on or outside off stump and getting a late tail away. That's a superb last couple of deliveries from Nawaz, and that leaves Seaside 26 for 2 after the power play. And Rico, you'd have to say Evergreen probably have their noses in front at the moment, particularly with 2 wickets back in the sheds.
Yeah, I mean, key wicket as well, that of Chaudhry, who is the man who gave them all the acceleration when they needed it. But they have got others in there. Look, I'm quite surprised that Yusuf hasn't come out there. But look, I haven't seen the win probability so close, just 1% in it. And it's too hard to call, maybe. And they're going to go with Naeem to finish off. I think this is a good shot because he seems to have got into quite a good pattern towards the end of his first over. And now he's just trying to see if he can continue in that same mode. And if he does, always Naeem is very heavy chance to pick up more wickets. This one is well bowled. Yeah, certainly has got his line much better. He's now bowling wicket to wicket, whereas in that first match, he was spraying it all over the place.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Inside edge onto the pad, so there's no run there. And tied over here, and all of a sudden this run rate's going to get very, very challenging for Seaside. He's been impressive. Very, very poor first over today, but he's come back exceptionally well. God, he's not backing me up whatsoever, is he?
It's definitely a day of the Rhino curse today. And,
I'm going to try the reverse.
Okay.
Naeem is bowling utter garbage.
Yeah, right. Okay. So this is going to be a garbage delivery coming up, called by Andrew Rhino. Let's have a look. Let's see where this ends up. If it takes middle peg, well, you know what's the score.
Well, pretty good seed, to be honest. He's extracted an outside edge. Unfortunately for the bowler, it's gone down to the boundary at third man, but a nice bit of bowling. And certainly the reverse commentator's curse has helped him in terms of the quality of the ball, but it's ended up as a 4 in the scorebook. And, well, Seaside need to keep on finding the boundary with some regularity. It's not the most difficult task from here, but they've still got a long way to go. And with their man Chaudhry back in the pavilion, 69 off 40, it's sort of there or thereabouts, still 50-50 proposition.
Yeah, look, what is your... I'm going to ask you a question after this delivery. I mean, the rate is about 10 required. In the air, and this will help because I think this will go all the way. It does. Ginnasona, Gea, Shaka, Lagia. 6 more.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, he was bowling garbage, Rico, and he's just been pumped by Arfan, but it's a lovely shot, actually. He's waited on the ball, played it straight underneath his eyes and kept good shape. Beautiful timing, and 6 and a 4 off the last 2 balls. That has done that run rate a world of good.
Yeah, certainly has, and now pressure is on the young bowler again. Naeem. To really get away with that one, he does. 50-50 for me with the umpire. Just goes in the favour of the young bowler. Yeah, what I was going to say is Yusuf. Remember Yusuf when he came in and he smashed the ball all over the place? 30 of 13. Played a couple of dots before he got going. I mean, surely they're not going to leave him too low down the order. Got to probably get him out there and say, look, just go and do what you did again. And if he does, they won the match. This one is wide, and Naeem looks back at the umpire, can't believe it. The consistency of the umpires has been very good. I mean, in black, and you see there, yeah, that was always a wide. I'm not sure why the bowler's a little bit surprised. I suppose the plan is good, but not executing it so well. I think the captain, Ali is probably happy that he's bowling that line or sticking to that line than bowling short. Better delivery. Gets guided away. They take the single.
Time for a bit of action analysis, Rico. There's a few things you could certainly improve in the mechanics of this young man, Naeem, but one thing he does do is he gets a really nice high point for his delivery. The front arm engages reasonably well, but he's certainly getting some extra bounce and certainly extracting every bounce possible out of this pitch because of the point at which the ball's released. And it's good to see from a young fast bowler. There's plenty to work with.
Yeah, he just loses his power.
Is that the third commentator's curse talking about some quality of his mechanics? Now he can't even run into the wicket without stopping.
Well,
Just going to give up completely.
I promise that Andrew Ryan doesn't have a doll with number 33 written on it that he's putting pins into. That's for sure. As this one goes wide as well. So
Not only that, but it's gone wide because he's completely lost his delivery point. It's dragged over the top of the head. Come on, Naeem, back me up here. I am trying to give you some plaudits. You've done well for most of this spell. Just finish off with a good nut.
yeah, good work there from Saqib Latif as well. The keeper. And he bangs this one in and it's straight. They get a single. That's not a bad result because Karanakuma is going to have to go back on strike again, and he's the one who's sort of struggling to get into momentum. So it's going to be, it's all about rotating the strike. I think here you're going to be looking to try and get the single straight away and to get the batter that's been in it. That at least has played a few boundaries and played some scoring shots. Who would you bowl here now? I mean, I'm thinking, going by what the way the first match went, maybe this is a good point to go with the captain. The captain may be thinking differently, may go for Qadir. Qadir is the one who always takes wickets for him, though he didn't bowl particularly well.
Well, I don't necessarily think he bowled badly in that last game. I think as a left-arm orthodox spitter, you're just susceptible to getting spanked from time to time. He's mixed up his length and particularly his pace quite well over the first few days of ECS Landskrona. Looks like they're giving him this ball for the next over, and I think that's a good shout from the skipper. They probably want to keep one in reserve towards the back end for the innings in case, in particular, Mohammed starts to get out of control, but I think they'll be looking to Qadir and saying, let's get one or two here and we'll be into the teeth of the middle order.
Qadir starts with the flatter one, but starts well. Starts with the ball on the stumps. Right, just under 10. So this game is very evenly poised. Can go in any direction from here. And this is launched into the fielder. He's not going to be able to do anything about that. Good effort from him, jumping up, trying to get the hand to it to bring it back into the field of play. Not able to. Big hit. So Qadir's second ball gets sent out of here. It's hit strong, hard and long. 6 runs.
Yeah, that's probably where Qadir's gone wrong today as compared to the first few games in which he's bowled in this tournament. Just when he's given the ball an extra bit of flight, it's tended to land on what you'd think of as more a good length for a pace bowler, and he's just get that to drop a few inches shorter and jump over the top of the bat.
And this one's short. Watch the bounce. It's well watched. And, had a free sort of hit at this. Could have placed it anywhere, but unfortunately it goes straight to the fielder. So Karanakuma does rotate the strike well. Arif looks to attack and, well, misses out on this.
Got a fair bit of purchase on that ball, didn't he, Rico? Really gave it a hard bit of side spin. And look, see where the keeper's taken the ball.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful bit of bowling.
Latif waiting to pounce the keeper. It's the flatter one. It's firmly, and it's been well stopped. Won't go to the boundary. The batter's come through to make it 2. Good running.
He's looked pretty good with the bat. Fine. Arif, certainly not one of the more noted stroke makers in this squad, but actually he's looked very composed, played shots to all parts of the wicket. He's probably the man that they want to stay in for at least another 2 or 3 overs if possible. He's anchoring the chase well. He can face a majority of balls in both this final one from Qadir, but overs 6 and 7. Be in a pretty good position.
Gets this one through, and that's a dot, valuable. You hear us say a lot. in these T10 matches, how dot balls are like gold dust.
Seaside now
Certainly
50 for 2 after 5. Rico, it's once again pretty even, Stevens. I mean, they're chasing 100. They're halfway there after 5 overs. And very importantly for Seaside, only 2 wickets down. They lost wickets with regularity in that chase in game 1, obviously having to press a lot harder. The fact that they've only got 2 wickets down means that when they need to start upping the run rate in the second half of this innings, they have got some resources to play with.
See the captain, he's having a chat with Basit Abdul. Basit Abdul, look, before the start of today, I would have thought that he's a wicket-taking machine. His bowling was so good yesterday, his line, his accuracy. Yet today, he's been all over the place. Let's see if he can get it right here for his captain. He can't, he starts with a short ball, but there is a fielder there who puts it down. Oh, well, what a big opportunity that is. It goes straight to the fielder, and down it goes. And that's Mihan Khan. It wasn't the best of deliveries. He thought it was going to go all the way to the boundary. It doesn't, and Khan, well, you can't say he dropped it because I don't think he got anything on it. But he's been replaced, and they decided, right, you're no good there for us. Come into the offside, and you can't hide anybody in this format of cricket when it's so fast and explosive. And keep an eye on Khan, number 5, when he's back. I'm pretty sure the ball is going to follow him around. That's a big let-off. And this one is a wide, and Latif, I think he has to smother this with his chin. So there's another bit of chin action, all coming on the Evergreen side. We saw Kadir when he was batting take one on the chin. Now it's the keeper's turn. That one's bounced up and caught him.
Tell you what, Basit Abdul, he's almost the Evergreen version of Murtaba Hakim, isn't he? His good balls are really good, but he also comes up with some fairly mediocre deliveries.
This one he's unlucky with, actually. It wasn't a bad delivery, but this is all about the batting being positive, and Arifi has a big swing at it and gets it past the man on the 45. 4 more runs.
Arifi's up to 20 off 12. He's just scoring at a high enough rate to keep Seaside ahead in this chase. And for so long as he's there, it feels like they're in some level of control. Abdul's got to get his radar working. Gives away a few more extras and another gimme ball. Captain will not be happy.
This one was one that needed to be played out in the off. Well, if he could turn and throw, and it's a little bit slow getting to it, as was the batter Arif in taking the single. And he does get there in the end. I mean, that would have been a wide. It's the wrong shot to be playing to a ball up there. I mean, if he wanted to play at it, a little guide, third man is up. He would have been 4. This is bad as well. And the ball just keeps rolling, rolling, rolling. And again, I think the keeper, Latif, does well. He gets something onto it to slow it down. It's a bit of all sorts at the moment here from Evergreen. I never thought I'd say that, because they certainly were a team that impressed me so much. The bowling, they had so much depth in it, but none of the bowlers really have been able to show that here today.
Well, based on form from previous overs, after this array of garbage from Abdul, he's going to come up with 2 leg stump Yorkers that send a couple of players back to the pavilion. Let's see if he can replicate his heroics from yesterday, but he's been all over the shop in this first over.
This goes long way up in the air. It's not the Yorker, but it's a wicket-taking delivery. Yes, it is. Well, Andrew, you're back, and you're back with a bang.
It's all about instinct, Rico. You just tell there was something good coming out of Abdul, and it was a good delivery too. Just hit short of a length, a little bit of movement away. Batsman trying to take it over to the leg side. Can only succeed in getting a top edge, and that's a well-taken catch and a much-needed wicket for Evergreen. That partnership was just starting to get into dangerous levels as it is. That's the 3rd wicket down for Seaside. They're now 59 for 3.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the replay I was expecting to see there, but there is a wicket, and important one, and that's a riff that has to go. 21 off 13. We're certainly looking at that replay. That's what the batters will want to be doing. And yeah, this is the catch, head up in the air. Actually, it's a good example of the one before. keeping the head straight and pumping the ball to the boundary and losing your shape and losing your head, and the catch being taken. Somebody else who didn't lose his head was the fielder that takes the catch. This is another one that's up in the air, but it just lands in no man's land.
Well, he hasn't come up with 2 Yorkers, but he's come up with 2 really good length balls on off stump, and given what he bowled early in the over, then you'll certainly take that if you're the evergreen skipper.
Yeah, you know who's out now? Yusuf. Yusuf gets off the mark straight away. That's a good delivery, and well, it's another catch. I don't think the bowler knew that this has caught the bat. He's going for the LBW decision, and then looks around as the ball's in the air. Well, there you go. It's the same team again, bowled by Abdul, caught by the man there at third. Makes good ground to get here. Look, this has come off the back of the bat. He makes good ground, takes the catch. Look, you said it. You are back. You said there'll be 2 wickets coming up from him after bowling the not so good deliveries he started the over with. That's exactly what he's done.
I could sniff it coming, Rico. Asad Abdul, he never lets us down with what can only be described as some variety in the quality of his bowling, but he's once again taken a pair of wickets, and if we look back, and if Seaside don't chase this total down, it's probably going to be the over that decides this match. They're currently 60 for 4, still on that 10 and over rate, so the run rate's not a huge concern, but they'll be happy to see Niaz Muhammad striding to the crease. He is a very, very good batsman, typically at the top of the order for them, but he's been switched down to the middle order with some success so far, and this 7th over about to be bowled by Kadir. This is probably a tough job. I think this is a good move. Get the orthodox spinner on against Muhammad before he's got himself set.
Yeah, 10 runs came off that over, but also 2 wickets. So in terms of the over rate, they're probably more or less there. And you see this, it's spot on 10, so it hasn't gone any higher. They had brought it down just by a tad early on, but those 2 wickets there and a couple of dot balls there from Abdul have kept this match in the balance. Kadir, he strays down the leg side, and it will bobble along to the fielder, who is hands and knees trying to stop it, and it still gets past him, but fortunately no pace on the shot, so it's not going to go anywhere too far away from it. He does the fielding.
So Kiyani just hobbling a little bit after making that stop in the field. He's just holding his left groin a little bit.
Struck hard. Nawaz makes the stop. It's almost goes back to the bowler. Kadir sticking up a hand to this one. See, yeah, it's not that far away. Look at the movement here. It's well bowled. He certainly can get some grip, can't he?
Yeah, he almost seems to do this once per over, that he really gives it some side spin, and it's quite conducive to spin this pitch. It's fairly rough, so if you can give it some revolutions, you'll get some sideways movement. It's another nice ball, pushing it through.
Yeah, Yusuf, well, don't worry about it, because we know all about Yusuf. He needs a couple of dots, a couple of practice swings, and then he nails one. Up in the air, Nawazi coming across and throws himself at it, and I think he's going to deflect the ball to the boundary. We saw something like this yesterday. This probably wasn't quite as spectacular. Well, Nawaz, he throws himself at it to try and take what would have been an incredible one-handed catch, but all he's done is he's deflected it away from the fielder. That's backing him up, and he gets the brakes on and tries to go back, but he can't do it. 4 runs, valuable 4 runs at the end of that over from Kadir.
Yeah, it is the end of the over. That's actually a big delivery in the context of this game. Seaside now up to 66 for 4 after 7. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 3, which is coming up. It's the Yetabori Royals. They're back in action after a fair wait between games, sitting at 2-2 after a successful first day, but a dreadful second day for them, and they are up against Jönköping, and we'll see which Jönköping turns up today. They've looked explosive, they've looked brutal at times, and at other times they've really been found wanting, particularly against Evergreen yesterday. Just couldn't get themselves together to play consistent T10 cricket. Should be a good contest.
Certainly will be. Looking forward to that. Can the Royals bounce back and show the sort of form they did on day one? Jönköping, well, can they get some of their key players to perform? Speaking of key players, Kiani comes on and bowls quite a short delivery to Niazi Mohammed, who plays it away, gets a single. What is your thoughts on this man, Niazi Mohammed, coming in so late in the order? When we saw him first up, he scored 50, 52. It was a good knock. He stroked the ball well. He played it, scored it for around 30 balls. Surely he's somebody that needs to be up in the order because he needs time to bat. And when you're chasing this sort of score, I think it's the ideal platform for him.
We'll see this second ball from Kiani. He manages to beat the batsman outside off stump. I guess you've got two basic choices with your batting lineup in T10, Rico. Is it about getting your best batsmen as many ball, or giving them the opportunity to have as long an inning as possible? Or do you say you're going to keep one or two for the latter stages, so we're going to bring you in overs 7, 8, 9, 10 when the ball's not moving quite as much, and see if they can take a couple of 20-run overs in that time? Always a tough decision for the captain, but particularly with this Seaside batting lineup, I actually don't mind Mohammed coming in at this point. A little bit of experience, a point in time in which actually having him out there gives a bit of security in terms of both run rate and canny operator in terms of keeping the score moving. So I don't think it's a bad decision.
Johnny gets one past.
What about T10 is batting in partnerships too, that if you get one guy down the other end, as Kiani swung that from a long way outside the leg stump and it's just tickled Yusuf. But if you can have one strong batsman with one who's tickling the singles and exchanging the strike, it's not a bad way of doing things.
Yeah. This one, wow. It's got obviously the height on it. It almost bowls him around his stumps. What a fantastic delivery that would have been. Kiani, he's doing the job again for his captain. He went for a few in the first match, but he did pick up those important wickets, and that's what he's doing well here, bowling tidily. Tries to hit it hard, and it's not all about the pace. It's not where he meant this to go, but he gets enough bat onto it, with no fielder out there as well. That goes for 4 runs, and every time they pick up a boundary, it just keeps them in this match, as long as they keep taking those singles as well. Now that rate had made its way up to around the 12-13 mark. A couple of boundaries here, brings it back into touch. A ball to go from Kiani, and that's probably the first bad ball that he's bowled. And well, I get the feeling that Niazi Mohammed is going to go after this one as well. I think he's going to anticipate the ball and be trying to play this to sort of that the gap now between the batman on the 45 and square leg. Hits it very well, and he absolutely nails it. Ginna Badda Shaka, manos arriba, 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 arriba. Eso es 6 carreras. Así me gusta.
Well, Nostradamus Rico has picked that. He said Mohammed was looking to take it over square leg. Kiani didn't get his typical outswing on that ball. It's held up about a foot outside off stump, and Mohammed has smoked it to the square leg boundary. Didn't they need those boundaries off the last 2 balls? I was having a quick check, Rico, that only scored 1 boundary in the previous 14 before hitting the 4 and the 6 off that last 2. It's back towards a pretty even contest, only 4 wickets down, so you've still got quality batsmen at the crease. 22 needed. This is going to be a nail-biting finish.
Nail-biting finish indeed. Yes, well, nice shot there of Adnan. Adnan, of course, does wonderful work around here. He is, of course, the tournament manager. He does a lot of hard work around this ground. And he has all of his 7 children here at the ground as well watching. So Adnan, fantastic guy as well. Helps to ferry us around, backwards and forwards. Hit hard in the air. Is this going to carry? Niaz sets himself and takes a really good catch. Well, there was one similar to this in the first match that he spilt, and he injured himself in doing it, but not this time. That is a really good catch. He's got to come a long way. He puts his name on it. He tells the others, leave it to me. And he gets there. And a fair crack from Yusuf. But the catch has been taken. You see, look, he says, no, it's mine. Leave it to me. And he takes it. Excellent catch.
Yeah, it's an outstanding grab, Rico. Not only did he have to move forward quite a way, but that ball was high in the air off the bat of Yusuf. He also had the converging fielder from long on to contend with out of the side of his eye. in the context of this game, that's a huge wicket. We saw the damage that Yusuf could do in the first game. He's entitled to have a bash there, but the downside is they've lost one ball there for no runs, and Mohammed is still at the non-strikers end.
Yeah, huge play that from Umar Nawaz, isn't he? A top performer. His dots, and you can see frustration on the part of the non-striker. Yes, Mohammed is trying to get to the other end. Remember, he just pelted a 4 and a 6. He wants to be where the action is.
Yeah, and he needs to be if Seaside are to take this game. Difficult time to come out as a new batsman when you're partway through the 9th over. Abdul's been good so far.
Short, and this doesn't carry to the keeper, and he hesitates. Thinks about having a go, doesn't know which end to throw at. He's probably getting confused by the calls from his teammates. One is saying your end, one saying bowler. Gets there, and then you see he just freezes. And of course, you see the batter, he's a long way. And I think the keeper there, Latif, is saying, look, there's nobody backing up. But I think you go for that. You try and take it.
Yeah, tough call. I guess Seaside will be happy with this. They've got Mohammed back on to strike. Evergreen will be happy. They've only just given away the 1 run on the first 3 balls. They're certainly favourites here. Mohammed needs a boundary.
That's well bowled, and looking to take 2, are they? And there comes the throw. Good work from the young man, the young fielder, Abdul. He makes it his, and gets the throw into the keeper quickly as well. It's only a single.
Yeah, it's great play from the young fast bowler, Rico. Not only did he chase the ball down, but he also fired it straight at the keeper's end without even looking, because he knew the key man to keep at the non-striker's end was Mohammed. It's great fielding.
Oh, and he's got his man. This is what Abdul does well, and he picks up another wicket. And that's a forfeit for Abdul. And he can be at all sorts sometimes. He could be out at sea, as we say. But he comes back, and when he comes back and performs for his captain. And you see here, no real footwork, just a big swing. He actually takes himself away from the ball and sees the stumps cluttered. And Jack the Fatte style, Abdul gets his 4th.
Yeah, well, we know he's a man with some power, Yassir Malik, but fortunately that over, he hasn't been able to make good connection. Mohammed's still stuck down the non-striker's end. He's only faced 1 ball in this 9th over. They've only scored 2 runs, and all of a sudden, this target of 100 is looking a long way away.
Yes, and just managing to, I suppose, Rhino, like all good teams do, when they're up against it, they find a way to bring it back. Somebody performs, somebody shines. They were under the cosh in the first match, and it was the captain himself and also Kiani that brought things back for him. And here as well, they've been under the cosh, and it's the youngster, batting Abdul, who's taken 4 for 11 of his 2 overs.
Yeah, over 7 from Mohammed Katir, only went for 6, and then that 9th was a superb over from Basit Abdul. He's come back well, the young man, after a collection of mediocre deliveries in his first over. He's bowled an absolutely superb 9th, and that's left Seaside needing 20 off 6 balls. They really needed Kumar to have a thrash at that final delivery, get some bat on it, and hopefully take it for a 4. As it is, Mohammed, he's going to have to take Kiani to the cleaners here to win this game.
Malik going for a 3-ball duck, and it's those 3 dot balls that hurt you. Kiani to finish off, and he wants to finish off. Big swing, and well, a big smile from Saqib Latif, who charges down to greet him and congratulate him. And well, Kiani reckons he got that to do a little. And I think he's trying to say the way he's held his ball. Is this a knuckleball? It may have been, you know. I think that's a knuckleball from the way he's holding the ball and showing, this is what I did.
Giving him a lot of credit there, Rico. I'd suggest the fact that he's just not particularly tall and the ball hasn't bounced whatsoever. But either way, let's make it that he's come out with the knuckle at a key time. Whatever's happened, it's gone straight through the swinging blade of Niaz Mohammed, and he walks a dejected figure back to the pavilion. a huge wicket in the context of this game. Seaside still needing 20 runs, only 5 balls left in the kitty, and this is looking very, very difficult now.
Yeah, I mean, look, 20 required of 5 deliveries. If that one had gone to the boundary, we would have been saying, okay, maybe. I think perhaps a little unlucky with the height of the delivery. Had to play the shot, but I think what we've seen here with this, though there's been plenty of attempts and no lack of trying, what Seaside haven't done in this match very well is use their feet well. They haven't got to the pitch of the ball. They relied in staying on in their crease and hammering the ball to the boundary. It just not worked because good bowlers are always going to win that battle unless you're prepared to move around.
Big job here for 2 lower order batsmen. 20 still needed.
Hit pretty firmly, but Nawaz will make no mistakes here, Nawaz, and what a day that he's had. And I think this is going to be another one. Yeah, it is, and I'm just saying what a day he's had. He's going to get his name in the scorebook again, and it's his fielding, his throw. See this, it hits it really well, and they do need to try and make something happen. Trying to get the 2 here, saying, what are we doing? Are we going or not? And once again, I think it was, yeah, we are. Then he says, well, actually, the memo's come in. No, we're not. Kiani says, thank you very much to Nawaz, who gets the throw in. And those 2 will get some more fantasy points on the ball for themselves.
Well, Rico, the running of the 2, perfectly fine. I mean, you've got to have a crack when these amount of runs you need. But where was the call of 2-2-2 or yes, yes, yes? They're just expecting to use telepathy to tell each other to go.
This one's called a wide, just going a little bit too far towards that, the off. I'm not sure why Kiani's not attacking the stumps here. Surely he must see this as an opportunity to try and pick up a few more wickets for himself. And he gets another chance. He'll have to bowl that one again. And that's exactly what he does. Gets it right up there on middle stick, knocks it over, and the Kiani smile returns. And, well, I'll tell you what, his favourite supporter has got to be Saqib Latif, because every time Kiani hits the stumps, there's a huge smile on his face as he comes charging towards him and said, Yar, Jagade Phatte, the castle has been destroyed once more.
No, he's just a consistent competitor, isn't he, Iran Kiani? We saw on the economy rate graph before that he's one of the top 5 bowlers in the competition. It just seems that every game he takes wickets and he keeps the run rate down and he delivers time after time again, and he's always required to bowl pressure overs later in the game. As captain, he's got Mr. Reliable with the ball coming in for the 10th, and Seaside unfortunately look like they're going to have a second loss here today despite a brave effort.
Swing and a miss, yeah, you're right, and it has been a brave effort. Take nothing away from what they've done here today. I know that they've made themselves a lot of fans out there, especially the way they went about that first match. The chips were down, they came back strong. If only they could have reproduced that sort of form and picked up those points, but now it's going to be very difficult for them. As this one's up in the air, it will be another. Will it be for Kiani? No, it won't, because the fielder, well, he almost takes this and then lets go of it. This is quite incredible, and that's Basit Abdul. And Abdul is probably saying, I'm not going to let you take all the wickets. I've taken 4. That would be 3 to you. Nah, I'll let this go down.
Oh, I can't believe Kiani's smiling after seeing that. I'd be fuming. He could have had 3 for 13.
And this is that slower ball with a massive grunt, and that will be the end of the innings. They could have been all out if Abdul had taken the catch. It's not to be. 9 down, 83 on the board. A convincing victory, I suppose, in the end by Evergreen by 16 runs. But at one point, it certainly wasn't that. At the halfway point, Seaside were very much in it. They were exactly where they needed to be with 60. Also at the 6 over mark, when Abdul's first over went for 10, 60 for 4. But then after that, that's when it all fell apart. Kadir came with a good over in the 7th. And then Kiani, he bowled the 8th and the 9th and bowled beautifully. But take nothing away from the bowling. Abdul picked up 2 wickets in his first. When he was under pressure, they took 2 in the 9th as well. 4 wickets to him as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, it all started pretty well for Seaside. Chowdhury again batting well at the top of the order, and he was joined by Arif, who was very, very impressive with the bat. They've proven to be a pretty good opening combination. That man, Oase Naseem, though, he came up with an absolute perler to clean up the stumps of Chowdhury, and that was a huge wicket. Chowdhury in there for a couple more overs would have put Seaside ahead of the rate, but as it was, the skipper was sent packing. This was a pretty disappointing effort of what was overall a mixed bag for Evergreen in the field. Lazy from the captain there. That enabled ball to skip through to the boundary, just keeping Seaside in charge of the run rate, but they took their catches when they had to, and they had no shortage of opportunities. Seaside just swinging a little bit wildly. It could have been some intelligent cricket needed in that middle overs, Rico, and they might have had a better chance.
Yeah, I think you called it there. They took the chances when they had to. There were some that went down, and we'll see that as we see these highlights, but the ones that mattered are the ones they held on to, and we're going to see some very good catches. I think the one from Umar Nawaz was important. Well, this one was one that went down. That one could have been important. That one could have been key, but you see this is when they mattered. This is the key wickets, and we saw him do that on 2 occasions. Of that over from Abdul, where he strayed all over the place, the beginning part of it. But you called it. You said he's going to come back and take 2 wickets, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, finally one of these young chaps has delivered for me. I was starting to lose credibility with some of the calls in the previous innings, but as it was, there was those middle overs where they just got a little bit stuck, and then it was the 9th and 10th that absolutely killed them, bowled by Basit Abdul and Imran Kiani. The 9th has gone for 2, and they've lost 2 wickets, and then there were 3 wickets in the last over from Kiani for only 3 runs. So they've gone 5 for 5 at the point where they only needed 20 runs to win the game.
Yeah, and the sort of day that we've had, 20 runs to win a match, well, you think it's on, because we've seen quite a few magical overs. And there's the young man, and I think he's Basit Abdul. I think he'll just get better and better as he grows in confidence. I think there's a few coaches that will be looking at him and around Sweden be saying, well, okay, this is a youngster that certainly if we work on him and we can get him to be better and stronger, and he will always be getting wickets for you. And one thing he does need to do, though, is maybe do a bit of fielding practice. Kiani, he was able to laugh about it. And this was very good work, again, there in the field. And that was a bit early on, when, again, it was a good throw from Umar Nawaz, who gets himself on the score sheet again. And Kiani, after bowling a wide, and I said he needs to really bowl at the stumps, and Kiani says, you mean like this, Rico? Bang on the money. And one man, of course, enjoys it when Kiani gets a wicket. Here's Saqib Latif behind the stump. And Latif also, I think he kept really well. I think in a match like this where extras could be key, I think he dived around and stopped a lot. And all of those runs saved made a big difference.
Having a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next game, Rico, we've got the Yetabori Royals up against Jönköping. The Royals, they're 2-2. Jönköping, they've played an extra series. They are 3-3. Both these teams have been pretty good at their best, but have also put in some underwhelming performances. The Royals will be very happy to have Chandu Jha back. He was impressive with the ball on that first day and nicely complemented by Bharat Conker, who worked through some good overs, and Sasindran, who has opened the bowling for them as far as Jönköping goes. Riaz Khan and Sami Ibrahim Kill, they are a force to be reckoned with at the top of the batting order, and Nasir Bacha has given them plenty coming in at number 3, but his bowling's been a bit up and down. This is going to be a cracking pair of contests this afternoon. It's Yetabori Royals coming up against Jönköping, and in the context of working out who qualifies for the next stage of this ECS Landskrona tournament, that will be a very important pair of matches. Jönköping looking to push themselves up into second place, as Evergreen very much on their way to securing the first position here at ECS Landskrona. But the Yetabori Royals, after a fast start, they have got some work to do to get themselves into the qualification spots for the quarterfinals next week. And Seaside have certainly not done themselves any favours with consecutive losses today. Try as hard as they might Chowdhury and Arif got them out to a pretty good start, 19 and 21 respectively from them. Niaz Muhammad, as he always does, contributing, and this time down the lower order, but just not enough runs coming from the lower order, 0-0-1, 0-1, and ultimately it was the lack of run scoring in the 9th and the 10th overs which cost them that game. Evergreen, they came through with the goods when it was needed. Bassett Abdul in particular, impressive. He took 4 for 11 in what was ended up as a really good spell of bowling for the young man. Great stuff to see him hitting his straps. And Imran Kiani, he just can't stop taking wickets. He got 2 for 14 from his 2 overs. So they kept Seaside to 83 for 9 in pursuit of a target of 100. And ultimately Seaside facing an uphill task to get themselves into finals week now. Please join us. We'll be back here on the European Cricket Network in just under 10 minutes for the next game between Jönköping and the Göteborg Royals. It is Andrew Ryan with you with Rico Fall here for 4 games today from Landskrona. It is ECS Landskrona brought to you by FanCode. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time.
Match number 15, Göteborg Royals against Jönköping. This for me is going to be an interesting match. Two teams that had their trouble against Evergreen, the team sitting at the top of the table. The Royals, they made a good start, didn't they, on day one? They beat the Stars, but they came out on day two on their match number 3 and 4 for them, and they just didn't seem to be with it. I think they needed to pick themselves up. They weren't able to do it, but they need to pick themselves up here because, well, the points are very important. Jönköping, they as well fell short to Evergreen. They as well will want to come back strong here, but I think they played a little bit more positive. I think they'll be happy with their performances, but though not with the results. But one thing that both these teams, I think, need to tidy up on is their fielding. But first of all, let's see who's doing what. Let's go over to, well, looks like Tom Cruise is in the house for the coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is heads.
Yeah, we're going to bet.
So you're going to bet. Good. Enjoy.
Kasim winning the toss and decided that Jönköping are going to have a bat first. That's not really a surprise for me. The big question is if Sami Ibrahimkil can get going in this one. He is the key player. I like the batting of Nasser Bacha as well. And then also something like Zedran is starting to come good. And there'll also be good performances, I feel, in this match from Omar and also from Musa Rahman. They've got a good bowling attack as well. Zedran, he'll be running in fast and quick and trying to get those Yorkers going. But Shazad and Patel will be key for them as well. But who's going to be the magical player? Well, maybe it's going to be one from the spin of Ibrahimkil as well. He bowled very well with his slower bowlings there yesterday. With the likes of Göteborg Royals, I think Natarajan, he has to come good, and Balasubramanian, they are good players, but they just haven't been able to give them a solid start at the top. I think Jar, he's coming back into the side, he's going to be pretty key. I think Konka as well with the bat and ball, and they'll be boosted knowing that the fact that their normal wicketkeeper Ravi is going to be back behind the stumps. This is an all-star cast when you look at those names on the paper, but who is going to perform in this very important match? And Jönköping, they're hoping that it's going to be them and they can cement their place second in the group. Well, an all-star cast, let's go to an all-star man in the commentary box, Andrew Ryan, for the start of this match.
It's an all-star segue, Rico Full. Thank you very much for the toss and the intro there. I think you've hit the nail on the head with a couple of those key inclusions for the Göteborg Royals. Allows Rishi Natarajan to enter the bowling attack. The fact that Ravi Barker is back to take the gloves, and that will be a bonus for their bowling lineup. Bowling's been pretty good for them so far, and in particular, Chandu Jha is a great inclusion for them today. He bowled with some pace. And we saw him with a couple of wins against the Helsingborg Stars on day one. Great for them to have him back. As for Jönköping, they've got plenty of depth, plenty of talent. It's just a question mark for them, their consistency level. The same thing we saw from them in ECS Momo 2021. Put in a good performance one day, and then the next they'd be struggling to pull it all together. Look at the expected score rate. Jönköping just slight favourites here. Probably a little bit more dynamism in the batting lineup, and if anything, actually, that's where the Royals have their Achilles heel. Once they get past the top order of Naranjan, there's not necessarily a huge amount of reliable run scorers to come. Relied a little bit on sort of Sindran to keep them moving in the middle overs, and we'll see whether or not they continue to bat him at number 3 as they did in the previous games. He was pretty productive for them, but they'd probably love to be able to leave him until the latter stage of the innings, come in against the second-tier bowlers and try to knock off a couple of boundaries. But plenty to play for and plenty for us to be excited about in this contest. Another one that's going to have a lot of bearing on where these teams and others finish in this Group A of the ECS Landskrona tournament. Coming towards the latter stages of Group A, final day of play tomorrow as the Göteborg Royals enter the arena. They look pretty pumped up and very, very positive. They've had a day off to consider what went wrong on day 2 for them after a bright start. Sitting at 2 from 2, so they're not badly poised. But this becomes a pair of very important games. They probably really need to get at least one win against Jönköping here today, and if they can do that, they're probably in a pretty reasonable position to qualify here from Group A. Jönköping the same. They wouldn't want to lose both games here today and go to 3 and 5. If they can take one, they've probably secured their position through to next week's final series, but they want to keep some momentum up, and if they can win both here today, end up at 5-3 after their collection of 8 matches, and they're probably sitting pretty for second place in this group. Obviously, Evergreen have raced away with a 6-0 start, although pushed in both games by Seaside, which might have been a surprise to some ECN followers. This morning, Seaside have not looked particularly potent in the tournament today, but almost chased down a mammoth target in the first game, and in the second they were well up with the run rate for the most part, but just stalled as they lost wickets in the last couple of overs as Chandu boards his run up for the first ball, but he's steaming into bowl. Good selection from the skipper. Get a pace on early. They've gone with Sasindran for the most part as their opening bowler, but maybe just holding him back a little bit in the innings. Good pace from Chandu. The umpire spreads his arms, but he'll be buoyed by a little bit of a way movement. Good tall man. Just falling over a little bit. Release point of his action caused him to drag it down quite wide. When he's at his best, he's really steaming through close to the stumps and getting that shoulder nice and high. That's better. Great length ball. Just pops over the top of off stump. Just call that first one a loosener after he's had a couple of days off. Be much improved today, Yetabori, compared to what we saw in their last appearance here against Evergreen. That one's short. Riaz Khan stretches his arm out. I thought he might have got a tickle on it, but the umpire's arms have already gone out for the wide call. Through some reasonable pace, Chandu. This one was short. Khan tries to flick it down to fine leg. It's actually some distance from it, but despite the despairing dive of the wicket keeper, goes through and they scamper through for the extra one as well. And on strike now. It's provided us plenty of entertainment at various times. Sami Ibrahimkil hasn't been able to find his range with the bat since game 1 when he was so destructive. Well pitched up by Jar. Keeper's gone up for a decent appeal. Probably not going to get that call. He's coming from around the wicket, spearing it into leg stump for the left-hander, but not a bad piece of bowling. Inside edge from the Ibrahimkil bat as well. I'll start from Jar. Tall physique, so he's getting some lift off this pitch. That's a nice ball. Bit of in-curve into the Ibrahimkil pads. Just inside edge on the pad, and he'll scamper through for the single, but continuing to bowl a pretty nice opening over. Shipping 4 for none. Riaz Khan, dynamic man at the top of the order. He's been good at times. Certainly a powerful hitter when he gets going. Steps away, nowhere near it. Lovely bit of late shape away from Chandu Jar. The team's just feeling each other out in these early stages. Riaz Khan, he's a good enough player to just stand still and take what's in front of him rather than trying to create room, particularly against a man who gets such bounce like Jar. He's angled that one back in, and once again, Khan body weight all out towards square leg. It's a couple of dots to finish the over. It's a pretty good one from Jar and Yonshiping. That's a fairly pedestrian start from them. Yetabori, who had their difficulties on day 2, they will be very happy. We'll have a look at the stats gun of the first over stats across the tournament so far. Yonshiping, high highs of 21. That was when Ibrahimkil was going insane in the first game for them. As it is, they've sort of settled into an average of around 14 for the first over. Nothing like that here. They've ended up with only 3 runs on the board, and most of those coming in extras. Now through Sasindran. coming in for the second over. He's been very, very good to date. So he's even had a haircut in between coming back for his 4th and 5th games. So if it doesn't affect his ability to swing the ball, probably prefers bowling to the right-handers, but try to tail this one back in late to Ibrahim Kill. Nice bit of pace, and it's just dabbed away. Almost a chance at the batting end, but Riaz Khan, he's pretty quick, backs up well. Scamper through for the single. Not threatened the boundary at any stage so far, Yon Shopping. Been a disciplined line and length for the most part for the Royals bowlers. Just the start they would have been looking for as they travelled down to Landskrona from Göteborg today. Picked a beautiful part of the day to be playing, settled into some nice warm weather, just still a little bit of cool air, keeping the players from getting too hot. Nice length. Khan once again gives himself a bit of space, slaps it down, but Subi coming around, Mr. Triple 3, keeps it to 1, brings Ibrahim Kill back onto strike. Nice length ball from Sasindran. He gets that one to swing appreciably. Always a chance of an outside edge. Keeper Ravi Bakr will be looking to get himself in the game early. Yeah, good ball from Sasindran. Sometimes not easy for a right-arm bowler who's traditionally used to be bowling outswing just outside off stump to the right-handers to deal with a left-hander, particularly some of the unorthodox places that Ibrahim Kill hits to. I think that's a really, really good spot for a bowler of Sasindran's style. Pushing across the face of Ibrahim Kill and just tailing in late. Tries to go for it again, slightly fuller over pitches, and Ibrahim Kill gets enough willow on it and it flies away for the first boundary of this innings. It's been a while coming. Nicely played from Ibrahim Kill though, just opened the face on it, got enough on it to take it over the head of the man there at third man on the circle. Races away for a boundary. Strategically not bad bowling from Sasindran though. I don't think he'll be particularly put off and probably keep that same line for the remainder of the over. Shopping only 9 runs on the board. 2 balls to go in this second. Taking a bit of time to collect the ball, which has exited past the fence of Landskrona Cricket Club. Sasindran, 2 balls to go. Short, Ibrahim Kill swings around, tries to heave it to square leg. Only succeeds in getting a top edge, but it's still a 4 in the scorebook. And he gets there. Total underway. Boundaries off consecutive balls. Sasindran just dropping a little bit short. His line goes astray. Certainly with the power zone that Ibrahim Kill has, you don't want to give him short of a length on the leg side. Saw him hammer one into the side of the building that sits behind the square leg boundary earlier this week. There's some hitting chops in that part of the ground. Just waiting as the umpires clarify the score. 4 signalled from that last ball. 1 to go. Jönköping on 13 for none. And it's left from Ibrahim Kill. That's way inside the wide line. Not great judgment for the opener, and it's good finish to the over from Sasindran. Jönköping 13 for none after 2. Keep in mind, Jönköping won the toss, decided to bat, so must have been ready to go out there and put a decent total on. And a man who was there at the toss coming to join me in the commentary box, Mr. Rico Full.
Yep, thank you very much. Good to be here. And it's a lovely day here at Landskrona, the southern tip in Sweden, close to the Baltic Sea. As we have a look at the tables, 12 points there to Evergreen. They're sailing high, aren't they? They've beat Seaside here today. Seaside, they've got some worries, haven't they? Just they stay rooted to the bottom of the table. Evergreen have won all their matches so far. You're Shopping, the team in second at the moment. They'll be feeling that do the double, if you like, over their opponents, and there's every opportunity where they can continue and keep that way. Well, this one has been just lofted. Arias Khan probably acknowledging the fact that they need to get a bit of a move on. Gives himself a little bit of space, and he just hammers that over the boundary. And the umpire there doing the signal, hands up in the air like he just don't care. There's 6 more. Conker. And this one's up in the air, but this is an opportunity. Fielders coming in and not able to get to it. They take the one. Had a long way to come, did Planisami. He makes a lot of ground, but still just not able to get to the ball. You see there, nice shot there from our production partner, Spring Productions. And it's Karina and Andrew today. And, hello to them, and I no doubt that you viewers around the world appreciate the excellent quality of the production from them. So shout out to them once more time. And it's Karina and Andrew here today doing a fantastic job. Conker just changing his field slightly. So 2 men straight. Everybody else inside the circle. Goes for the Yorker length delivery, gets it slightly wrong, and that will go all the way as well. Seis carreras, and boom, Shakalagyan. This is a good sign, I think, for Yon Shopping, because they need somebody like Sami Ibrahimkil to really get going. He has shown us his abilities early on in this series, but he hasn't been able to go big since then. So this will be a good time for him to sign 46 of 14 against Seaside in that victory. But since then, though he's been good, this will be close. Oh, well, really close, and the ball goes past the bowler, and they'll take extras. This one, I think, would have been out. Takes it on, a little bit slow going. Here's the throw. Oh, well. Then the bonus, I suppose, is the overthrows, which takes Ibrahim back on strike. This one is a full toss. It hits it pretty hard. It's going to go all the way again. Bolle, 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 ginna sona, shakalagya. He can't be bowling full tosses at a man who can hit it so powerfully. And they're just feeding Ibrahimkil here at the moment. He's been a bit of a sleeping giant, isn't he? The big hard hitter, Sami. Well, if you're going to feed him those, you're going to wake him up, and they have woken him up. And this could be dangerous. Conker, this over has gone magical. 21 off it, a ball to go. Short, horrible, Gandhi. And, well, that's Gandhi with a big G. That goes all the way down the leg side. The wicketkeeper has no chance at all to stop this. And it's 5. And this over, well, it's magical already before that ball. Well, now, depending what happens here, it could go supersonic. 26 off the over. Conker feeding the pressure. Just needs to try and get this one ball in. Plays it into the ground, takes a single on. Oh, well, that's a very wild throw. And that's almost like trying to take the bowler out. So Sidaran gets the throw in. I think we may see him come back into the attack to bowl this one. They need something to happen. We just have a look at the power play stats here. So these two teams, well, you see the Royals there. The best has been 39, average is 20. The lowest is 7. Young Shopping, completely different. 64 the best, average around 35. Their lowest about 23, and I think that's reflected where they are in the tables as well. The power play is so important. This one has been a good one as well, because it's more or less, I think, just above the average, isn't it? 40 runs has come off it, courtesy of that very expensive over. Now, had you come back from that, they're going to Chandru Jar once more. Missed him, didn't they, in that those two matches where they just looked at all sorts against the Evergreen side. They need to produce something here. The all-rounder. Jar comes back. And oh, this is missed out on by Sami Ibrahimkil. That's right in his zone. And that's a bit of a let-off, really. Dot ball all the same. Loving that shot from that camera. Look at the horses there. They're having some fun. Giddy up, giddy up. Absolutely love it. Beautiful setting. Hit hard, and that's going to go to the boundary. There's nobody there on the boundary at square leg. Just not getting the line right. When he missed out on the ball before, doesn't miss out on this. And the fielder, Sasindran, as he goes to get the ball, is already given the instructions. You've got to change this field. You've got to have somebody out here. And, well, the captain takes note. They do change it. And Conker straight away gets another man there out on the leg side boundaries. A square leg now back mid-wicket. Long on as well. And this may be called a wide. It has been. Jar just straying a little bit too wide. I can understand the reasoning. See what he's trying to do. He thought maybe it just came in. As we see this one again, it just doesn't do enough, does it? Rico Fool here enjoying the cricket, and alongside me, Andrew Ryan.
And missed a fair bit of action just in the last couple of minutes, Rico, as Sami Ibrahimkil. We're seeing good Sami today. He's taking the attack to the bowlers. That ball's gone very high. Wings Conker charging in from long off. He's had a tough day already, getting smashed at the bowling crease. Showed good speed to get to that catch, but it's a tough one. But against players of the quality of Ibrahimkil, you've got to take that.
I got to say this. If that one was caught after you just once again say Ibrahim is having a good day so far, I think the players would have signed a petition to get you out of here.
Maybe not get me out of here, but at least stop giving them a rap on camera.
Yeah, please don't get to say anything good. This one is well bowled, and just keep it. Yes, Khan came up with a beautiful shot in the over before, but I think he's got to understand his right. Look, I think Sami Ibrahim Hill is not going to change the way he plays. He's going to play his shot, and I think while he's there, I think Riaz Khan is probably better off just saying, look, while you're going and you're going well, just keep having the strike. Once you go, then I'll change the way I play.
Yeah, completely agree, Rico. He could also just stand still at the crease. Once again, stepping away to leg side. And his body weight's going over there. He's just got so little room for error with the bat. He's not a tall man, so he hasn't got a great reach. And Jar's just pumping it wide of off stump, short of a length, and it's hard for him to get to.
Yeah, look, with the third man, so, well, right on cue, I was going to say, with the third man so far, he's been moved a bit wider now. Those sort of balls, you should just be looking to guide down to that area.
Oh, he's taken another big swipe, another massive step out to square leg. And he's taken Sami Ibrahimkil off strike for the majority of that over when he's absolutely in a rhythm.
Yeah.
And for a man who's a good quality batsman, he just does not need to preempt like that.
No, he doesn't, and I think he needs to read the match situation. Swinging and missing is not helping the cause, because that just basically means that every time that Sami does hit the ball to the boundary, if that's going to be followed by lots of dots, you're just hurting yourself, aren't you? As we have a look at that, it's quite interesting. Wins bat first, when we know that Evergreen batting first twice has recorded victories for themselves. And I think the team out there at the moment on shopping will be hoping that they can follow the trend. Of course, I think Göteborg, the Royals, they'll be hoping to change that trend, as we just see out on the field. I think the 12th man has come on to take the helmet away.
Looks like Subhash Palanisamy coming on to bowl. little bit of a gentle slap in the face for him that as soon as he steps up to the bowling crease that Ibrahim Kill decides, don't need a helmet for you, young man. He's a pretty tall boy. Palanasami too. Surely get a little bit of bounce on this pitch as he's done on occasion when he's come to the bowling crease. But Ibrahim Kill, he looks to be in a mood, and after a sluggish start, Jönköping, particularly courtesy of that over where they obliterated poor Barrett Conker, sitting at 46 for none after 4. It's a pretty good start. They'll be particularly happy that there's no wickets down. Rolling it over 10 and over. Ibrahim Kill's there for another couple of overs. This could be a big total. Steps down the crease. Has to whip Anasami out to mid-wicket. Just tickles his toes and well stopped from the keeper.
He does well, doesn't he? Standing up as well. Quite a difficult one. Hits the foot and then goes up and hits Sami back on the elbow.
Flighted onto leg stump. He gets underneath. Top edge, but falls short of the fielder coming in there from backward square leg. Just running through for a single.
Palanasami, I think this is a good tactic. He's just taking the pace off the ball. He's just hinted to his... Well, he's very precise where he wants his fielders. He's pointing, look at this, pointing at all directions. I want you there, I want you just there. You stay there. I want you a little bit this way. Position.
Like watching Gary Kasparov on a chessboard, maneuvering his pieces around. And he follows it up with a wide ball, so while he's asked for precision from his fielding corps, he hasn't delivered with the delivery.
No, he's forgot about his own position. Again, good work there from the keeper, Ravi Bakar. Now they are definitely pleased to have him back in the side. They missed him against Evergreen as well.
Ball from Palanasami. This forces Khan to defend straight back down the pitch. Certainly hasn't found his ranges yet, but as you said last over, Rico, he just tickles the singles at the moment and gets Ibrahim Kill on strike. More than doing his job. He decides to charge down the pitch. Drills it out to Conker fielding out there at long off. He secures it. A helpful throw for his bowler, but well taken by Palanasami. And Jönköping, they'll be pleased to have Sami Ibrahim Kill get back on strike for the concluding stages of this 5th over. Palanasami having to shift the field around with the right and left hand combination. Drags that one onto middle stump, and another high ball from Ibrahim Kill. This has been a great change of pace bowling by the skipper from the Edinburgh Royals, bringing Palanasami on to bowl. It's worked an absolute treat, and Ibrahim Kill is heading back to the sheds. He's the first wicket down. Jönköping, they're 49 for 1.
Yeah, change of pace, and see, he just doesn't get in the right position to play this shot as well. Doesn't really go to the ball. Head goes up in the air, and Ravi Barker takes a comfortable catch, and he just says to Palanasami there, leave it to me, buddy, it's mine. And Palanasami applauds the keeper for taking the catch, and he should get a few applause for himself because I think he stuck to his task pretty well. And they get the big wicket of Ibrahim Kill. He does a little better than he's done in the last few innings that he's played. That was an important wicket to get, and he goes for 31 off 17.
So 1 ball to go in this 5th. Great to have everyone on the YouTube chat with us. Just a question from Ninj. Do you play chess, Andrew? Well, Ninj, safely say absolutely not. In fact, I'm not even sure where I pulled Gary Kasparov out of. I suspect once we go past Kasparov, as no one's called wide, and young Bobby Fischer from back in the day, that's probably the extent of my chess knowledge, but either way, hopefully you get plenty of enjoyment from the game, Ninj, and we're getting plenty of enjoyment from this T10 cricket here at the moment. As Butcher has a pair of wides fired at him at the start of his innings. Be enjoying just getting his eye in against balls going for extras.
Yeah, Butcher's a player that we've been impressed with his all-round performances. Certainly somebody who can give the ball a good crack.
It's on the back foot. That's nicely cut. It's going to beat the fielder coming from backward of points. Superb timing. Great start from Nasir Butcher. He gets his innings rolling, and Jönköping finished the fifth. They're 55 for 1.
Yeah, into the 50s, and I think they'll be looking to get a bit more acceleration in here now as well. They won't want this innings to fall away. They want to keep it at least at the same tempo. But I get the feeling that with Khan, who's in there now, and he should be seeing the ball pretty well. Butcher times it beautifully. And that they'll be poised as we have a look at the scorecard there. Poised to go on to score big runs. It's good to see Sammy finally getting in the runs.
Yeah, certainly. We've seen the best of Sammy earlier on in the tournament. Then we've seen slightly mediocre Sammy with the bat through the middle stages. Great to see him coming and unleashing some big blows again. As Sasindran comes on to bowl to Riaz Khan. Somehow manages to find the Bermuda triangle in the middle of 3 fielders. Chandler's eventually the man to pick it up and fires it in for what was a 2 in the end for the Jönköping batsmen. They were alert to the fact that there was a little bit of sluggishness in the backing up. Could have almost been a 3, but no need to take risks at this point in the innings. Sasindran charged with bowling this 6th over. Khan steps away again. Well, I'm not best pleased with this approach for him, but it's paid dividends there. Flying edge off the outside of the bat. Beats the fielder at 3rd man, and it's another boundary added to the Jönköping total. Riaz Khan had absolutely no idea where that had gone.
No, I mean, that's the way he's going to play his shots, isn't he? And that's something I think captain has to have a look at and say, right, okay, look, we've just got to change things here, and the 3rd man's got to go back. It's a good reply from the bowler.
Yeah, well bowled from Sasindran. Generally relied on his outswing to be an effective bowler in this tournament so far, but he's not getting huge amount of sideways movement here, but keeping it in the block hole. Making sure that he's not giving a huge amount of space for the batsmen to free their arms. Nice change of pace, just rolled the fingers over the top of it.
It's good bowling, he's come back well. Getting the ball in the right areas and just keeping the better guessing where the next one is going to be.
61 for 1, 2 balls to go in the 6th. Oh, that's smoked by Khan. He's finally stood still at the crease, and that's what he can do. Head over the pitch of the ball, Sasindran, and let him free the arms, and that's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, see the difference it makes? Stand still, just had that little movement, didn't he? That little trigger movement, just to take himself a little bit closer to the ball, takes a step across and comes out, meets it on the full, keeps his balance, gets right on top of the ball and hits a beautiful shot there in that extra cover area. Beautiful 4 runs, and we know he's a class bat. We've seen him do this before, and if him and Butcher can get going here now, they can really get that acceleration, that push in, and then he goes back to what he's been doing, and you can see how crazy this is because the ball is short and he's actually following the ball rather than going outside the off and pulling, or in that case hooking it away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's not a bad bit of bowling from Sasindran, following him with the short ball, getting it above shoulder height. Riaz Khan, unless he gets a top edge to that, going to have absolutely no clue where it's going. So not a bad little spell from Sasindran, rather, despite going for 20 off his 2 overs. Jönköping, they are 65 for 1, still 4 overs in the kit bag. Riaz Khan, they're on 20 off 18. I see a Butcher can't get on strike at the moment. He's 4 off 1. Win probability sitting in Jönköping's favour at the moment, 74%. And Royal skipper, he's turned to Palanisamy to bowl a 2nd over. I think this is a nice move. He bowled particularly good 1st over. Got the wicket of Ibrahim Kill. Going to be a different kettle of fish with Nasir Butcher though. Slightly more cultured player. Just dare say he'll be looking over to that mid-wicket region. Oh, gets the outside edge again. Well, they're profiting down in that space. Unlucky Palanisamy, put it wide. Butcher throws the bat at it, flying outside edge. He goes before.
Do nothing about that. I think even in this case, if the 3rd man was back on the boundary. That's gone really fine. And sometimes the luck just goes your way, and we've seen that both these batters have had a bit of that luck as they found the edge, and it's gone to the boundary. And Landskrona continues to move his troops around. Oh, this is a no ball. And the thing I don't like about this, Andrew, is a Gundy ball. It's a no ball. It doesn't look pitch on the pitch, but it goes down as a bye. That should never go down as a bye, should it? I mean, what can the keeper do about this?
Keeper can't do much better than the normal scheme of things, let alone when you're playing on an artificial pitch and the ball hits the edge of it and careers away. It's a terrible ball from Landskrona.
Free hit and up in the air, and he makes it count. He goes all the way, 6 runs, big hit, 6 carreras más, manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6.
I'll give Riaz Khan some advice for free. The 2 balls that he's stood still and just watched the ball, he's hit for 4 and 6. He does that for the rest of the innings. He'll have a nice score on the board. He's absolutely cracked that over the long off boundary, and after that after that no ball, which he's had to re-bowl and give a free hit there, Landskrona under a bit of pressure. Better ball, forces Khan onto the back foot, and punches it out to fielder coming in from point. When you look at the YouTube chat, Rico had a challenge from James Stewart to unleash the song One Night in Bangkok at karaoke tonight.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you guys think from the video, but pulling out a song from 1985 is probably a couple of years too old for my liking. So, as we said, that one called Wide again. So if anyone wants to make any suggestions that probably 1988 or after, I'm more than happy to consider them. But
okay. So what is your go-to song then? You can tell us maybe after this delivery.
Well, that is an outstanding strike from Butcher. If we were the pin on a golf green, he would have landed it pin high. Just hit the top of the commentator's cube. That's a brilliant strike.
Well,
just got the wrist through it beautifully.
Does he get a bit of the old heli chopper on this? And look, you know what? I'm looking at the fielders looking in our direction, and I look at you and I think, you're far too casual and calm. I think this is coming our way, and it lands right on the top of this cube. What a lovely big shot that was on Bacha. And he's got his first one out of here. Now he goes for another. This one's another one out of here. Gia, Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, Shaka Lagia indeed, Rico. That's a pair of beautiful strikes for Nasir Bacha. I talked about the fact that Landskrona was going to find him a much tougher proposition than Ibrahim Kill, and it has proved right. That's a pair of super shots. And all of a sudden, Jönköping are really, really racing ahead in this run rate. This is fantastic batting from them. 97 for 1 after 7. And having a look at the schedule still to come, we've got another week and a half here, Rico, in Landskrona, followed by the second part of the Swedish swing. Team going up north to the beautiful capital city of Stockholm. Some very, very good cricketers in that part of the world. Before we go back to the east of Europe, we've got Prague, followed by Budapest, and then lovely Vienna. Get to see MSP in action for the Vienna Cricket Club during that event, which is going to be an absolute treat for his many, many fans. That's a treat for fans of the Göteborg Royals. He's run straight past the delivery from Landskrona, who's been pumped for 34 off his 1.5 overs, but he finally gets revenge to close that over. Well taken by the keeper, Baka, and Batcher is on his way. Jönköping, the 91 for 2.
Well, this is a bit of joy, I suppose, when things are not going your way. He's been hit for some big hits, and Batcher, we know that he's powerful, and we know that he can do some amazing things with the bat. We saw some of that power there, but he has to go. Once again, good work there from Ravi Baka. That's why it's so important to have your number one keeper behind the stumps. And, well, the thing is, though, I mean, the damage is still not all over. They've still got another very important batter to come out. And Zidane, he was a little bit like, oh, dare I say it, batted a bit like Riaz Khan did the first few times we saw him. But he's managed to get things right, Zidane, and he's starting to certainly hit the ball a lot better yesterday. He's got his timing right. So this is a big moment here now, because I think if you can remove him out of the equation, then you can really start to slow things down. But there's still a lot of runs on the board there already.
Yep, Jönköping, 91 for 2, 3 overs to go. Siva coming into the bowling attack. Can't stroke that nicely. He's going to beat the fielder coming around from deep cover. Excellent timing from Khan, who has finally started to find his range. He's been joined at the crease by Zadran, but Zadran's just in the box seat to watch a gorgeous square drive from Riaz Khan.
Yeah, this is more like Khan, and we keep saying it. When he stands still and he waits and plays the ball on merit, he's a completely different batter. And, this time, it's probably just too wide. Asking the question, the wicketkeeper, and I think they're going to go up to the third umpire to have a look at this. So this is going to be interesting, and I think this is umpire Rafi. He's going to look at this. Let's have a look. He comes out, plays and misses. There's the foot. The heel is up. And, oh, well, is there enough behind the line there? What do you think?
Just pressed that front part of the foot down. He might get the benefit of the doubt here, Riaz Khan, although after he's backed away again and played and missed, it'd serve him right if he's sent packing. But I think the umpires have correctly adjudicated that he just had a bit of that front part of the boot.
Yeah, that was very
pressed
close.
down.
It's a good call and good work once again from our production partner, Spring Productions. And he's there, getting it absolutely spot on and helping the umpires, especially the umpire there at third, making the right call.
Riaz Khan backs away again unnecessarily, Rico. I'm going to go and take a hook out to him. Drag him into the right spot and tell him to stand there and swing.
Yeah, stand still.
Oh, he backs away but does it in a slightly more controlled fashion. He smokes it past the long off boundary. It's only just missed one of the spectator groups here by not much. The youngsters nonchalantly playing while Mum's watching the T10 action. That's a beautiful shot from Khan. And once again, if he'd just hold his position like that more regularly, Rico, he'd be thrashing the ball to all parts.
Yeah, it's certainly something. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, weren't we? That these players have the ability, whether you're bowling, whether you're batting, to go back, or whether you're wicket keeping. It's another great tool to go back and watch these matches. And I think, well, Khan can certainly go back and just see the difference that there is in his batting when he stays still as opposed to when he moves around in that crease.
Once again, that front leg just goes way out towards mid-wicket. Nicely delivered ball by Siva. Just slightly short of a length outside off stump. Good comeback after getting hit for 6. Dropped short. Khan once again, body weight going down to the leg. That one's probably not too far off going over his head. He's diminutive stature at the bowling crease. Only just. Certainly be called his one for the over. Good bit of pace from Siva though. Didn't enjoy being hit for 6. Come back with a vengeance. Well, full toss, swung away from the bat of Riaz Khan. Umpires looking at each other. There's no ball call for the full toss above waist high, but there is a big swinging arm for the boundary 4, and that's a great way to finish the over. Jönköping 106 for 2 after 8.
Yeah, it's a bit of a filthy finish, isn't it? And gets that one wrong. I suspect, because he sees the movement from the batter, he thinks, okay, get the Yorker in. Doesn't get it right, it goes to the boundary, and that's disappointing because up until then, it wasn't a bad over from Pusa, but he does show a bit of pace, and he certainly shows one thing there. Once he hits the ball on the seam, it certainly carries through with a bit of pace.
Yeah, he's a pretty good bowler, and he bowls wicket to wicket most of the time. A rare occasion which he's lost his length. And speaking of losing length, Barrett Conker's brought himself back to the bowling crease. Difficult to come back and bowl a second over after you've been taken to the cleaners in the first, but he's a man who's more than capable of sending 6 balls up into the block hole, as he's done earlier in the tournament. First ball faced by Zabiullah Zadran. Once again, a little bit full. Really coming around from cover, does a good job of getting his knees in the way. The ball, that's Bharat Subramanya.
Gets himself off the mark, Zadran, and he gets Riaz Khan on strike. Khan now probably wants to get as much strike as he can, which is going to be a strange concept for Zidane to be in. Normally he's the one that they want to give the strike to because of his hitting power. Oh dear, that's a big wide, and only just stays on the pitch. Just trying to keep the ball out of the zone. Conker gets that one all wrong. Captain.
See what he's trying to do. If Riaz Khan keeps on backing away to the leg side, that ball pushed wide across from him is probably the way to go. If he's going to do that, though, he might want to move third man probably about 10 metres to his right, because it's unlikely to be just a fine edge where they've currently got him positioned. It really was close to being off the side of the pitch, Rico, wasn't it?
Very close indeed. Let's see if you can adjust here. And, it ends up being a full toss, but it could. Oh, it doesn't. And there's Landskrona once more. He's been in that situation a few times where he's come in and the ball doesn't get to him, and then it's not a good throw at all. He just throws it, probably out of frustration more than anything else, and one becomes two, and that gives the opportunity for Khan to get back on strike.
Well, in the Wikipedia entry for compounding your error, they could put a video of that. Landskrona coming in to miss the catch, coming in from the long on position, but then creates an overthrow with a wasteful throw as Conker goes wide of off stump again. Too wide for the umpire's liking. And Khan sees another one added to the total. It's been a tough afternoon for Conker. I've got to admit, actually, Rico, he's good enough when he comes over the wicket to get that ball tailing in late. Yorker's on leg stump. Not completely sure about this tactic for him of bowling around the wicket.
He's just trying to imitate the left arm. Let's have a look at this bowling, and see when he's there. Fair enough. If this goes up in the air, oh, well, can you believe it? That's straight, and he can't believe it. Straight at him. It's another catch that goes down, and that one is one that the man of the ability of Chandu has to take.
Well, I was about to say he looked very casual and relaxed. Expected him to snaffle that catch with ease. Just hits the hands hard and is flying down. Not a huge amount of balls left in the innings, but would have loved to see the back of Riaz Khan. Conker goes wide again, flashes on the outside blade. Zidane, fielder, gets enough of his knee on it again. They'll scamper through for two. That really was a flashing outside edge. Done pretty well down there at third man.
As well, and fielding is so important, isn't it? And we say so many times getting the key players in the right place.
Conker got some decisions to make. He's got particularly unhealthy bowling figures of none for 35. None for 36 at the moment, I should say. 37 even. I'll even go back. He did have figures of none for 35. Managed to get a dot ball. Might be able to escape out of this over without too much more damage. Zidane, he's been struggling to find his timing in this ECS Landskrona event. He's a pretty talented batsman. Good thrasher in the middle overs, but hasn't been able to put together an innings of substance to date. Well, there's another outside edge. Gone straight down to third man again. It's well fielded. He'll manage to keep it to a single. That closes the over. Jönköping 1 for 15 for 2 with 1 over to go. Gareth Conker finishes with figures of none for 36. Tough day at the office for the skipper of the Yedabori Royals, but certainly not out of reach at the moment. They can get a few dot balls in this last over and keep Riaz Khan off strike in particular for the most part. Might be able to keep it around the 120 range, and if they can do that, the hitters they've got in their side, Yedabori, they certainly wouldn't necessarily be feeling like they're in control or confident, but certainly give themselves a reasonable chance of chasing this total down. Tough final over job. Siva coming on to bowl his second. Wasn't a bad first over from him. Went for 15 still, but a little unlucky at times. That's with a decent length. Well, I think that's been a catch that's shelled, and they've missed the opportunity at the striker's end. Shake of the hand from the wicket keeper. It was a pretty nice bit of bowling from Siva.
Yeah, that was an opportunity. And I think somebody of the ability of Ravi Bako. We've seen him play well here today. He's had a good game so far. That one gets away from him. And that puts Khan back on strike. He's trying to bring up his 50, and I think he's going to do it in style. He's absolutely smashes this. That is a huge hit. And the captain, he goes from 44 to 50 with that Maximo. And that is huge. And again, he sort of attacks it, hits it hard. And 6 more, well batted. Both Badania to Riaz Khan, who moves on to 50 of just 29 deliveries.
Yeah, congratulations to Khan. It's turned into a pretty good innings at the end. And he's managed to swing that over wide of long off for consecutive maximums. Well, been a bit of an up and down innings at times and played plenty of dot balls, but when he's hit it, it's off the middle of the bat. It's been flying to the boundary. That's a great strike. And, well, Siva thought he was going to get out of this over with a few dot balls and keep the score more manageable. Riaz Khan has had something to say about that. That's a tremendous shot. Just dropping it on what you'd think of it as a good length, allowing Khan to get underneath the ball. Siva's probably going to find the block hole now. Yeah, pretty good ball. Clipped off the toes. Khan love to scamper through for 2. Zadran's quick. In any event, he's happy to sacrifice himself to get Khan back on strike. That's excellent team cricket there. Zadran walking off the field, but when you've got a player who's hit 56 off 30, like that 57 off 31 now, you want to give him as much strike as possible. That's excellent work from Zadran, effectively sacrificing himself.
Yeah, we don't see enough of that. I think that's one thing that we talk about a lot, that sometimes we see that players, they're thinking more about keeping their wickets intact than thinking about the team. And Zadran there, he knew what his role was straight away when he goes out there. I think I said at one point, he's normally the one that they're trying to give the strike to, but in this case, he needs to be thinking the same. He needs to be thinking differently.
Siva under pressure. Come back on strike for what is left of this over. 2 balls to go. Short of a length. Probably gets away with it thanks to Khan trying to heave him over mid-wicket. One's just jagged a little bit off the deck. It's through to the keeper for a much-needed dot ball. On shopping. 129 for 3. Some concerns about time as far as how long it's taken to get through this innings. That one is going to end up with a run out of, I think, the non-striker there, as Riaz Khan managed to sprint past his partner before the keeper took the bails off. So I suspect that's going to be Mohammad Tanvir, who's eventually dismissed. We'll get the umpires to confirm that, but a good finish from Siva over those last couple of balls. But that is nonetheless a tough innings for the Iddaburi Royals, and certainly one of the better batting performances from Yon Shopping across that innings. So they were helped by in the end, a pretty good innings from Riaz Khan. Had his moments when he was playing and missing with a bit too much frequency for batsmen of his talent, but he ended up with a half century, 57 off 32. And there was plenty of action throughout this one in particular. Sami Ibrahimkil took Sasadran for a couple of boundaries earlier, although Sasadran will feel he was a moral winner in that. But next over, Bharat Conker was absolutely pumped into oblivion, sending 5 wides down the leg side. Certainly no recipe for success either. Conker continued his tough day, running in, trying to take a catch from the boundary. Fumbled it. Had to wait for the keeper to safely take one and send Ibrahimkil on his way. It was a good bit of bowling from Blandasamy, a good bowling change from the skipper at that time to take a bit of pace off the ball, and that only brought Nasir to the crease. He's one of the more talented batsmen in this Group A. Riaz Khan, as he had a want to do at the time, was just stepping away to the leg side. fortunate with a couple of outside edges going to the boundary, but eventually found the middle of the bat and smoked it through the cover region, followed up by another one going over the mid-wicket boundary. Now see, he charged down the pitch and was ably stumped off. Nice bit of bowling from Palanisamy again after he'd been thrashed a couple of times, and that brought big Zabiola Zadran to the crease, but at that point it was just the Riaz Khan show. Almost stumped by a nice bit of work from Ravi Baka, but got the benefit of the doubt from the third umpire. That one went across the face of goals, but Bharat Konka was unlucky not to have Riaz Khan caught there, and certainly that dropped catch cost them because he pumped a shoulder-high short ball over the mid-wicket boundary. This was the one where it was a great bit of play from Zadran, not something that's going to end up in stats, but him sacrificing himself there to ensure that Khan got back on strike. But Khan probably didn't make the most of it. A couple of dot balls to finish. And in the end, Jönköping ended up at 129 for 4 off their 10 overs. That's a pretty big total, and we've started to see the runs flow freely here at the Landskrona Cricket Club today. Had the big score early this morning from Evergreen Cricket Club. They put on 148, almost chased down by Seaside. Have a look at the Jönköping batting card. Riaz Khan, he was the man that paced them at the top of the order. He was undefeated with 57 off 33. Ravi Baka getting into the dismissals of both Ibrahim Kil and Bacha. They went for 31 and 20 respectively, and then not much work to do for the middle order, and that's pretty strong total from Jönköping, particularly with their bowling lineup. They'll expect to be able to defend that, but the Göteborg Royals will have something to say, and they are fighting for their place in the finals, so they will really give this a good crack. The only wicket taker for them, Subhash Palanisamy, he took 2 for 34. Pretty good first over for him, but copped some punishment in the second. But it's actually Chandra Jha who, at the top of the order, bowled 2 overs, only went for 9. It's a great economy rate. He bowled very well, and Bharat Konka bowled well there in this tournament, but it's taken apart. Ended up with 36 off his 2 overs, so going to be a high-flying chase from the Göteborg Royals. They're going to have to go hard from the start. They are not looking great on the win probability, but they certainly had the batsmen to do it. They're chasing down Jönköping's 129 for 4. It's Andrew Ryan, and with me today, Rico Fall for the European Cricket Network. Thank you to everyone who's joining us on YouTube, on the ECN channel, or FanCode across the Indian subcontinent. Thank you very much for your company today. Come back and join us for the second innings of this game in a few moments. Good afternoon, European cricket fans. Welcome back for the second innings of this third game here from Landskrona Cricket Club. We have a Jönköping taking the field, trying to defend a pretty hefty target against the Göteborg Royals, and the Royals who have struggled at times with the bat throughout this tournament. They need a few players to find some form if they're going to reach this score of 130 that they need to take victory in this game 3. It's going to be an uphill task, and they're going to be facing the fiery fast bowler Zabiola Zadran with the new ball. Have to be some good scoring in the power play if they're to keep themselves in this contest. Zadran's going to give them plenty of pace to work with. We should see some big hitting and plenty of fire with the ball, and a man who always showed plenty of fire with the ball in his career, Rico Fall.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's very nice of you to say. I just wished I had some coverage that I could show you, but of course these guys don't have that problem. They're out there with our production partners, Stream Productions. Everything's been streamed live across the world, and of course they can go back and look at it again. And one man that will be going back and looking at his innings again is Riaz Khan. He did swung and missed at a few, but he did get to his 50. He did very well. Nice shot there off the horse. And look, I'm loving that. Look, why don't you go and join him? Look, I'll cover for you. I know you were doing a bit of horse jumping. Talk about jumping. Well, the bat wants to get involved as well. He says, never mind about the horses and Rhino going back there doing a bit of jumping. That bat, is that a bat you used yesterday? It's got a bit of spring in it.
I'm curious. I'm not sure whether there's any markets offered by Bet to Ball about a player letting a bat fly out of their handle in the first delivery of a game. Of all the things that could have happened on ball one, that's quite incredible. And Manarajan over there just trying to get his grip sorted out.
Saddle up is what I say. It's all about to happen. And yeah, that's a lovely shot there. Horses just going through their motions there, jumping around. I still think you jumped higher than them.
Had good elevation on that intro. Rico, check the trousers last night. They're still in one piece. No unfortunate tear. So who knows what might happen on the intro. Tomorrow morning, always good for you to tune in for the start of the European cricket coverage as Zadran steams in. Good ball, only just kept out by Nadaranjan. Probably a little bit perturbed after throwing his bat literally at that first ball. 2 dots to get started, which will certainly make Zadran happy. He's not a man who smiles too much on the field, to be honest, but he's a very intense competitor. Fantastic cricketer for this Jönköping side.
Zadran makes his way. He's ready to steam in again.
Fiery full ball. Somehow Nararanjan's opened up the bat face to take it wide of third man. He looked like he was almost running to the pavilion as he played this one, but opened up the face at the last moment. Slight outside edge about it, but goes down as a 4 in the scoring book.
Well, I'm not quite sure how he did this or whether he knows how he's done this himself. It was a very good delivery from Zadran. It's the sort of balls that he normally finds are getting him victims, but this time he finds the ball has gone to the boundary from the bat. That's quite an amazing shot, actually.
Oh. Cricket's not a fair game, is it, Rico? The bowler's come up with an absolute perler there. The batsman played a shocking-looking shot, and he profits with 4 runs. And Zadran then, a bit of frustration, tries to spear it in a bit quickly. Fielder actually does a good job coming around from third man to ensure that that doesn't go to the boundary.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of deliveries. I think he's trying. From what I'm seeing, the way he's bowling, he's sort of trying to get right close to the stumps and whip that through. It's almost like a sort of slingy action. He's trying to get that ball to come back in to the right-hander, and that one just doesn't do anything. Just follows that line down the leg side, and the keeper. That's a work to do, Qasim Mohammed there.
Another good ball right at the base of the stumps. Somehow got a decent bit of bat on it. All right, chase that down to the boundary. They've kept it in. It's Musa Rahman. He's a pretty good athlete in the field. Pretty ordinary effort though, sticking the foot out. Square leg fielder, lucky Musa was backing him up. It's a couple of deliveries was Zadran's come out with absolute pearlers Batsman have managed to get the toe end of the bat on it. Taking it for a 2. Pretty well played in the end by Backer. Good to see him out in the field today. A decent ball from Zadra, but batsman had enough width, throws the hands at it. That's a boundary 4. And Ravi Backer, he is 6 off 2. Feels like he's getting to his work nicely.
Yeah, Ravi Backer comes back into the side, the wicketkeeper batter, to perform pretty well out there. Just that one sharp chance which went down while he was there, but he was very tidy behind the stumps. Good looking keeper. And now he gets the opportunity to bat up the order with Nataraja, of course, with Balisub Romanian not playing in this match, not in the squad here today. They need somebody to partner Natarajan, and at the moment, well, he's not doing a bad job.
Ryan standing at the top of his mark, probably trying to work out how he's gone for 12 off this over so far. This one's driven down. Tanvir thought it might be a catch coming his way. Shot at the stumps, missed it by a good 3.5 metres. Well backed up from the keeper though, and there won't be any runs further. And the Yetabori Royals end up 13 for none. Target of 130, so they couldn't have kept pace with the run rate any better than that, Rico.
Yeah, it's been a very good start. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Can you imagine? I mean, Zedran has bowled that over, and apart from the ball that was down the leg side, the wide, they were all pretty decent deliveries. And yet, he's having a look at his bowling figures, and it's 13 off the over. He's probably wondering how. And that one that did go for 4, that Yorker delivery to Natarajan, I still can't believe that Natarajan managed to get bad onto that and guide the ball to 4 runs. But anyway, that's the way things happen.
Looks like Ahmed Sajjad taking the ball for the second over. Been famous in this tournament for his efforts at number 11 yesterday, keeping them in the game. Game they probably shouldn't have any entitlement to have had a half-decent score. Big top edge off the bat of Backer. That's gone a long way for a Maximo. I cannot believe that has carried so far. Well, if you want to have a moral win for the bowler, at least you can say I'm bowling with enough pace that he's managed to hit a 6 that's carried the fence off the top edge.
I like the fielder here, and he says, "What do you mean? I have to go over there to get it?" I absolutely love that, the way he's like suggesting, "What, over there? You mean there?" Yeah, well, that's quite amazing. That's gone all the way. So new balls, please. There's another Kookaburra comes out.
Nice welcome to the bowling crease for Shazad. Just dropped a little bit short. Backer going nicely, 13 off 4. Much better ball, in swinger, full, and it's castled the batsman. What a great comeback. Well, you're going to be top edge for 6. That's a nice way to respond. Ahmed Sajjad, a lovely bit of bowling. Gets the in swing at a hoop, and it takes out middle stump, and Ravi Backer, he's on his way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great comeback, isn't it? The ball before, well, he was hit out of the park, literally. And he just kept his shape. Ahmed Sargent bowled a really good delivery right in the block hole, and knocks the wickets over. And that's the end of the innings of the wicketkeeper batter. Has to make his way. He's got to say he's been done by a good ball.
Yeah, Ravi Backer, he's tried to hit big on that, but that was an absolute beauty from Sajjad. See why he's been given the new ball.
It's all happening here. The horses have disappeared, and now there's a lawnmower in the picture. It's action-packed, not just on the field of play, but off it as well.
A nice little crowd developing here at the Landskrona Cricket Club. A few people wandering behind the park and their lunchtime walk, going to see the exploits of Ahmed Sajjad and the rest of this Jönköping team. New supporters here for the Yetabori Royals as well. Good to see. Down on the mullet, getting a little bit close to our commentary cube as Sajjad forces defensive shot there from Nishi Natarajan. And there's no run. He's been joined by Chandra Jha. He was an impressive contributor with the ball earlier today, Rico. Really good spell.
Yeah, Chandra Jha I mean, I talked about Barco wasn't playing last time against Evergreens when they were basically blown away. But Jar was also not there, and he's a good all-rounder for them. And we've not seen the best of him with the bat, but what we have seen in glimpses is to say that he is also another one of these guys that once he gets himself in, the more cricket he plays, that he's going to certainly be one to watch. And he's just suggested to the umpire that it's probably a little bit too far for my batting partner, Natarajan, to get hold of.
Decent length ball, slap straight down the ground. Should only be a single, two fielders converge on it. Tanvir's the man who pouches the ball. Nice bowling from Sajjad, pretty good length.
Just plays this, gets a signal, so an opportunity now for Jar to get onto a strike. He's a tall man, classy player if he can get going.
Move off stump. Blaze outside. No contact. And that's the end of a pretty good over from Sajjad. 22 for 1 after 2. So not too badly positioned with the run rate, but have to take advantage of this third over of the power play. Flurry of boundaries would be helpful. And it looks like Riaz Khan's coming up to the bowling crease. He certainly on a high after his half century in the first innings. We take a look at the standings for Group A, Rico. Evergreen sitting very pretty on top.
Yeah. But this is the thing here. I mean, yeah, Shopping, you know, here they're second at the moment. A couple of victories here will see them cement that position. But it would then put some additional pressure on the Royals. I mean, even if they can pick up just the 2 points here, just to get that bigger distance between them and Seaside, they'll take that, because this try comes in, and that's a great bit of work. Absolutely fantastic. And it's all celebration time once more. And there's another one that goes. Have a look at this.
Oh.
Just look, off they go. The pick up and the throw is pretty good, but I would like to see this one side on. Do the stumps get broken here? Well, it's another one. We had something similar to this yesterday. Let's just see this again.
Need another replay from side on, and if we can get the slow motion one just to see what makes contact with him. My fear here, Rico, is that actually it's the gloves that have broken the bails, and then possibly not. It's just great fielding from Khan regardless. Actually, I think that probably has taken the stumps, and last bit of contact.
Yeah, I mean, it's so close, but yeah, I mean, it's worth it. I think it's the way that Kasim has charged in. For a moment, it looked like that he was the one that had hit the stump, especially because the bails, the way they came off. But I think having looked at it again a number of times,
I've got to say, Rico, it's as you say, it's the second time in which a keeper could have cost their side a run out by breaking the stumps early with the gloves. It's just unnecessary. You've got to make a judgment whether the ball's going to make contact or not. And it's just remarkable to see it happen twice in the space of 2 days. Ball's a nice ball speared in. Middle stump. Sami Ibrahimkil has a crack at the stumps, and to be honest, if it hadn't have kicked off the edge of the pitch, I think Barath Conker could have been in big trouble.
certainly good. Ajah was the man who was run out there, just one, so we don't get to see his quality. And there was another opportunity there. I mean, that, if it's a direct hit, was going to be very close. All that happening out there at the moment. The Royals sort of throwing their wickets away a little bit.
Good balling from Riaz Khan. Puts that one a little bit full, just outside off stump. A little bit of away movement. It's a nice piece of bowling. Anarajan swinging wildly across the line. Barath Conker, the skipper's joined him out there. Need Natarajan to get going. Whipped around square. Throw comes in. Big appeal. I think the batsman's safe. Conker's a pretty good running between the wickets. Either way.
They do go straight away. And it's a good quick release, but I I think, yeah, he just got in there pretty well. But once again, he's certainly not taking the ball cleanly, is he, Kazim?
It's just getting fixed before Riaz Khan comes in to try to finish off this over. He's had a pretty good day at the office, hasn't he, Rico?
He's done pretty well, hasn't he, with the bat. Now he's doing the bowling. He's also was the direct throw run out. Pretty sure he's looking to get a wicket or two onto his figures as well.
Racking up the fantasy points, keeping the run rate down here too. That one's jumped off the deck. Conker's risen with it. It's popped over almost into the hands of the fielder. He's not stationed too far away in the covers.
Yeah, just climbs on him, doesn't he? And the batter just says, nah, stay there, says Conker. Did you used to play conkers? Did you have conkers in Australia?
Not really, because I was born sometime after 1940.
That's not nice. In the air, chance, and oh, he spilled it. And it goes up in the air. It's held up there nicely. You'd expect this to be taken. I think that's Khalid Usman that puts the ball down. And well, down it goes. Opportunity. Can the Royals make this count? Yeah, conkers used to play conkers, and there was all sorts of tricks to make your conker better and harder, and the champion conker. People used to put them in the oven and do all sorts. But
were you the champion conker of your
no,
neighbourhood,
I wasn't.
Rico?
All I remember is that most people I used to play conkers with. I mean, some people, come on the chat, help me out. Some people will know you used to get these conkers and you put the string through them or the laces or whatever. But every time I used to play, whoever it was, they tended to hit my fingers more than the actual conker. So I thought, right, enough of this. I don't like this game anymore. Yeah, conkers.
What was the point of putting the conkers in the oven? You're going to have to
make them, trying to make them harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the idea. I mean, there was all sorts of tricks. 25 for 2. Power play completed.
Oh, he's tried to play the little lap. Keepers come in, can't complete the catch, and Conker manages to get down the other end.
This is the ramp that goes completely wrong, and yeah, look, he just puts the bat out there, doesn't really get any wrist into playing this, and then you see Kasim coming through, and doesn't get there. Good effort though, he moves pretty quickly. He's just moving the fielders around for the bowler. Sajid bowling his second over.
And bowls it outside off stump, drilled straight down the ground by Natarajan. It's going to be a 1. I think to drag us off the subject of conkers, Rico, talking about lap shots. Do you ever want to see a team play a great array of lap shots in a T10? Didn't the boys from Tunbridge Wells, the English representative in the European Cricket League this year? Lap shots, paddles, reverses.
Lap shots. Oh yeah, they played. There was a couple of players particularly that as soon as they came in, you thought, right, you know what's going to happen here. And yeah, there were some great shots. I like that. I like it when batters get funky. You know what I don't like? And yeah, it's all very well when it's part of your sort of itinerary, if you like, the shots that you can play. But it's when you see batters go out there, and you know that they'll struggle just to hit the ball straight. They play a normal shot, and the first ball they try and play is the old sort of scoop, or paddle, whatever you want to call it, lap shot, as we see another catch that goes down there. So if they can make these chances count, well, that one goes right into his gut, really, doesn't it? Doesn't take that clean at all.
To be honest, he tried to take it with his elbows rather than his hands, Khalid Usman. He's got nowhere near it. If there's ever an example of why a fielder should be brought into the circle and someone else pushed out to the boundary, I think that was it.
Usman, up there. Yeah, so that's the one when it looks really ugly. Batter comes out, and the very first ball, he tries to do that. Oh, he's been out there, he swung and missed at 6 balls, and the next time he tries to do the old fancy shot. This one, he tries to get into position to do it again, gets it all wrong. Well, Conker.
Conker's changed his mind as to whether he wanted to run or not about 17 times there. Discretion in the end was sensibly applied. Another pretty good over here from Sajjad, and this chase is just stalling from the Yetabori Royals, needing 101 off 37. It's a mountain to climb, to say the least. Full ball, thrashes out to the offside, and there was absolutely no chance that he was going to end up with another elbow-based catch. Just decides to sit back and allow that one to come in on the bounce. Rico, probably not a bad decision.
Yeah, he decided early there. Did Khalid, after dropping them on before, he's going to play it safe and just to take it on the bounce. And okay, fair enough. But look, these two have given chances. They've had lives. They've got to make it count now. I mean, maybe luck's going to be on their side, but they've got to find the boundaries. They've got to get some momentum. The momentum there isn't there. They're swinging, they're missing. They're not running well. They're not playing the shots really well. And I think they just need to come together and say, look, come on. We've had a chances. Let's get it on. If we can't do it, let the next person come in, because something needs to happen here, or this match will be taken away from them.
Yeah, well, they need a further 100 runs off 6 overs. Got to say the logistics of this chase are a little bit against them, but now facing the left arm of Sami Ibrahimkil. That ball has been squeezed out to the third man boundary. It's a 4, and if they're going to make a move, this is probably the over.
Yeah, they need things to happen straight away. This will help. And once again, that's played one-handedly away. Sami was came into the sort of introduction as a bowler yesterday. We hadn't seen him until then, but he did make a difference. He did change it up, didn't he?
Gave him some variety. We're waiting for them to reset. Some chat from Ninj on YouTube suggesting that kids aren't allowed to play conkers in school these days due to health and safety. Something taken away from childhood, isn't it? That one flies out towards the point boundary. It's like Zadran pursuing it.
The June health. See, I told you, it can be dangerous. My fingers know all about it. He used to get tonked a few times. But now that's sad, isn't it? That used to be something that everybody used to be involved in. He used to have all sorts of championships. Is
it really health and safety, or have toys just developed somewhat since the Battle of the Blitz? That one's a quicker one from Sami Ibrahimkil. Big swing across the line from Nadaranjan. He's struggling to make contact at the moment. He's a good quality player, but he's sitting at 7 off 10 at the moment. Just can't get going. Right of off stump, hit hard into the pitch though. Take a 1.
That takes a single. So I mean, look, the boys used to play conkers, right? The girls, jacks.
What's Jacks?
Jacks. Don't you remember Jacks? It's where
no, I don't, Rico.
They used to, they had all these, I don't know how to describe them, these little things on the ground, and the ball used to bounce the ball up. As the ball bounced, you used to pick one up, and the ball bounced again. Yeah, Jacks.
Chris, next you're going to ask me if I remember listening to Dusty Springfield as a kid. Conker swings that one down to...
You're not going to do that for karaoke for me tonight?
I don't think so. I think we'll leave Dusty in the kit bag. But Barrett Conkers finally managed to launch a 4. Much needed one for the Yetabori Royals. Hasn't been the worst over for them off Ibrahimkil. And they reached 40 for 2.
Getting the boundaries, so that's good. The boundaries are coming. So Jacks, come on, people out there, who remembers Jacks? I probably haven't described it very well, but yeah, Jack used to be played all over the place all the time.
Charges down the wicket to Ibrahimkil. Pass out to cover this. Got to be a single there with 2 young athletes at the crease. And Sear standing right back on the 30-metre circle. The ball was just dribbling to them. Passed up the 1, and Yetabori Royals are at 40 for 2, but left a couple of runs out there.
Yeah, that was, I couldn't believe that. Shocking, that's not good. I mean, both these batters are probably even Stevens with each other. You've got to take whatever comes your way. And, they've had their chances, Natarajan and Conker. Now they've got to make it count. Hopscotch? Remember Hopscotch? Come on.
Vaguely.
Well, they used to... Oh, at least there's a vaguely there.
Well, I know what hopscotch is. It just wasn't in the depths of Clontarf Beach Primary School back in Redcliffe, north of Brisbane. It just wasn't really a hugely popular activity.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, though, isn't it? They were all activities, physical activities. And skipping was another one. Everybody had a skipping rope, didn't they? And nowadays, well, yeah, it doesn't exist.
Well, you've got some support. Maiden Waters is telling us that she She said to love the different colours. I don't know if that's a reference to Jacks or Conkers or something entirely different, but you've got some supporters out there in the chat.
Good. Thank you all very much. Yeah. Listen, you can't be that much younger than me. I don't accept it. Come on. You're not. We'll have this conversation off here later. And during karaoke when I try and get trying to sing some of those old-time classics.
I'm trying to think of what I technically fall into, whether it's Generation X or something along those lines, but either way, they need to generate some runs here. Natarajan opens the face of the bat, takes it behind point. Much needed 4. They're just scoring enough boundaries to keep in touch. They're obviously going to have to make a big launch in the coming overs. Udabori up to 44 for 2 after 5.1.
Khalid Usman goes for 4 for his first. They think, well, we can't put him anywhere in the field. Let's just give him the ball, see what happens.
Big question for you, Rico. We've got Barry about 10 minutes to my right. Given you're talking about Conkers, given you're talking about Dusty, you're talking about the Blitz. Yeah. We need to bring Barry in, because I mean, he might be a better matchup with age.
Well, Barry's just, he's in that golf buggy again, which he absolutely loves. He hasn't run anyone over there today. But let's just listen to the, I just want the thumbs up. So, Bazza, do you remember, there he is, do you remember Conkers? Conkers. Of course, he says Barry. And so the boys used to play Conkers. What about Jacks? Remember Jacks? The girls used to play Jacks with the ball and... go away. There you go.
Coming into bowl as Rico's trying to confirm that he's not as old as he'd like to think he is. As Natarajan swings that away down to square leg.
Yeah, Bazza confirmed there. The other tactic was to soak Conkers in vinegar to make them harder. Yeah, that was one of the tricks. Yeah. Yeah.
Was this legal or was it pretty underhand Conkers play?
What do you mean? Yeah, it was legal. There was no rules at all. It was very legal.
Conkers is essentially the yesteryear version of UFC. No holds barred in the playground.
This one goes through.
Instead of Conor McGregor, we've got Rico full and Barry Eaton with heated Conkers. See Usman coming in, trying to finish off this over. That was well wide of off stump. Fortunately, Conkers mistimed it. Great bit of fielding from Tadveer. He might have jumped at an inappropriate time. Wouldn't be surprised if the video umpire has a quick squiz at this. Should never have been a run-out opportunity.
Does he get the bat? Oh, well, what do you think of that? The bat sort of goes down, and then he jumps out of the way. I think he's going to be all right here. Bat goes down. Then he jumps up. That's fine. I think before the laws had changed, that would have been out. But because he's got himself in and then he's sort of taken evasive action, he's okay.
Yeah, I think I was actually looking at his foot, and you're right, Rico. He did plant the bat down. As you say, he's taken evasive action, so he's all fine. I actually hadn't noticed that his bat had touched down behind the crease. It's the only thing that saved him.
What a way that would have been to get out. Usman continues.
Big swing by Natarajan. He's increased the rate of the wind here at Landskrona, but hasn't increased the run rate whatsoever. The Udabori Royals, they end up 47 for 2 after 6. They still need 83 off 24 balls. Rico, who do you think are favourites from here?
Well, you see the percentage that John Chopping 97. That's pretty high, 97%. I mean, look. I know they've got a lot of work to do. Just having a look at that rate, it's about 20. But today's a day that we have seen that happen. But then we have seen a few flurry of boundaries. We haven't seen a massive amount, and it looks like that.
Well, it's forced a bat change, hasn't it, Rico? As we see Barry swinging around the outside in his golf cart, waving to his adoring fans. Diana coming in and getting picked up at the same time so she can save her energy for the later afternoon. Almost looks like the Queen and the Pope in the Pope-mobile.
What about that? Diana Oro seems to be watching the Queen a little bit too much there. That the royal wave. Diana Oro's there. The ECF photographer. And Barry Eden, the project manager. He's back. There you go. There they are again. Come on, give us that Porsche wave. There we go.
Looks even better in slow motion, doesn't it?
Lovely, lovely shot. Thank you there to our crew here from Spring Productions for bringing us that. And he had to make sure he got bat onto this. Not only does he get bat onto it, sends it to the boundary. So Conker, we're talking conkers. Well, maybe we're going bonkers, but out there, this has been played for 4. He doesn't get bat onto this, he would have been stumped. Nice shot, 4 runs. Are we going to see that acceleration now? Things have to happen. It's been a day of runs, it certainly has. But, remember the first match that we had it today. All sorts of things been happening out there, but that's what's needed here now.
Well, Bareth Conker, he's still showing some fight. Sami Ibrahim kill. Goes for a 4-second ball. Conker turns him around. It's just going to be a single. Well, should just be, unless it was an overthrow, but Ibrahim kills done well. The stumps.
Kasim here behind the stumps. He doesn't need to throw this, but gets there, throws it, loses his balance, ends up on the floor as well. Let us know in the chat if there's any sort of games that you used to play, sort of active games, not talking computer games or anything like that, like Pac-Man or anything, but any activity games that you used to play where you used to actually go and get some physical exercise down. I mean, good ones were like tag, wasn't there? Kiss and chase, that was a good one. My days, you can't do that these days, I bet. There's no kiss and chase.
Describes you at 20 years old in the nightclubs in London, doesn't it, Rico?
Kiss and chase. Or be chased. Which one was it?
What was be chased? Just literally being pursued.
Yes, when you were running from somebody you didn't want to be kissed by most of the time. Asking the question.
Big appeal. I think that one's just gone over the top of the stumps. I'm not sure it's made too much contact with the batsman. Conker trying to get on the back foot, swing it around the square.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good take, but certainly not anything on this.
There's some great chat on YouTube at the moment, Rico. Lost in Saigon, who's just joined us, has claimed that Rico's hair is a national treasure. That is exquisite chat.
What's a national treasure?
Your hair
My
is
hair?
a national treasure.
Where'd that come from? Well, this one is just crazy. This is absolute nuts. He throws his bat on the ground. Well, he may as well throw his bat on the ground because this is going to be a big, dirty wide. And he turns around to reverse it to the fielder to be caught. I've never seen such crazy batting. And so my hair's a national treasure. Well, thank you very much. Well,
I want to correct you there, Rico. I've definitely seen crazier batting than that this week. In fact, that's a level of insanity that's not too bad. But as it is, the Yetabori Royals, unfortunately failing miserably in this chase, they'll get the chance to attain against Jönköping. They will fall very likely to 2 and 3. Jönköping up to 4 and 3. And that man at the top, Riaz Khan, he did most of the damage with the bat today. Could be a good chance here to get a few more of the players involved in the bowling attack for Jönköping, as it feels like they're rolling towards victory. But going back to the YouTube chat, Rico,
yeah,
Frank Johnston is suggesting that he's very, very aware of your grooming approach. Is there anything you need to tell us about that?
Grooming approach? Who's saying that?
Oh, sorry, Frank wants to know about your grooming approach. He's a big fan.
Hello, Frank. And, hello to everybody else. Look, I'm loving it. Loving the chat. It's been absolutely awesome this week. Stay with us and keep it going and tell your friends. And there's no secret really. There is. All right, I'm going to own up to this. The one thing that I've noticed, certainly when I was in Bulgaria, where it was freezing cold, it was snowing, and it was gale force winds. Romania was a bit blowy as well. That you know, the old hair, what's left of it, did blow about a little bit. I thought, well, something's got to be done about this. So I did speak to Akib Iqbal a while ago, and I got some advice from him about how to stop the hair going all over the place. And
is he the equivalent in Bulgaria to Hafiz Khan, the shampoo supernova from Jönköping?
Yeah, and I did speak to Hafiz as well. And of course, everybody's got their own little ideas and different sort of waxes and gels and, well, the old hairspray. So when it's a windy day, I do think, well, maybe I need to do just a little bit of gel in the hair, because when I'm out there in the middle, certainly when I'm doing the coin tosses, sometimes the hair is all over the place and it's not a good look. But other than that, there's nothing else. I think it's just a little bit of a shampoo and conditioner, and that's all. There's no fancy stuff there at all. I'm not a Maximo that has to have the old makeup artist follow you around and do the old powder the nose business and any of that. Nah,
I like the way you imply that it's just a singular makeup artist that looks after the Maximo.
Yeah. I'm a conker man. I used to play conkers. I'm not,
Well, speaking of the conkers, Maiden Waters has chimed in again. Apparently, you can still buy jacks, and I assume that means you can still buy conkers as well. I'm not sure who on earth retails them, or if they're one of those products that almost gets charged as an antique these days. It's almost like buying a stylus for a long play record player, whether or not you get charged 10 times as much as you realistically should, but apparently it's still available.
There you go. You see, jacks. I used to remember all the girls used to be sat like on the steps to the school and stuff playing the jacks. Used to be a song that went with it as well. I mean, no idea what the song was, but this one plays it across the line, but I think it's going down the leg side. And the action, well, Kasim, I don't think he likes to hold on to the ball. He's either breaking the stumps one way or another. When he gets the ball in his hand, he throws it like anything. Well, there's smiles on the faces for Young Chopping, probably because they're on their way to a very comfortable victory as that rate is it's already way gone past that point of no return. So this chat is very entertaining at this moment in time.
It's nicely struck down the ground. It should just be a single at this point. Ranjan has just failed to get going in this innings for the most part. Bori. They are 56 on the board after 8 overs, and suspect they will fail in pursuit of this total, needing 74 runs off the last 12 balls, so certainly the figures not in their favour. Just go back to the chat, Rio. Big call from Helix. He thinks it's almost over now. Good to have Neville Russ with us, who's actually dishing out a bit of Conker's advice, and he's capitalised.
Yeah.
Soak in vinegar and put in the oven at 250 degrees for 30 minutes. So if anyone was sitting there wondering how you create a heated Conker, vinegar and 250 degrees.
There you go. I remember the oven part. We heard Barry tell us about the vinegar. So both combined together make you a perfect Conker, and this one has been smashed out of here. And finally, we see some aggression from Natarajan. He's been out there right from the beginning, and it certainly hasn't batted anywhere near the sort of the flowing type of stroke play we're used to from him. That was his 23rd delivery, and that gets him into the 20s, 21 of 23 balls.
Well, hopefully he'll be better for this innings when it comes to the second game. Noticed that Ricky Adams on the chat was very pleased to have some grooming tips from Rico during the duration of this innings, as Natarajan's dropped on the back foot. He hasn't timed it, so it's just going to drop on the 30-metre line. This Rahman, as he has a want to do, fires in the throw and gives the keeper some extra work to do. Helix giving some advice, mate, that if there's ever some issues with the hair, just put a hat on.
Now look, actually, I like that shout. There is an issue though. I'll go back to that in a minute. Let's see this one. He's hit this one pretty well as well. Fielder is in the action and takes a good catch. And he just stays put. He's done this a few times. And Musa takes the catch. Well done to him. That's a good catch. We've seen quite a few that have been dropped here today. This has actually been pretty cleanly hit from a man that I'm surprised we're seeing him so late. So see that. But a very good catch there from Musa. The hat thing is, I have thought about this, about the hat, but you can't, they're no good when you're here in the commentary bit because the old headphones has to go over it.
Yeah, it's a challenge for us professional broadcasters, Rico, but it's what we get paid, the big bucks, to overcome. And speaking of overcoming challenges, the Edabori Royals, they're going to fall short in this pursuit, but a couple of batsmen have gotten a decent bit of strike during the course of this innings, so hopefully that'll hold them in better stead for the next one as Khalid comes in. Ramaswamy rocks onto the back foot. Hasn't timed it again. It'll just bloop out for a single.
Single taken. Now what did you get up to last night? Come and share with the people where you've been going in the evenings. You found something Swedish that tickled your fancy.
For a moment, I was about to say we had dinner together. So if you're forgetting that, then you are showing a greater age than you should. As there's big appeal. Hit on the back pad. I think that might have in missing leg stump, despite the big shout.
No, before we went to dinner. I know I was working hard getting me prep done in the hotel before we met for dinner, but you were like relaxing and taking it easy. What were you doing?
Well, if you want to nut it down to its absolute basics, I was getting nude with a bunch of Swedish men, sweaty on towels. If you want to put a bit more context to it, I was going down to one of the local saunas they have here on the seaside. It's a nice bit of work for Kasim. So this part of the world, whether it's Sweden or Finland, sauna's very, very popular, and they've got a couple of great ones here on the Helsingborg coast, where the sauna is built either right on the seaside, on the beach side, or alternatively there's one which is actually built about 50 metres into the sea and is on stilts, and you're actually taking the sauna some 20 metres above the above sea level, and then once you've been in the sauna for a while, you get a bit hot, the skin gets a nice bit toasty, then go down, jump into the Helsingborg Sea. It's about 8 or 9 degrees at the moment.
Yeah.
Cool off, repeat that quite a few times over, so it's almost like putting a conker in the oven for 15 minutes and then letting it cool down.
I think something will come out looking like conkers if I went in water that cold. That just doesn't sound like fun at all. I mean, okay, I'll pass on that. I mean, if it was like the Med Sea and it's like, you know, May, June, July, anything like that, oh yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all. But cold water? No, not cold water. And somebody's not very happy out there as that one goes through. And I think that's Musa out there. Look, talking about Musa, I mean, moose, and I think we touched on this yesterday, part of the reindeer family. It's a national pride of Sweden. But at the same time, it's also a national delicacy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Quite a tasty creature, if I do say so myself. Lovely creatures too, as well.
What do you mean lovely creatures? What, to taste or just to be around?
No, both, just to be around.
Okay.
You ever been up near a reindeer close up? As Sami drags that out for a second consecutive boundary. He's Musa getting angry at himself on that occasion. Absolutely nothing he can do as Adil Javed gets pulled for a 4, but you ever seen a reindeer up close?
Not close enough to touch, but close. Yeah, I mean, I think when we were in the UK many times, we used to go up to this one of these. Farm's not the right word, as this one is played out. And good throw there, Musa. This time, no mistakes.
Great one-handed pickup.
Yeah, great pickup and throw. No, we used to go to a place where it was like a, I can't think of the name of it now, but it was like a place, lots of animals, all farm animals, etc., and llamas, and there was reindeers there as well. It was a place where kids could have interaction with the animals, feed them, etc. So yeah, but Santa never really used to come to my place.
Just lost the directions on the way there.
Maybe I was always in the naughty book. I don't know, but that's the naughty ball one. I am so glad that he decides not to play this shot here, because if Natarajan decided to have a swing of this, Kasim would have been out for the count.
Might have taken his head off. There it hasn't been.
Oh, he's still going for him.
Adil Javed going off for his first over of the tournament. Hasn't been a bad over of leg spin so far. He's probably asked a little bit much in the last couple of deliveries to spin after starting them wide of leg stump. That one's short. Natarajan's slightly mistimed it as he's flashed it straight down the ground. Remarkably, he's going to bat through this entire innings and not have a strike rate of 100, which is pretty disappointing for a young man of his quality with the bat.
Yeah, one thing that we've got to do, maybe that's something we can do together at some point. And that's not go to your kinky bathtub.
Can we not call it kinky, please? It is completely medicinal. It's a misfield down there at backward square. It's an unfortunate way to end the game, but ultimately they had plenty of runs to play with, did the Jönköping team. The Göteborg Royals really never in the hunt. Let things get away from the latter stages, and that Jönköping target of 130 was just far too much for them. But they have ended up on a nice round number, 80 for 4, scoring at 8 runs and over, so somewhat short of the 13 runs and over they needed. But Natarajan remarkably carries his bat throughout the innings.
Yeah, he does. Look, when you're chasing 129 and you get to 84 wickets down, then really you're doing something wrong. You've got to be throwing the bat at it, as they say. Well, talking about throwing the bat at it, that's exactly what Natarajan did. And then he thought, well, look, I'm going to hold on to it, not going to throw it around too much. That one just comes out of his hands and it goes flying. And, Luckily, it didn't cause any damage to anybody. Yeah, look, they just value the wickets too much. I think you've got to take a chance. You've got to take a gamble. Maybe take a leaf out of Seaside's book in the earlier match today when they were chasing. Well, unpredictable chase of around about 149 they needed, but they threw everything to it and they got into the 120s mark. I think that's what we've got to see the Royals do here. But yeah, what I was going to say is we've got to go. We're in Sweden. I want a nice bit of meatballs and mash. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not a pickled herring fan. That seems to be another well-known national dish out here. But yeah, the meatballs, that'll do me nicely. That was good work there. Direct hit, a lovely throw, and it was all about Riaz Khan, wasn't it? Batted really well to help his team get the runs on the board, and then he was the gun in the field as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, just never in the hunt with this chase. Yedabori, they probably let themselves down with the ball a couple of very expensive overs. They managed to keep the boundaries ticking. In fact, actually 80 for a score for the last couple of days is not completely horrendous, but it just never felt like they were in touch with the target whatsoever. There was almost a comical run out for Conker there. Lucky he grounded his bat before taking evasive action. And probably the biggest entertainment from that innings was Big Baz picking up Diana on the boundary and doing a very Pope-esque wave. Oh, that was a nice highlight there as Conker managed to shift one out to the deep point boundary, and he was eventually dismissed after playing one of the least attractive reverse sweeps in the competition to date. And he threw his bat in disgust. I didn't pick that up during the coverage, Rico. Thank God for the replay mechanism. I think we'll be talking about that one for many, many minutes to come. Eventually a maximum there and almost a second, but Musa Rahman, who's got some of the safest hands in this tournament, gesticulating wildly, but he took the catch safely.
Yeah, I mean, this match will probably be known more for the bats flying around than too much else, really. It all started with the flying bat. We saw another flying bat there, and this one was one that Musa gets all wrong. But look, it was probably a little bit one-sided, but I'm sure the Royals are keen to come back strong here. They need to get points on the board, because otherwise they leave the door open for somebody like Seaside, who weren't able to register a win in 2 matches today against Evergreen. It gives them the opportunity to try and catch up with them. But Yon Shopping, they are looking to cement second place here in this Group A standings.
Yeah, they certainly came through with the goods there. Yon Shopping, pretty comprehensive win against Yedabori Royals, and the Royals will be looking to turn the tables coming up as this match, or this day 4, comes to a conclusion, with the final match coming up with the rematch of these two, Yedabori Royals and Yon Shopping. Just before we go to the batting scorecards, Rico, I have to finish off that chat of hot bathing and note that on the chat, Maiden Waters, despite your efforts to mock my sauna and Helsingborg Sea experience, which I will be repeating again later this week, she's referenced that you're gold-cultured man like yourself, when you eventually get to Japan to commentate on cricket, that you will have to hop in an onsen bath, and I can say from personal experience that is well worth the effort. A steaming hot Japanese bath.
Steaming hot, I don't mind, but you're going into the Baltic Sea. It's cold.
Yeah, but you're warm on the outside because of the gentle hot hug of the sauna. It's a delightful experience.
Yeah, but I'm warm on the outside and the inside, and I want to stay that way. But look, thank you very much for joining us in that match. But let's have a very quick scan of this scorecard, and Andrew just didn't get going, and I think that innings of Rishi Nataraja, it sort of demonstrates what happened there. 23 of 28 and didn't really get going. 84 wickets down, trying to chase that score. They had to go for it. I think you're much if they were 80 for 9, I can understand it, and if they were, I don't know, 110 all out, I can understand it. Being 80 for 4, that tells me that they didn't really go at that.
Yeah, good signs from Barker though, and Palanisamy coming in and heaving a few boundaries towards the end. The Yon Shopping, they'll be pretty happy with the way they bowled. Zabiola Zadran actually bowled a nice opening over despite going none for 13. Ahmed Sajjad, he had 1 for 14, including a delightful clean bowled through the gate with a glorious in-swinger. Wickets for Ibrahim Kil and Khalid Usman as well, and that finishes off what was a pretty comprehensive victory, for the Yon Shopping Cricket Club. They easily defended that total of 129 for 4. We will be back for the final match here today. It's these two teams locking horns again. That match will commence in about 10 minutes time. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network, and on behalf of myself and Rico Full, thank you for joining us for Game 3. We'll be back with Game 4 in just only a tick under 10 minutes. Thank you for joining us then.
We're back now for the final match of the day in day 4, and the same two teams are going to battle it out again. The Royals versus Jönköping. They provided us with some entertainment in the first match. I think this one is just going to be just as exciting. Let's join the two captains and Sir Rob coming for the coin toss.
So cool. Heads. Heads is called.
The Royals in this one are going to have a bat first, and they're hoping to pile on the runs. And I think the key for them is somebody like Chandu Jha. They'll welcome him back into the side. They missed him against Evergreen. Can he get into the runs? He's a very important all-rounder for them. And Natarajan, he's somebody who's got quality, he's got class, but he needs to show it here in the middle when it counts. With the ball, I was very impressed with Vanapusu. I think he maybe should bowl perhaps higher up, maybe get a new ball. He's certainly got a lot of pace about him. And it's also going to be an opportunity, I think, for the captain, Bharat Conker, to come back strong. He didn't bowl at his best in the first match. Jönköping, we know they're a strong team. They've got a star lineup, haven't they? I think their batting, we saw already from Riaz Khan, gets a half century, batted really well. Got good support there from Bacha, and I think also from Sami Ibrahim Kil. It was good to see him in the runs again. And maybe this is going to be the match where Zadran is going to show his hard-hitting ability. With the ball, Zadran is going to be quick and fast. He's going to be lively. He's going to try and get those early wickets. And maybe somebody like Patel is also going to be key. I know that there's a star-studded cast out there, and one man that is looking to see how they perform in this one is Andrew Ryan. Let's join him back in the commentary cube for the start of the final match of the day.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. As always, some incisive analysis as we go into this fourth match here at the Landskrona Cricket Club today. As you can see from the high shot, it is a beautiful part of the country, obviously. Within the sports centre here, we have the magnificent Landskrona Cricket Club ground, which is punctuated by that magnificent blue strip running straight down the middle of the field. But plenty of facilities around here. There's an athletics track, a couple of football grounds. See floodlights in the background, and obviously the sea in between Sweden and Denmark not too far away. So that's why we're getting some of that nice cool breeze. As the weather is slightly improved across the course of today, it's warmed up a couple of degrees in the last few hours, and it's provided very, very good batting conditions for today. And Jönköping, they have taken advantage of those in the first game and put a good score on the board, and ultimately the 130-run target that they set Yerebore Royals was too much for their batting lineup. Jönköping, no doubt, going into this game as favourites, but the Royals, they'll be desperate to get a win, and 2 wins from 2. The opening day against the Helsingborg Stars, but they haven't registered one since. They need to get their tournament back on track. And at least in this game, we've been given the opportunity to bat first. So turn around, going from batting in the first game second to batting first in the second game here. So it'll just allow those who have already had the opportunity to get themselves in game 1 to take advantage of this in the second game. It looks like Bhavya Patel, who wasn't really needed in the first game today. Big right arm paceman. He'll be kicking things off for the Jönköping Cricket Club. Subhash at the non-striker's end. Batted pretty well in the first game. A couple of striking shots. A powerful young man. Speaking of powerful young man, great to have Rico Full joining me in the commentary box in the not too distant future. I think he's being ferried around the ground by Barry the Pope Eaton at the moment. I'm sure he'll be back on his way once the Pope Mobile gets up above 5 kilometres an hour. Bhavya Patel standing at the top of his mark. Umpire just with the arm out, just asking them to halt proceedings. Might actually be some of the crowd who's following Barry at the moment that's causing a few dramas behind the bowler's arm, but we're ready to get kicked off. Natarajan facing. A little bit short, just outside of off stump. Fiery throw comes in from Ibrahim Kil. Looks like Natarajan was pretty keen to try to take a second. Musa backing up there at mid-wicket. And they'll end up with just the one. Lively start. As promised to his many, many fans around the place, both in Europe and across the subcontinent. Joining me in the commentary box, it's Mr. Rico Full.
Thank you very much, Andrew. You're too kind. And So you've got many fans and followers of your own, and thank you to everyone as we start this final match today. Just getting a bit too much swing there, Patel. So a little bit of change in the order. Natarajan is still continuing. Well, he was not out in the first one, so he just carries on. And Landskrona is opening up here, and maybe he's been sent in to see if he can inject some power hitting into the Royals batting lineup. This one sort of gets called as a wide.
Could be hardened by that though, Bhavya Patel. It was pretty late swing, getting some nice curl with the new ball.
Yeah, maybe just. I mean, the umpires being consistent. And we see that's umpire Rafi Ahmed there with Ajish Raja and square leg. This one's just a little bit shorter. Doesn't really get the timing in, but again, well fielded. There's one thing, one side of the on-shopping fielding that I really liked, and they've done this consistently all the way through the series, is they do attack the ball, and the fielders are not afraid to have a shot at the stumps.
No, certainly not. They're aggressive in the field, and they've got some rocket arms. The infield, or at the outfield, Musa Rahman, Ibrahim Kill. And that bit of fielding has let them down, though. It's a disappointing effort from, I think it's Adil Javid out there, backward of point.
That's a big let off, isn't it? I mean, some of the catches that we've seen taken have been great. Some that have been dropped, like that one there, have not been so good. And I think that's it, Khalid Usman, because basically he just had a bad day out there, and that's another one that eludes him. Oh, that's a beaut. What a corker of a delivery this is.
Cracking seed, Rico. It looks like it was shaping up to be an outswinger, but has just decked back off the pitch. That's a cracker from Bhavya Patel.
Well, Landskrona has been injected up the order. So he's want to get past him. He didn't know too much about from Bhavya Patel. This one's being played out.
Just strike down the ground for an easy single. Tanvir comes in. Landskrona being promoted, as you say, to add a bit of firepower to this opening partnership. Surprised they didn't return to Backer, the wicket keeper. He got them off to a nice start in the last game.
Firmly struck, showing some aggression. Well fielded once more by one of the on-shopping fielders, and Asper always gets the throw in. It's nicely done. It's not getting past the fielder. Throws himself at that. As we have a look at the first over stats being updated, thanks again to Ravi. And yeah, I mean, you can see there that the Royals 13, as opposed to Yon Shopping, who are now there. 21 is their high, low over 3, but average is 12 to 8. That tells you a story. And the interesting thing when you look at these stats, that one there, and particularly the one that will come up later about the power play, when you compare them to where the teams are in the standings in this table, it's very much similar. This one's cracked, and oh, gets fingertips to it, but not able to hold on to it, and that's Zadran. It's not the tallest of men. He makes good ground as he gets up there, but not able to hold on to it. And very unlucky. He's very stretching very high for that one.
Yeah, he was a full stretch, Rico, but that's the second catch they've put down in the first over and a ball. It's disappointing from a team that's generally pretty good in the field.
Yeah, making a few changes themselves here. I mean, Zadran normally would be charging in to open the bowling. And they've went with Patel first. Here they're going with Sajid. So just trying some different things, both teams. Sajid once more. He's been firmly struck again in the direction of the same fielder. He did very well before. Khalid makes the stop.
Nice to hear a bit of vocal calling between the runners at the crease. And Rajan not interested in the second. Gave clear instructions to Palanasamy not to dare come back.
And Kasim just makes a change, and he's having a look at Mohamed Javid there and said something to him, and Javid said, what's up? And I'm not sure what that conversation was about, but Javid hasn't moved, stays put, back to the action, Sajid. This has been lofted up in the air, and Khalid takes the catch. They get the wicket, so it's Natarajan. He has been finally dismissed. He batted all the way through the first innings of the first match between these two. So didn't score too many runs, but he was there all the way through. He threatened a few times, but this time they've got him, and he has to depart.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Ahmed Sajjad though. Just showing the value of a little bit of late swing. Natarajan would have thought that was right in his zone for pumping straight down the ground for a Maximo. As it was, just a little bit of late tail into his pads. The bat turned a little bit in the hands, and safe pair of hands down there in the form of Khalid. He's taken a good catch, and that does bring Ravi Barker to the crease. The Bore Royals, they're 10 for 1.
It's 28 of 23, I should say, of 28 deliveries. That's right in the first match. Trying to get a move on in this one. Wanted to play a different role. Not able to find himself back. And that's a really good ball. What a juicy Yorker this is first up to the new batter. Good bowling, classy, like it.
Seems to produce one of these per over, doesn't he, Rico? You remember back to the first game.
Yeah.
Ahmed Sajjad took the second over as well. Came with a big hooping in-swinger. Skittled the stumps and almost did the same there. It's actually pretty well played by Backer.
Plays it really well. Goes for something similar again, but this time it's over-pitched. It ends up being a full toss, and plenty of bat on this, and Barker gets it away. 4 runs, valuable runs inside the power play. I think he just tried to hold this one back slightly. Does the bowler, tries to get a slightly slower delivery in, but it's quickly picked up by Barker.
Yeah, nice shot. Not a huge amount of distance between success and failure in this T10 form of the game. That one just a little bit full, as you say, Rico, a little bit off pace, and it gave Backer enough opportunity to pick it up before getting into the block hole. It's a nice shot.
This one's a big swing. Keeper Kasim gets lucky. That's able to stop it with his legs. That's the end of the over. It's 14, so they're going at around 7. As we have a quick look, Andrew, at the tables.
Yeah, it's starting to take shape, Rico. There is definite gap now between the top 2 teams in the form of Evergreen and Jönköping, who are both in the positives. Evergreen sucking up a lot of the wins in this group. They're 6-0 to start with. Jönköping, courtesy of that last game, they are 4-3, so into the positives now as well. And those last 3 teams are in a mega battle for survival. Remember, we'll go to the quarterfinals next week, so we drop out 1 team from this Group A, but the team's also playing for positioning, certainly favourable to be in the top 2 as Bhavya Patel comes on for his second over, and that's nicely drilled out to square leg by Palanasamy. It's just going to be the single.
Single taken. I'm just having a look at up in the tower, our production tower, and I'm just noting that Kiani looks like he's got one of his relatives up there. Not sure what's going on there. I think that looks like that's Andrew up there in the tower. Andrew is this Knights of Arabia look that's going around this ground at some point. I certainly didn't think it was that cold today, but
certainly didn't think that Imran Kiani was going to be a cricket influencer, but what should I know? Apparently it's a little bit chilly up a few floors in the main camera position, so it's always good with a team from Spring Productions that they're rugged up so they don't end up with frostbite from the... what are we in now, Rico? Is it May, I think? So it's sort of the spring air, but nonetheless it's still a bit chilly in this part of the world.
Patel. It's been dragged on the onside. A good throw and he'd be in trouble. And it was darted in. And the fielder is pretty short. He probably would have had his man. That's got to be Musa again. That's his territory. He picks it up so well. Here comes the throw. I think maybe it would have been close, but I think perhaps would have just got back here.
Tell you what, with Musa Rahman on one side and Sami Ibrahim Kill on the other side, if I was a bowler, I'm not sure I'd be too desperate to get back to the stumps to take run-out opportunities, as Bhavya Patel's just driven down the ground for a single. They both fire it in with a fair bit of pace.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, you've mentioned two there. I'll mention another one. Because Zidane there on the offside as well. I mean, they definitely pin it in. It's certainly something that I think they practice, and I think it's good. I'd like to see more of it. Just, oh, well, this one, a big full toss, and Planisami just ducking under it, just electing to saying, yeah, I'm just going to see this one through. It's right at him, and no ball call straight away.
Showed a good bit of dexterity to actually get underneath that one, Rico. Tough call for the bowler. I'll tell you what, if Planisami had been in his normal batting position, I guess it probably would have been a 50-50 call. It was dropping quickly, but so they don't mind the batsman getting the benefit of the doubt there, and free hit opportunity from Planisami here.
Yeah, I think you'd like to see those called. It would have been a tight one, but free hit it is. And doesn't get anything on it at all. And the batter says, that one moved away, Planisami. And, well, what Planisami is finding out that going up to the top of the order, it's not easy. And he's struggling to get man on the ball at the moment. 9 deliveries he's faced, and he's on 5.
Bhavya Patel bowling pretty nice opening spell here, actually, leaving aside the full toss, getting a nice bit of away movement.
This one is just defensively played, and he's made to hurry back. And right, as we've been talking about, Young Shopping, they don't mess around. If they get the ball in hand, they have a go. And Kasim makes the stop. He's always in the action, isn't he, Kasim Mohammed? As we have a look at the power play stats. So once again, we'll focus on these two teams. So Young Shopping there, 64 is their best. They're averaging at around 36. The lowest is 23. And compare that to the Royals, high of 39.21 is their average, and the low of 7. And that's probably what sees the Royals, along with Seaside, who did certainly improve their stats today, but couldn't get those victories over the Evergreen, the team unbeaten at the moment. But yeah, if you don't improve the way you play in the early part of your overs, and you're not going to manage to get the big scores that you're able to defend. Khan coming into the attack. And it's been smashed up in the air, though. The fielder sets himself and takes a very good catch. It was well hit, but he's going to take a good hit to get past Khalid Usman. Takes another very good catch. And he's certainly in the game. He's certainly in the zone. But one man that is not now, after that catch, is Ravi Barker. He has to go.
Yeah, I think when he first struck it, Ravi Barker would have been pretty confident that this was going for a Maximo, but just seemed to probably get a little bit too much elevation. It held up in the air for a long time, and Khalid's taken actually a really, really good catch there, and success for Riaz Khan. First ball, he's continuing a day where basically everything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah, certainly had a good day, hasn't he? And we saw him bowl well in the last one after he batted and put 50 on the board. Field well, was involved with a direct hit from his fielding. And this one's just been darted down the leg side. It's not a very good ball to the new batter. Andrew, hasn't it been a lovely day? I mean, we know that it's still a little bit chilly if you're in the shade, and certainly if you're up in that tower, as Andrew's up there and Karina's been up there as well. But it's been beautiful sunshine all the way through. We've been blessed with some really good cricket in this lovely location at Landskrona. That one's been guided away here. We're not able to pick it up, otherwise that would have been another one that would have been shot at the stumps.
Yeah, certainly might have been a half chance there for Ibrahim Kill as he's charging in from point, but boys from Yedabora really do need to start pushing these singles because they're not finding the boundary regularly enough. Conker's come out to join Planisami, who's on strike at the moment.
Another chance up in the air. Fielder takes his time and takes the catch. So another wicket does go down, and Planisami, he's gone for 5 of his 10 deliveries. So the top 3 are all back. And the question now remains is who is going to be able to guide the Göteborg Royals to any sort of decent score here. You really can't see how that's going to happen. The fielder takes a catch. He said that one was spinning. And it may have been, but it's still well taken.
Riaz Khan continuing a wonderful day. He's now got 2 for 2 off his first 3 balls, and the Yetabori Royals 21 for 3 halfway through the 4th over. Return to something you said this morning, Rico, and as you tend to utter some wise observations during the course of this commentary, as you see Riaz Khan come charging in to bowl the 4th ball of the over. It's a terrible ball down the leg side. But the fact that Seaside, when they were chasing on the in the first game of today, that they were chasing a score of 150 to win. But if we have a look at the stats gun, before I tell my tale, the team winning after batting first, getting a little bit of a bump up. More recently, it's 7 and 8, so everything pretty even across those 2 stat lines. Manages to get a ball that's just pushed out, and Ibrahim Kill comes around with a nice one-handed pickup. But the fact that Seaside actually managed to get close when they were chasing a big target gave them a big bit of confidence as they went to that second game, and ultimately they failed to chase in the second game, but it was a much improved performance, particularly with the ball. Do you get the feeling that the Yetabori Royals, after that first game today, where they were pretty comprehensively beaten, and I'm not sure what that is that's just come out of Riaz Khan's.
That can't be a wide. That surely has to be a no ball, doesn't it? This doesn't bounce. Isn't that a no ball? Doesn't no ball take precedence over a wide? Surely. Surely that's got to be called a no ball. Well, obviously not. The umpire's decided to wide, so it won't be a free hit. Just has to be again and hit up in the air. And if he gets out, then he would have been very, very disappointed. Yeah, sorry, Andrew, you were saying.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen another bat throw from Barrett the Conqueror if he had have been dismissed off that ball. But do you think they're just really deflated after that first up performance today, and it's actually affecting their mindset for this second game?
Yeah, I think that is for sure. This one's that slower delivery and beats the batter. And will just go down as a dot ball as this over comes to an end from Khan, and does pick up 2 wickets to score on 24 for 3 down now. Yeah, I mean, going back to that question, I think that the way that the match ended, or the 2 matches ended between the Royals and Evergreen, I think that would really hurt them. They just weren't in the match. They were beaten easily. They needed to come back stronger. When I spoke to them before the start of their match earlier today, their first match, they seemed to be quite upbeat. They said we've got players like Jar back. We've obviously got Barker back in the team. You know, we're going to be more positive today, but it just not worked for them. And I think the fact that they've got those key players back and still not produce well, yeah, I think coming into this match, they just think, well, look, it's just not happening for us. But that can happen to a team, but the only way you change things around is to say, well, okay, we are down, but, the only way we'll get back up is if every one of us goes out there and gives 110% to try and change things around, but they haven't done that. They're not,
T10
and they don't seem to be wanting to do it.
It's all about a level of intensity and leadership. Barrett the Conqueror and his experienced players have really got to try to pull the side up. Certainly not out of this. Only going at a run rate just a tick above 6 at the moment, but still 35 overs to go. We've got some batsmen still in the sheds. Can produce some fireworks.
Up in the air, and it's taken. No mistakes this time, and this is Tanvir. This is just dipping on him, but he keeps his eye on it, takes a good catch, and a bit of commentary he's giving back to the bowler, Sami Ibrahim Kahil. He takes another one, and I think yesterday we saw the introduction of Sami coming into bowling, and we both liked it then because he just gave them something different, and they've stuck with that plan, and here he is again picking up another wicket. So it's another batter that has to depart. And it's more misery as, it is Conker. The captain, Barrett Conker, goes for 2 or 4. They're just falling apart here.
Yeah, they certainly are. Tanvir, amazing that he's taken that catch. He was so casual moving in. It looked like he'd lost sight of the ball as Brimkill wraps the new batsman on the pads. No appeal. But Tanvir took 5 or 6 casual steps in. I thought at the last moment it was just going to drop in front of him, but he's made a final lunge and taken a pretty good catch in the end.
Sami. Gets a wicket. No runs off him so far. And, this will be runs. This is nicely played. That's 4 runs. And you will get reward for playing your shots on this ground. The outfield is fast. You get it past the fielders, you'll get results, and that's what this is. It's just over pitch. It's a nice looking shot, actually. That's nice to see. And that's Sidran. He was batting right up there at the top of the order before Barker and Jar came into the side, and he was probably one of the most effective and consistent performers. He's come down the order a little bit, probably not too happy about that, but it's a good opportunity for him to prove his point.
Yeah, I like him as a cricketer, Rico, as he steps back and pulls that to the leg side, times it quite nicely, but it's just going to be a single. One thing about that last shot, Rico, too, so many of the batsmen from the Royals squad have been guilty of trying to hit everything to the leg side. Sindra's come out first ball and just stroked a full ball through the covers. Just such a rarity over these 2 games.
Going down the leg side, and Jar gets pad on it, and but it's runs, and that's what they need to focus on here. Just try to get a mini partnership going, and that's the halfway point. 31 on the board. I mean, look, being in around about the 60s, you would think he's just not going to do it against Yon Shopping. They need to try and accelerate. I think getting to the 80s, there's a possibility, but how did he do it? Well, Sasindran, he has to go big, and maybe trying to provide Jar could be the one that finds his form. But at the moment, no batter has come out there, not just in this match but in the other, and look consistent and flying with runs. Just not happened for them. Gives this a fair hit. We'll go through to the fielder. Keep it to 1. Yon Shopping, we were saying, weren't we, yesterday, that it looks like that Yon Shopping and Evergreen are going to be the 2 top teams in this group, and it certainly looks that way, and Yon Shopping are sort of underlining that point here with this performance.
Yeah, certainly this has been a pretty good display from them across both games. Bowling attack's looking good. Riaz Khan is clearly in some form. That strike down the ground. Khalid, he takes another catch. He's got safe hands. And unfortunately, Sasindran, after a positive start, he's dismissed for 5. And that was just about the end of their chances of putting a big total on the board.
Absolutely, and another good catch there from Khalid. He's just making it look easy out there. You've got to have your best players in the, or your best fielders in the right place. And it's a good catch taken. And what about this man here? And well, maybe we could have a catch him up if he's not in a hurry, and have a little word with him later. It's gone because he's certainly been the star performer, the stellar performer for his team, as he's not only scored a 50 in the first match, he's picked up 3 wickets here as well.
And let's not forget his run out in that first game too, Rico. Sprinted out to short cover position, fired in a throw that was a direct hit, had the batsman stranded. Superb bit of fielding.
Yeah, he's not done yet, he's saying. Still got a few more to live. Oh dear, this one has got to be called. Yeah, okay, thank you guys. No ball. He's done the same in his first over. He tries this. I think it was also the 4th ball there. Obviously in his mind he's saying, right, when I bowl the 4th ball, I'm going to try this. It hasn't worked the first time, hasn't worked this time. This time that is the correct call. No ball. And I think that's probably this captain just gone over. It's not the captain. I think it might be Zidane that's just gone over to the bowler's head. Look, cut that out. Just do what you do normally. And he comes. And this was the free hit, and just a dot ball, and that sort of sums up the way things have gone for the Royals here.
It does, but tell you what, if you're going to practice a slower ball in match conditions, doing it when your opponents are 34 for 5's probably not the worst time to do it, Rico.
Goes back to his mark. 2 deliveries. Left, it's up in the air, doesn't quite go to the fielder. The fielder, well, you'd imagine from his reaction that this has been hit back at Javed like a bullet. In fact, it barely gets to him, and Javed almost falls over.
Plenty of action all over the place here at ECS T10 Cricket. Landskrona. Plenty of it happening through this man, Riaz Khan.
And he's got his 4th. And that's 4 from 11, Riaz Khan. Smiles on his face. It's been a good day for Khan. And he's hoping that it will continue. As well, he can take a little rest right now, as he's done his bowling for the day. But I'm sure he's going to be very keen to get his pads on and go out there and have a knock as well. And the way it's looking so far, as we saw Barry there going around in the cart. Well, he's got here pretty quick. Buzzer, he was around the other part of the ground a minute ago, and now he's up here. I think he may have done some work to that golf cart. It seems to be going a lot quicker than it was when we first got here on the first day.
Shall we get Barry on commentary for an over here, Rico?
Well,
I think the team would love to hear his vocal stylings.
I think they certainly would. You know what? Let's get this over queued up, and well, I'm going to leave you. Why don't you have a little chat with him? And,
Do I have to?
Yeah, you have a chat with him, and I'll go and get some coffees and ask him about the Jacks and the Conkers. He'll tell you more about them. And well, we might as well bring him in now, because another batter just puts his ball straight into the hands of the fielder. It is all going miserably wrong for the Royals, as this one has just been hit straight to the fielder. Thank you very much. Well, it's time for me to get a coffee, and maybe we'll line up Barry in to come into the cons box to just say hello to all of his loyal fans around the world.
Well, hopefully all two of them are listening at the moment, but I'll tell you what, if you don't get on soon, Barry, we won't have much of an innings left to commentate. It's now 7 wickets down for the Yetabore Royals. And Barry, welcome to the commentary box. Great to have you for the first time today and first time at ECS Landskrona.
Yeah, no, very happy to be here. My 2 fans are at school at the moment. So my kids, my kids are at school, so they won't be watching, unfortunately. But maybe I'll pick up another few fans as the day goes on. That buggy, as I said before, wow, what a buggy that is! I'm thoroughly enjoying getting around Landskrona, and that's a great shot. It's cut that away, but it's going to be cut off for the boundary.
Tied in. Tell you what, that's a decent arm again. They've got some great rockets from the outfield. This Jönköping team hasn't helped them there, but as it is, probably no real runner opportunity. Touch up for the keeper. Ball just bouncing off this hard surface and having to go over the head of a man of Bhavya Patel's height. That's certainly got a bit of kick off the ground.
Yeah, Kasim, the wicketkeeper, just shrugging his shoulders there. There's not much he can do about that as it bounces up past his head. But yeah, the Royals have struggled today. They struggled as well yesterday or the day before when they were here. Especially after their first 2 matches of the week were great little wins. I believe was it against Helsingborg in the first day. And they've just struggled since then, and it's a bit of a shame because they've come in with their heads down a little bit. They really need to get that positivity back that they had from the first day.
As Ibrahim comes around the wicket again, he's clean bowled. Subramania first ball, trying to heave him out on the leg side. It's a nice bit of bowling from Savi Ibrahimkil, and he's proved a useful addition to this bowling lineup. The Yetabore Royals, they're now 38 for 8.
Yeah, and Sammy's certainly becoming a bit of an all-rounder with this bowling performance. He's just almost a sling in his delivery as he comes really wide round, because the ball's coming in at a real sharp angle, and he's played all around that, as you can see, and this bail's just come off, no problem.
He's looked more and more comfortable at the bowling crease as he's gone on. Sami Ibrahimkil got some overs through yesterday, getting a decent stint of the bowling crease today. Just switch over to the YouTube chat, Barry. Ricky Adams, one of our frequent contributors here, is saying, "I am a fan, Barry." Hashtag Barry Love. God, it doesn't take much for you, Ricky, does it?
It's the buggy. It's the buggy. You see me buzzing around in the buggy. It's just entertaining. That's what it is.
Only in southern Sweden at ECS does a buggy equal power and status. As Ibrahimkil comes in and bowls a good line. He's certainly feeling more confident at the bowling crease.
Yeah, I'm thinking of making it a request to head office to see if a buggy can be on the host's company requirements, because tell you what, it does get you about cricket. It's efficient.
Sounds like the same justification that everyone with a mobility scooter in Benidorm uses. But either way, look, whatever makes your job easier, I'm completely happy to support. And actually, our cameras might get Rico in the background as he's flying through with the buggy. getting it up to some speed as Ibrahim Kills just swung away to the leg side. That might actually race across the boundary for 4. Haven't had too many boundaries in this innings, but Edgar, he has managed to pull the ball for a boundary, and that helps their score along. Yerebore Royals, they're now up to 43 for 8 as we come to the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, I think the grass has been cut overnight, and it's been quite a warm day with lots of sunshine. The ground's drying out.
Yeah, speaking of the ground, tomorrow, I'm sure it'll still be in great nick. We've got 4 games coming up. Should be all great clashes. Helsingborg Stars, the rejuvenated Helsingborg Stars. They are taking on Evergreen, who were pushed in both contests by Seaside this morning, but the Stars have got some confidence after their pair of close wins yesterday, and they're going to be a fairly big task, I think. And then we've got the Yerebore Royals back again, taking on Seaside in the afternoon. That's going to be a huge clash.
The whole day's huge. I mean, it really is. That bottom place is really going to be go down to the wire. It's gone straight through the keeper. I think that might have even been a missed stumped opportunity as a batsman stepped out of his crease to drive that through.
Good to see Musa Rahan getting a bowl. He's been exceptional in the field. Great catching. He's got a rocket for a throwing arm. Nicely pitched leg spinner. Might be
Lovely.
asking the captain for a few more overs the way he's going.
Great length, good flight. It's really important. You're just throwing it up there, getting a good length, a bit of turn.
Yeah, thanks for that analysis, Barry. That's great. Just one drag down to mid-on. Nice single.
And got himself a run out.
Well, missed that looking behind the wall of the cube.
So he's taken the shot. Just they've both started to run. Batters turned around, sent him back. No chance. There's a little look at his mate. Well, maybe not his mate anymore.
Genuinely cannot believe there's been a run out on that ball. How they've not noticed that mid-on was standing no more than about 10 metres from the bowler's end stumps, I will never know, but it is somewhat illustrative of the performance that the Yerebore Royals have put in this afternoon. As Rahman drags it one down the leg side. Tough job for the keeper. It's gone through for an extra.
Well, I think there's just lack of awareness from the non-striker as well, because the ball's gone there. Like you just said, it's gone straight to the fielder. So he's just looking at his partner at the striker's end, who's made those 2 steps forward, and he's just gone.
Nice ball again from Rahan. Great to see Jönköping still throwing themselves around in the field. Young athletic side. Nasir Butcher. Been one of their great contributors with the bat. Hasn't been needed with the ball in this game. The rest of the team's been doing plenty of good work. Rahan love to pick up a scalp here. Foolish ball, and the umpire's finger goes up. They do get all 10, and Musa Rahan ends up getting a wicket to close out this innings. The keeper manages to cop one in the hands from a fiery throw. I think from Sajjad coming in from fine leg, completely unnecessary. A few question marks over that decision, unless that ball was straightening without hitting the pitch. But either way, it's a wicket in the books for Musa Rahan, and that completes a pretty good innings for him, and an excellent innings all round from the Yerebore Royals. Barry,
yeah,
48, it's not going to be a challenging total.
No, you don't want to be playing T10 and only batting for 7.4 overs. It's just, or 7.5 as it turned out to be. It's just not good enough from the batting side. They've got no target to protect. Unfortunately, that's going to be a performance they're going to want to forget. That's just the best thing they can do now is give their batters a chance to spend some time at the crease. Not worry too much about knocking this down in any particular time, and just maybe even changing the order of batting as well for the side, just to give them a chance and maybe see a few people that haven't had a chance to strike the ball yet.
Yeah, well, The Yetabori Royals may not want to watch this again because it's going to be captured for all time on YouTube where they can watch the replay at their convenience at any time. But it's probably more so Jönköping who will be keen to relive this one. It's been an exceptional display of both bowling and fielding for them. Khalidis a safe pair of hands down there. Long on took a couple of nice catches. And Rishi Natarajan, who batted through the entire first game today. Fortunately, he went early. Not a particularly big day for him in the run scoring column. That was a full toss, which Onasami managed to duck under. Called no ball. Free hit didn't go for much. And once again, Khaled on the boundary shows a safe pair of hands. Very, very relaxed. And that brought the skipper, Barath Conker, to the crease. He was slightly more relaxed in the last game, but fortunately didn't do him much good in the runs column. And Jönköping, whether it was Sami Ibrahimkil, whether it was Khaled, they were just very, very good in the field. And Sammy, he managed to get into the wickets as well. Good catch from Tanvir. Very relaxed fashion coming in from long on. And it's one of the better fielding displays we've seen, Barry.
Yeah, we're very clever with the way they place their field, and they bowled to it. And as a result, the batters are falling away and losing their composure, and there's too many balls going up in the air. And as a result, the safe pair of hands across the look, and there were so many different catches as well throughout the innings, which just shows, as you said, what a good performance that was in the field. And like even as we got down through the overs, with people flinging themselves around trying to stop those boundaries. Really impressive.
Yeah, it certainly was. Two main contributors in the wicket column. Riaz Khan, he took 4 for 11 to continue an outstanding day of ECS cricket for him, and he was very ably supported by Sami Ibrahimkil with his left arm around the wicket, capturing 3 for 13 off his 2 overs. And even our boy Musa Rahan, he got into the wickets to finish things off. He was responsible for the 10th dismissal, and that left the Yetabori Royals on a meagre total of 48, all out in 8 overs, or just under 8 overs. A very disappointing return for them, as they needed to fight for their ECS lives when they turned up today. Not a single batter making it past 5, which is about as disappointing as it comes. Natarajan went early up the top. Palanasamy threatened in both innings, but unfortunately he was a victim of Riaz Khan. And Ravi Barker, he was a bit unlucky, caught right on the boundary. Sharp bit of work from Khalid Usman, but from there it was just dismissal after dismissal after dismissal, and it was a very, very sorry tale for the Yetabori Royals. They got 48 on the board though. As we sometimes say, it's all about runs on the board. Looking at the YouTube chat, Ninj, speaking with the glass half full, he's talked about the fact that there's quite often some low-scoring thrillers in the European Cricket Series. Well, couldn't agree more with you, Ninj. Certainly anything can happen in T10 cricket, but Jönköping have set themselves up well. As we said, Riaz Khan with 4 for 11 off his 2 overs, and Ibrahimkil 3 for 13 with his left armers, and pretty good all-round bowling performance there, Barry.
Yeah, and you've got to say that Riaz and Sami have been consistently opening the batting. They're their go-to opening batsmen and been performing really well. And then when you have your 2 opening batsmen stepping up and taking 7 wickets in innings, you're obviously
you're going okay.
You're doing all right. So yeah, really impressive from them. And like I said about the Gothenburg Royals, it's really important that they go back to the way they were on with their first 2 matches and their first 2 wins. They were really positive that day. They did everything right. And I think after their game against Evergreen, they just kind of got a bit completely rolled over, and have just sort of heads have dropped since then. And like we said, and when we saw the fixtures for tomorrow, there's so many permutations of what can happen. It's really important that they just sort of brush today away and come back with a fresh look at tomorrow and see if they can get through to that.
Yeah, well, they've got some good bowlers, and Antaru Sandrasan and Chadu Gar, both very good right-arm pacemen. It's certainly not beyond them to defend this total of 48. It's going to be a difficult one. We will be back here in the second innings. It's going to be Jönköping chasing a target of 49. Thank you very much, Barry, for joining me in the commentary box.
I think they need some of your positive thinking, because I don't think that they're going to save this, unfortunately.
Well, there's always where there's life, there's hope, Barry. Couple of early wickets for the Royals. You never know. But please come back and join us for what should be an entertaining chase by Jönköping. They're chasing a target of 49. Please join us back here on the European Cricket Network in a few minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the Landskrona Cricket Ground. And you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden. It's located on the southern tip of Sweden, this area. It's known as the province of Skåne. As you see, that's the flag that is flying up this ground. I don't know what happened there. I mean, I decided to go for a little drive, check out the buggy. And I think it was around about 5 wickets down. And before I got all the way back around again, well, Bazza, he put a kiss of death. Certainly on the Royals. The Royals crumbled. 48 all out with 13 balls to go. And what that means is that on shopping, they should be able to complete the double over the Royals and just apply a bit more pressure on them. Losing both the matches to Evergreen. Now not being able to really get going against John Shopping, and what they can't afford to be doing is bowling too many extras. I thought maybe we may see a slight change in the batting lineup from John Shopping. Maybe just give one or two other batters an opportunity to bat higher up. But I'm sure that man Riaz Khan, he's not thinking about giving up his #1 spot. He's had a great day here today, hasn't he? And scoring runs, picking up wickets, being involved in run-outs. And well, at the moment, he can't get anywhere near these from Chandrajar. The wide delivery, swinging big, swinging all over the place. Well, another man who may be swinging all over the place again tonight when he goes to the sauna is Andrew Ryan. Welcome back.
I was hoping you would make that segue, Rico. You've taken your own bait and chewed on it voraciously. Thank you for the introduction. Jan Shopping, they would love to knock this total off quickly, give their run rate a big boost.
It's hit really well, and one bounce, 4 runs. When it's in the zone to be hit, it gets hit. And Riaz Khan just takes off from exactly where he left off. Nice footwork this time. Stays very still. And he's not had a great deal of time from when we saw him out there first time in that first match to now. But maybe he has had the opportunity to listen back to some of the wordy advice of Andrew Ryan when he's saying just needs to stand still while he's batting. But he stood still there. Nice shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Struck it well. He's finding him in the middle of the bat very easily. He's in great touch, Khan. And just as I say that, he's reverted to type.
Hey, I wanted to make reference to this. I know you were talking about the sonar going into the Baltic Sea, etc. And I know that it's very good and very healthy for you. Well, what about the fact about, you've heard about the Ice Hotel in Sweden? The hotel completely made out of ice. And you can stay there during December and April before the spring comes in and it starts to melt away. So it's made every year from scratch. And that'll be something, wouldn't it? An ice hotel, an ice bar, everything is ice.
Everything's ice, Rico. I've seen a few documentaries on it. It's a fascinating place. And the fact that, as you say, they rebuild it each year, it takes quite some work, but they are meticulous craftsmen, the Swedes, and they love working in a bit of cold weather. So certainly for those of you who haven't been up to this part of the world, it is well worth a trip. And as you can see from the pictures coming through the European Cricket Network this week, it is a gorgeous part of the European continent.
Yeah, it really is. This is a good bit of bowling, and Ibrahim Kahil gets knocked over very first ball. And you know what that means? It's a little bit of... Yep, he's got to go. And I heard Bazza talking to you earlier saying, well, it's very unlikely when you said there's always hope. Well, there is always hope. And if you can bowl well and bowl at the stumps, then you keep your hopes alive. That's a very good delivery first up to the left-hander. Had no issues getting the ball on the stumps, and Sammy disappointingly departs.
Yeah, he certainly does, but actually Chandu has shown quite a capability of bowling to the left-hander. It came up with a couple of cracking deliveries against Ibrahim Kill in the opening stages of Game 1 that they played against each other today, and that was just a repeat of it. He starts the ball sort of just on around off stump, gets a late bit of tail in. Particularly, Ibrahim Kills leaves a fair gap between bat and pad at times. The feet don't move a huge amount. He likes to just keep giving himself as much space as possible, so he's very susceptible to that delivery.
Yeah, Mohamed Tanvir now comes in. And, just drops the bat onto this. They take the single to the onside.
An industrious runner, Riaz Khan, isn't he?
Certainly, yes, he wants to get to the action end. Look, the interesting fact about that ice hotel, this is what made me chuckle about it when I was reading up on it, was that it's all ice, everything, yet by law has to have fire extinguishers. That is the truth, honestly. That's the truth.
Not sure how well they'd operate in those conditions, but...
Up in the air, this is big. I think this is going over us. You might be okay. Yeah.
We're going to keep an eye on the play ball, Rio.
You know, Andis has got you here. Andis is waiting for these opportunities. And look, this has been hit too clean. I knew this is going over us. Well, right now. Well done, Andis.
Why do people keep hitting sixes when we're not actually watching the game quite as intently as we should be? That was very much in our direction, Rico. And I'd like to think that the hands went up in a desperate attempt to maybe catch the ball if it did sneak under the front of the commentator's cube.
Well, tomorrow I think we're going to see Andrew Ryan commentating with a helmet on. I think he's going to feel much happier, much safer. And maybe we need to get one of those Perspex bodyguards that we sometimes see umpires use. That was a terrific shot. And
I feel like we're being targeted in the cube today, Rico.
14 for 1. And this is another one that's been dispatched, this time over the leg side. And I suspect that's just one bounce for, yeah, it doesn't go all the way. And this time it's Tanvir's turn to go to the boundary. And he gets hold of this pretty well. Quite high up on the bat, doesn't quite get it out of the middle. But still finds his way inside the power play, of course.
Pretty nicely shaped shot, though, regardless, and doing it to a pretty good bowler. It's Sasindran has messed with a number of top batsmen in this tournament, but Tanvir's just gone on, faced his second ball against him, lofted him for a nice 4. Good play while the field's up in the power play.
Well, this one probably will go all the way, and yes, it does. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna, bada, shaka. 6 more.
Well, he may not have completely timed that first one. He certainly got a hold of this. That's a beautiful swing of the cricket bat. Sasindran couldn't get it to tail away as he normally does, and Tanvir has got a big piece of the kookaburra.
Up in the air, chance. Are they going to take it? Bowler decides he's going to leave it to the fielders, and the fielders were charging in there. And I think that might be, is that the captain? Maraconka that's come in and put it down. It's had to come a long way. Not able to take the catch.
Nice bit of bowling from Sasindran, though. Put that one a little bit more around just outside off stump, and similar sort of swing from Tanvir. He gets away with it. Fortunate bit of fielding.
Venapusa was the one who finally did get there. This is just nicely bowled. But just guys his ball out on the off, and they take one.
Doesn't say much for the Edinburgh Royals fielding that Riaz Khan thought he could sneak it too. Might have even pushed if Tanvir hadn't have ended up on his backside.
Tanvir, down he goes. And another player that hasn't got the right footwear on, because there's certainly no dampeners out there. That dew that was there this morning burnt away a long, long time ago. It's a good ball there from Sasindran. Gets the dot in. He'll want to finish the over well.
Good bowler, this young man. Shame he hasn't got a few more runs to play with. Exhibiting the fact that, as we've seen consistent throughout the day, Rico, not the same level of swing for the bowlers today as there were on the first 3 days of ECS Landskrona.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Whether that's got anything to do with these clear skies. So it's talking of swing. There may not be any swing from the bowler. There's plenty of swing from the batters as that one goes all the way for 6. Well, the fielder is letting us know it goes for 6. And I think it's a pretty good catch here as well.
Well, that's our boy Musa Rahman. He's got the safest hands in the tournament. Just nonchalantly collects it. I think he's giving an example of just how many catches he's taken today, keeping up the totals. And maybe you can go give young MSP a few tips on how to take those catches over the boundary. As it is, Jönköping there, 32 for 1. And we look at the standings for Group A. They have given themselves a very, very nice boost. Unfortunately for them, though, they won't be able to catch Evergreen no matter what happens tomorrow. So the action's going to be at the other end of the table.
Short delivery. And gets through pretty quickly.
Pretty good effort from Riaz Khan. He's almost ended up off the pitch there and going out to the leg side. He clearly hasn't heeded the advice from game one, Rico.
No, not so much of it. And well, maybe we should try and arrange for you to maybe have a little chat with him. He's a nice man to chat to. Scored some runs, took some wickets. I wonder if you're going to congratulate him on how well he's batted. I see this is another one that goes to the boundary, 4 runs. And they've been elegantly chased after by the fielder. And that's at Mamisi Krishna. That's his territory. That's from the very first match. And they'd played that first match, didn't they, against the Stars. That's where he's fielded. They've been in the wars a bit there. And probably get nightmares to think about that fielding position. And he's taken a few for his team as well, as he's gets readjusted to say, I want you just there, they say. Yeah, I mean, you could be interviewing, have a chat with Khan, and while the interview, maybe give him some advice about this movement. That'd be cool.
Should we reply and say, I'm the man who's hit a half century today? What have you been doing?
Well, we could tell him plenty what we'll be doing. Well, I'll tell you what we'll be doing. We'll be watching some fantastic action. We've been watching the best of the Swedish players here in this part of Sweden, Landskrona. And certainly been very enjoyable. And also, we've been entertained by our viewers on the YouTube chat as well. So thank you to everybody out there. As we come close to the end of this final match today, and there could be overthrows here. They will be. And it gets thrown back in again. Try and get the stumps. 2 runs taken. This one is almost over. That one, you see there, he puts the big stop sign up, and then in comes the throw. And then this side, well, look, we might as well go. Why not?
He's pretty keen to get down the strikers, and Riaz Khan.
Up in the air, chase on for the fielder, and it's our man again. Off he goes. Look, he never gives up. Mr. 100% Krishna there. And the chases after it, gets there, but not before the ball goes past the boundary.
He's another candidate for best hair of this tournament. I think Hafiz Khan's probably the leading exponent of the long flowing locks, but tell you what, he's not too far off him, Vamsi Krishna.
Up in the air, well, catch it. Not sure who they wanted to catch this, and there he is again. He's saying, well, look, there you go. You can have a look at my locks once more. Maybe that is also some shampoo and 2 lots of oil. That seems to be the thing in Sweden. Plenty of shampoo, conditioner, and 2 different lots of oil in here. 4 more runs, and looking to finish this very quickly. This is what we got coming up tomorrow. The Stars, well, they're coming back after a much improved performance from them yesterday, but they got tough matches against Evergreen. But you know what? I think if they play the way we saw them yesterday, they certainly will give them some good matches. And then we've got the Royals coming back against Seaside. Now those 2 matches will be all about which team progresses into next week's quarterfinals and which one we say adios to.
Yeah, that couldn't be set up any better, could it, Rico, with those clashes tomorrow? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that the Helsingborg Stars are going to take one of those 2 games against Evergreen. I think they're a much better side than their current position on the table suggests. And as for those last 2, the big clash between Seaside and the Royals, that is going to be huge. As we see with this match, Jönköping only needing 3 off the last 42 deliveries.
And well, they're going to waste any time to do it. That's been smashed away. It was not a good delivery. And Tanvir says thank you very much. And Velapusa only gets the 1 ball, which gets creamed to the boundary. And it's been a very comprehensive performance in this one from Jönköping. They seem to be getting better all the time. They're enjoying the cricket. It's enjoyable to watch them play. I like the way they show plenty of energy when they're out there in the field. And not just their bowling, but the fielding. They're electrifying out there. And then with their batting, they've got the big hitters as well. And today has been a good day for Riaz Khan. But there, Mohamed Tanvir just saying, well, keep an eye out for me as well. I can give the ball a fair old whack. But you have to look again here at the Göteborg Royals and say, where do they and how do they come back from this? Because they were disappointing, weren't they, when they were blown away by Evergreen, and they had the opportunity to come back here with some of those key players back in their lineup, but it just didn't happen.
No, it certainly didn't. Tough day at the office for the Göteborg Royals. Tough day at the office for us too, Rico, with unidentified flying kookaburras, a threat of coming into the commentator's cube at any moment, but plenty of big hits despite chasing a small target. Jönköping, they gave us plenty of entertainment in those 3.1 overs, taking plenty of boundaries across the course of the 19 balls that they faced. And Tanvir, great to see him getting the chance to free the arms in that innings.
Yeah, it certainly was, and he certainly did hit that one for 6. Well, there you go. That's one man, Musa, who's had a pretty good day as well. He's been perfect in the field. He's taken some really good catches and shown the sort of energy that I'm talking about. Talking about energy, this man here, Krishna, he showed plenty of energy as well. And I'm pretty sure, even though it was a short match, he's probably done enough running and got enough sort of clicks on the mileometer to go down as if it was a T10 match, because he was running backwards and forwards. And there's the umpires. A big thank you to all of our match officials, our men in black. They did really well. But let's just focus on these matches once more.
Yeah, a couple of cracking contests coming up tomorrow. The resurgent Helsingborg Stars, Avinash Panda, Madan Prabhu and the crew, they will be looking to take at least one, if not two of these games against Evergreen, who, despite the fact they had 2 wins today, looked shaky at times and a few question marks over their middle order. If the Helsingborg Stars opening bowlers can extract the openers, then they could be in with a big show. And then match 19 and 20, likely deciders for seeing who goes through to the quarterfinals. The Göteborg Royals, they will have to drag themselves off this sun-soaked Landskrona turf and try to get up for the 2 games against Seaside Cricket Club, who, although they were defeated twice this morning, Rico, they had plenty of positives to take out of those contests.
Absolutely. Seaside are going to come back the positive side. They've shone really well here today after their disappointing defeats the other day. So plenty of positives for them. They'll be sort of coming out with a bang, and certainly their captain, I think Umer Chaudhry, he showed just exactly what he can do with one or two of the other players with the bat. It's going to be an interesting day. And remember, it is the final day for group matches for Group A. So the top 4 teams in the standings, we will see them again next Friday, which will be quarterfinals day with the teams, or 4 teams from Group B. But 1 team will be eliminated, and that is the team that is left stranded at the foot of the table. At the moment, that team is Seaside, but as you said, they've shown good promise here today, and they'll be looking to, well, turn their fortunes around tomorrow. So we have a brief look at the scorecard. Riaz Khan once again continuing the good day that he had, 25 not out. And as you said, and Andrew, it was good to see that Tanvir scored 23 of 8, and nice to see somebody else getting out there, getting a chance of making the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely, showing they've got a fair bit of depth in that batting order, Jönköping, and I think today has really exhibited what they can do at their best. They've comprehensively outplayed the Göteborg Royals in both of the contests. That's a sorry looking bowling scorecard for the Göteborg Royals if they were expecting to extract some positives out of this game. It hasn't happened there. Chandra Jha, he was a helpful introduction to their team again today, but he's gone for 28, although managed to put in a searing Yorker towards Sami Ibrahimkil, which took him out, and not much to report from Sivro Sasandran, but in the end, that is a big win from Jönköping, chasing down their 49-run target in only 3.1 overs. Not sure you can get too much more of a comprehensive victory than that. And Rico, we're going to end up having an early one today. Sorry to the viewers, I know we're looking to tune in for some late afternoon cricket here from Sweden, but as it is, you can't help the fact that Jönköping have played out of their skins today, and the Royals, they are just flatlining at the wrong time.
Yeah, Jönköping, it's been a good day for them because I think it's been good for them because the guys that they wanted to see perform, I'll give you an example, Tanvir there and maybe Ibrahim Keel, though not in that last match but in the first innings, they performed. So they're clicking at the right time, whereas as we've seen for the Royals, they're just not. Things are not happening for them. We know what they can do. They showed that because don't forget, I mean, though the Stars are on a high at the moment, the Helsingborg Stars, they were beaten twice by the Royals, so they do have the depth and I think also the firepower to produce good performances. But the last 4 times we've seen them, it's not been good.
No, it certainly hasn't. They've got to really go back home, go back to the hotel, maybe even review a little bit of the footage. Probably not a good idea to watch too much of it because I'm not sure it's going to give them too much to smile about. But go back to that day one performance. Yeah. Look at what worked for them. I think it was a little bit more patience with the bat. Natarajan got himself going early with singles and then managed to find the boundaries in the middle parts. Chandra Gar, he was good with the ball at times today. They can expect better of him tomorrow. Yeah. But they've got to get those more prominent players involved, and if they don't, they could end up missing out on this quarterfinals after such a bright start.
Yeah, the other interesting thing was, and I think we sort of touched on it a few times, it's been a gorgeous day today. I mean, it's not been very windy. The sun has been out. So you would say that it's been a good day. Yeah, it's been a very good day to be out there and batting, that's for sure. But certainly a good day to be in the field, a good day to be bowling. You haven't had the wind to contend with, yet we saw so many bowlers that have performed well in difficult conditions perform badly when the conditions were right. And even the fielders saw a lot of catches go down today as well.
Yeah, a lot of catches go down. Actually, it might end up being that when we come to the big games in this tournament, particularly the quarterfinals, semis and finals next week, it'll be the teams that hold their catches. I think there's going to be some closely matched up groups across both Group A and Group B, but teams that hold their catches in T10 cricket more often than not come out as the winner.
That's right, certainly it will be. But look, it's that time. It's time that we, myself, Rico and Andrew, we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you, first of all, very much to all of you, our global cricket audience, our cricket family, for being with us. And thank you to everybody that's been on the chat. It's been great to have all that conversation there again. Not always about cricket, but it doesn't always have to be about cricket. It's great to have you there. We've had such an entertaining day. Thank you once again to everybody here, the Federation, especially to Adnan Gill, who's been looking after us. Thank you to Spring Productions for putting the magic that we see out there available for the whole world to see. So an opportunity for us to reflect on some of the cricket and maybe think about what Swedish delights that we're fancying for dinner today. And well, we've got time to think about that. But once again, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Take care, look after yourself, and we will see you tomorrow. But of course, before we go, there's always those highlights to check out, so just have a look at them, because again, there's always going to be plenty of action-packed entertainment and maybe just a little bit of drama for you to see. But until then, hasta mañana.